Chapter 267, Crazy Bibai Dong, Let You Trick Me into Becoming Your Disciple. Let you trick me into absorbing the Dachra snake spirit ring. Let you trick me into absorbing the ghost vine spirit ring. Let you trick me into absorbing the poison spider spirit ring. Let you trick me into learning those flawed, erroneous theories. Let you make me so ugly. Let you make me not grow tall. Let you turn me into a pile of shit. Let you make me lose Xiao Wu. Let you. After pulling out Yu Xiaogang's intestines, Tang San directly made Yu Xiaogang sit on the ground, and while venting his dissatisfaction, he punched Yu Xiaogang's face again and again. Each punch landed solidly. To prevent Yu Xiaogang from dying too quickly, he did not use his spirit power. Even so, in a short while, Yu Xiaogang was beaten so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. It was like the scene in the movie Kung Fu, where Stephen Chow's head was caved in by the evil god. Yu Xiaogang was already old and frail, so how could he endure it? He quickly became breathless. He began to take in less air and exhale more. Today, I will make you die from the side effects of my spirit. He wasn't satisfied even after beating him. Just then, Ning Chuan, who had taken a laxative, transferred the side effects over. And so, Yu Xiaogang died in his own feces. The next day, when Liu Erlong came to deliver food and saw Yu Xiaogang dead at her room door, her entire world instantly collapsed. Who did this? On this day, the entire Blue Tyrant Academy heard Liu Erlong's furious roar at the same time. Ning Chuan had already brought Ning Rongrong and Little Cat to Spirit City. Ning Chuan, seeing Ning Chuan, Huliena, who had become the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, immediately brightened her eyes, but upon seeing Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong beside him, her gaze quickly dimmed again. Ning Chuan glanced at Huliena, secretly nodding. Level 65. It seemed that, without Tang San's 8 spider lances devouring her vitality, Huliena's strength had increased significantly compared to the original story. You know each other. Zhu Zhuking cast a suspicious look at Ning Chuan. Could it be that he had provoked this Supreme Pontiff's disciple again without her knowing? 9 times out of 10, they know each other. Perhaps soon we'll have a new sister, who knows? Ning Rongrong watched the drama unfold, not minding the trouble. Don't talk nonsense, we only met once in Slaughter City. Ning Chuan said righteously as they spoke. Huliena had already walked up to them. Schoolmaster Ning, young Master Ning and Zhuking, please. Our teacher has been waiting for a long time. Ning Chuan nodded, leading Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong into the Supreme Pontiff Palace. Huliena followed beside Ning Chuan, her gaze occasionally sweeping towards him, but she never had the courage to speak again. The other party was already a man with a family, and he had joined the 9-treasure glazed tile school. As the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, there was almost no possibility between them. However, it was also fortunate that, through his mediation, the 9-treasure glazed tile school would no longer be hostile to Spirit Hall. Regarding this, it was somewhat worth celebrating. A moment later, led by Huliena, the 3 arrived at the Supreme Pontiff's exclusive office area. Huliena spoke calmly. Schoolmaster Ning Zhuking, please follow me to the side hall. The teacher only summoned Ning Chuan alone. Hearing this, Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong looked at Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan nodded at them and walked in. Bibai Dong was sitting behind the desk, seemingly handling official business. 5 years later, Ning Chuan saw Bibai Dong again. Compared to 5 years ago, her appearance had not changed, but perhaps because there was no Rakshasa evil thoughts interference. Her temperament had become even more noble and sacred, like a goddess from the heavens. Sit. She glanced at Ning Chuan and continued to handle her official business. Ning Chuan sat on the chair opposite Bibai Dong as instructed, not disturbing her, just quietly watching her. After a long while, Bibai Dong finally stopped and stretched comfortably. Her alluring curves revealed a charming, mature allure. I presume you already know the relationship between Zhuer and me. I also know about you helping Zhuer gain the throne of the Heaven Dew Empire. Now I only have one question for you. Bibai Dong looked at Ning Chuan and said, Supreme Pontiff, please speak freely. Ning Chuan said with a calm expression, Bibai Dong, what is your relationship with Zhuer now? Is the Supreme Pontiff asking as a mother or as the Pope of Spirit Hall? Ning Chuan asked again. After a moment of hesitation, Bibai Dong said in a deep voice, "As a mother, have you two reconciled?" Ning Chuan asked with some surprise. "That's not important, answer me." Bibai Dong neither admitted nor denied. Ning Chuan stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the magnificent buildings below Pope Mountain. "My most important friend and my only friend, and also one of my beloved." "One of? Oh, one of, you certainly have quite a few ones of." Bibai Dong's face showed a sarcastic smile. "I am a fickle man. Didn't the Supreme Pontiff know that from a long time ago?" Ning Chuan turned to look at her. Looking at Ning Chuan's handsome face and perfect, slender figure, Bibai Dong fell silent. Innate spirit power half a level, the same talent as Xiao Gang, yet he completed a reversal that Xiao Gang had not. If only Xiao Gang could have walked the same path back then, how wonderful would that have been? But this young man in front of her, although he had achieved a reversal, he didn't cherish it at all, attracting women everywhere. Even with so many women, he was still entangled with her daughter. Thinking of this, Bibai Dong couldn't help but feel a surge of killing intent. Feeling Bibai Dong's killing intent, Ning Chuan's expression also became serious. His eyes narrowed slightly. He was no longer the small spirit ancestor who could be easily manipulated. Just as Bibai Dong was about to act, Kyan Rengsu's voice sounded from outside the room. "Mother." As her words fell, Kyan Rengsu, now dressed in a brilliant golden long dress, pushed the door open and walked in. She looked at Bibai Dong, then at Ning Chuan and smiled. "You're here too." Ning Chuan smiled and nodded. It was clear that over the past 5 years, Kyan Rengsu's relationship with Bibai Dong seemed to have improved considerably. Otherwise, Kyan Rengsu wouldn't have called Bibai Dong mother. Bibai Dong reined in her aura and frowned. "Zuer, do you know what you are doing?" "Of course I know." Kyan Rengsu naturally stepped forward and took Ning Chuan's hand, adding with an unyielding gaze. "And wasn't mother the same back then? Or are you trying to stop me, just like my father tried to stop you back then?" Chapter 268, Annihilation of the Haoshan Sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Sect. "Impudent," Bibai Dong roared, the painful memories in her mind instantly surging forth, almost unconsciously releasing her powerful pressure of 99th level spirit power. Ning Chuan's body stiffened. His devouring domain was released, turning into a black light that barely blocked Bibai Dong's aura pressure. However, Bibai Dong's aura pressure could not advance an inch further, as if a mud ox had entered the sea, being continuously devoured. 87th level. Feeling the strange aura on Ning Chuan's body, Bibai Dong looked at Ning Chuan with surprise. "No wonder you are so confident, and you even killed Tang Hao. But if you think that this alone can turn the tables against me, then you are greatly mistaken. Won't we know if we try?" Ning Chuan said, his expression unchanged. If it were before forming his spirit core, Ning Chuan would still be somewhat wary. But now, what he feared least were opponents like Bibai Dong. Two evil spirits were completely their natural counter. Just as the two were about to clash, Kyan Rengsu spoke. She stared coldly at Bibai Dong, saying, "If you dare to lay a hand on him, then from now on, you and I will have no relationship whatsoever. You're threatening me." Bibai Dong was so angry she laughed, but perhaps out of consideration for her kinship with Kyan Rengsu, or perhaps thinking that only Ning Chuan might be able to destroy Spirit Hall in the future, she did not attack again. She turned and walked out. Ning Chuan looked at her mature, gourd-shaped back and said, "It seems your relationship isn't as good as I imagined." Sighing softly, Kyan Rengsu's eyes showed an unspeakable weariness when this topic was brought up. Compared to before, it's much better. At least she no longer dislikes me calling her mother. Then, in the future, I'll beat her into submission for you, then hang her up to let you vent your anger, Ning Chuan said. "I'll be waiting." Kyan Rengsu only thought Ning Chuan was joking and didn't take it to heart. A moment later, Kyan Rengsu arranged attendant for him, while she herself went to find Kyan Dalu. Led by the attendant, Ning Chuan arrived at the Supreme Pontiff Palace's main hall. Little Cat and Ning Rongrong had already arrived. Seeing Ning Chuan arrive, they waved. Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupine Fish Douluo, who were somewhat familiar with Ning Chuan, also nodded to him. After returning a smile to Snake Lance Douluo and Porcupinefish Douluo, Ning Chuan sat in front of Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong. Also present were various titled Douluo elders of Spirit Hall. Ning Chuan counted them, excluding the 7 high priests, Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong and Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo, who were the Supreme Pontiff's personal guardian Douluo. There were 9 titled Douluo present. Besides them, also present were the sect masters of the lower 4 sects, such as Hu Yanzhen, sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy. As for that sect master Chuoba Zai of the Sacred Dragon sect, he probably hadn't been promoted to title Douluo yet, nor had he been specially separated to replace the upper 3 sects. Just as Ning Chuan was observing the titled Douluo elders of Spirit Hall and Chuoba Zai, a charming and gentle female voice came to his ear. "This must be little brother Ning Chuan. You are indeed extraordinarily talented and heroic. At such a young age, you are already a spirit Douluo. No wonder so many young girls are captivated by you." Ning Chuan looked in the direction of the voice. It was Spirit Vulture Douluo, the only female titled Douluo present. Spirit Vulture Douluo is too kind. Ning Chuan subtly sized up Spirit Vulture Douluo. He had to admit she was indeed an extremely rare beauty. Although in terms of looks she was not as good as Bibai Dong nor any of his women, she possessed a unique charm that they did not. In this regard, even Louise was slightly inferior. Most importantly, she had the halo of a spirit hall titled Douluo, which made her even more extraordinary. It was just a pity it wasn't time to eat yet. When he became a god in the future, he would take them all. Spirit Vulture blinked her large, beautiful eyes. "What's with too kind? Sister doesn't like this kind of superficial talk. I heard you killed Tang Hao, and even the high priest highly praises you. How about it? Do you want to find some time to give sister some pointers?" Ning Chuan. "We'll see when I have time." Because it was a spirit power transmission, no one knew what they were flirting about. Not long after, Bibai Dong arrived, leading Chrysanthemum Ghost Douluo. Immediately after, the 7 high priests, led by Qian Dailiu and Qian Rengsu, also walked in. Evidently, these 7 high priests already knew about Ning Chuan and Qian Rengsu's relationship, and all cast admiring glances at him. After all, in their hearts, Qian Rengsu would become a god sooner or later, and Ning Chuan also had great hope. In the future, only Qian Rengsu would be able to stay with Ning Chuan for a long time. After everyone was seated, Bibai Dong, as the Supreme Pontiff, spoke. "I presume everyone knows that the young master has completed the infiltration plan and seized the throne of the Heaven Dew Empire. Now, we begin the subsequent plan, annihilating the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Clear Sky Sect. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan will be handed over to Elder Snake Lance, Porcupinefish, Elder Spirit Vulture, and the 9th Elder. You will lead the lower 4 sects and 10,000 spirit masters to annihilate them. Leave no one alive." At this point, she looked at Ning Chuan. "As for the Clear Sky sect, that will be handed over to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Of course, I will send Elder Demon Bear and Elder Ghost Leopard, along with 5,000 spirit masters to assist you." Ning Chuan interrupted Bibai Dong. "Your Majesty the Pope, a moment, please." Bibai Dong glanced at him and said, "The 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School is an ally of Spirit Hall." "Please speak freely," Ning Chuan said. "Although the young master has become the emperor of the Heaven Dew Empire, his position is not yet stable. All the real power positions in the Heaven Dew Empire are still held by people from the Heaven Dew Empire. I believe the first thing to do is to send elites skilled in political affairs to the Heaven Dew Empire to assume various positions. We must truly take control of the Heaven Dew Empire. Secondly, I believe it is unwise to attack both the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Clear Sky Sect simultaneously. Although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan only has Yu Yuanjin, they guard the ancient Dragon King's fallen ruins. Yu Yuanjin can temporarily elevate his physical body to a demigod level by using fragments of the ancient Dragon King's spirit bone. Relying on just 4 titled Douluo, even if they can succeed, there will inevitably be losses, and it's even possible that some of them will fall. At this point, Ning Chuan meaningfully glanced at the four titled Douluo, whom Bibai Dong had just named. The four of them showed solemn expressions upon hearing demigod body. Especially the ninth elder, a look of lingering fear appeared on his face. He was the weakest among the elders of Spirit Hall. If he faced Yu Yuanjin, who possessed a demigod body, his chances of falling were very high. Ning Chuan added, besides that, the Clear Sky sect's power has also been severely underestimated. As far as I know, besides Tang Xiao, one of the Clear Sky twin stars from back then, 5 more titled Douluo have emerged within the Clear Sky sect during these 20 years of seclusion. Including Tang Xiao, the Clear Sky sect now possesses 6 titled Douluo. Among them, Tang Xiao's spirit power has even broken through 96th level. Chapter 269, How to Divide the Loot 6, titled Douluo, and one of them is a peak Douluo. Interesting, Douluo Zhangmo's lips curled into an amused expression. Among those present, aside from the 7 high priests and Bibai Dong, everyone else's faces showed solemnity. Then, according to your sect, what should be done? Bibai Dong said indifferently, as if she hadn't heard Ning Chuan's words. Ning Chuan said, concentrate our forces, attack them by surprise. With the people previously assigned by your majesty the Pope, plus Ghost Leopard, Demonic Bear, and the 9 treasure glazed tile school, we will besiege the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, leaving one side open to give them the illusion of a breakthrough. Then we will set up an ambush along their escape route and annihilate them one by one. But if the Clear Sky sect receives the news, wouldn't that make them prepared? Elder Gui Mei nodded. Although he approved of Ning Chuan's plan, he still raised a doubt in his mind. Ning Chuan said, that's also very simple. The Clear Sky sect has sealed its mountains for many years, cowering in the mountains like rats in a sewer. Their only contact with the outside world is Tang Yuehua, the sister of Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, who resides in the Moon Pavilion in Heaven Dew City. As long as she is controlled, the Clear Sky sect will be blind. After that, we can concentrate our forces to eliminate the Clear Sky sect. Although there are 6 titled Douluo, their true strength is not as powerful as we imagine. At most, there are only 200 direct disciples. As long as we hold back those 6 titled Douluo, I can annihilate them in an instant. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. These words undoubtedly moved the elders and high priests, as this was the most stable plan and one that could minimize losses. In that case, let's vote, Bibai Dong said. I agree. Caiyan Renksu had always highly admired Ning Chuan's wisdom, so she was the first to raise her hand. Immediately after, including Caiyan Dalu, the 7 high priests, and Demonic Bear and Ghost Leopard, the 2 titled Douluo with the most potential to advance to high priest in the Spirit Hall, also raised their hands. The remaining 7 elders and the sect masters of the lower 4 sects did not rush to vote. They all turned their gaze to Bibai Dong. After all, they were part of the Supreme Pontiff's faction. Ever since Bibai Dong exposed her level 99 strength, some of the neutral factions among these people had completely sided with her. Bibai Dong did not rush to express her stance. Instead, she looked at Ning Chuan. Your sect is willing to put in a lot of effort this time, so you must have a request. It's better to clarify it beforehand to avoid any unpleasantness later. Ning Chuan said, that is natural. We will not take the 3 spirit bones on Yu Yuanjin of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. We want some exceptionally talented direct disciples and the fragments of the ancient dragon king's spirit bones. These fragments are useless to titled Douluo, who are not of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, but they are of great help to me personally. As for the Clear Sky sect, their 2 inherited spirit bones have already been stripped by me. I want the remaining 4, as well as some of the Clear Sky sect's direct disciples. Of course, as a condition, we will be responsible for dealing with level 96 Tang Xiao and the remaining 200+ direct disciples of the Clear Sky sect. As for the remaining 5 elders, you only need to prevent them from escaping, and I will deal with them. Please state your reason for wanting the direct disciples of these 2 sects, Bibai Dong asked. It's nothing, it's just that I'm quite fond of studying spirits. Although the number one tool spirit in the world and the number one beast spirit in the world are somewhat undeserving of their titles, they still hold great research value. Of course, after I'm done researching them, I will also deal with them and not cause any trouble for the spirit hall. Ning Chuan naturally couldn't say that he was sending them to the secret chamber to accompany Oscar. Otherwise, Bibai Dong, that crazy woman who had experienced the secret chamber, would probably go insane on the spot. Bibai Dong nodded upon hearing this, not suspecting much. Then, after unifying the continent, how will your sect position itself? You should know that the Spirit Hall will never allow the existence of spirit master organizations outside of the Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong looked at Ning Chuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the elders and high priests of the Spirit Hall also looked over at the same time. After all, it concerned the most core interests of the Spirit Hall, and not an inch could be yielded. That's even simpler. Meeting everyone's gaze, Ning Chuan confidently stood up and said, "The next sect master of the 9-treasure glazed tile school will be the future child of Rongrong and me. The next supreme pontiff of the Spirit Hall will be young Master Kyan Rengsu. I presume that with Kyan Rengsu's level 87 strength, no one should be able to compete with her, right? And Kyan Rengsu is my girlfriend. In the future, Kyan Rengsu and my child will definitely inherit her position. In this way, the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall and the Sect Master of the 9-treasure glazed tile school will be biological brothers, and then they can be granted the title of prince." Ning Chuan's words were utterly shameless, but surprisingly, no one objected. As Kyan Rengsu's grandfather and also the High Priest of the Spirit Hall, Kyan Dalu directly agreed, aloud. However, Bibai Dong was unwilling to see her daughter share a husband with other women. She then thought that the 9-treasure glazed tile school had basically been usurped by Ning Chuan. The Spirit Hall would definitely be usurped by this kid in the future, which could be considered a disguised destruction of the Spirit Hall, so she agreed. Since even the Supreme Pontiff had agreed, then those titled Douluo elders of the Supreme Pontiff's faction and the sect masters of the lower 4 sects would not object. Next, everyone discussed the plan to conquer the Star Luo Empire. The final result was that, after annihilating the Clear Sky sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, using Dai Weisi as a pawn, the Star Luo Empire would first declare war on the Heaven Dew Empire. Then, Kyan Rengsu would lead the Heaven Dew Empire and 9-treasure glazed tile school allied army to defeat the Star Luo Empire on the front lines and occupy the entire territory of the Star Luo Empire. Finally, the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dew Empire would merge into one. Then what should the name of this new empire be in the future? It was the second high priest, Gold Crocodile Douluo, who spoke. He highly approved of Ning Chuan's plan and also approved of Kyan Rengsu and Ning Chuan being together, especially since even the high priest and Kyan Rengsu herself did not object. But regarding the survival of the Spirit Hall, he had to care. They couldn't just exist in name, but not in reality. Just as Ning Chuan was about to answer, Bibai Dong stood up and said, "Regarding this, let's discuss it after the continent is unified." Elder Gui Mei. Elder Gui Mei stood up and Bibai Dong continued. "You will select 1,000 disciples proficient in political affairs to assist the young master in taking over the Spirit Hall's major cities." "Yes," Elder Gui Mei responded respectfully and stepped forward. Bibai Dong looked at Chrysanthemum Pass. "Elder Yu Guan, you will select 10,000 disciples, led by Ghost Leopard, Demonic Bear, Porcupine Fish, Snake Lance, Elder Lingyan, and Elder Jiu. They will unite with the lower 4 sects and the 9-treasure glazed tile school to jointly annihilate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan 3 days from now." Looking at the decisive Bibai Dong, Ning Chuan secretly chuckled, thinking, "It seems this madwoman still hasn't given up on destroying the Spirit Hall." 3 days later, outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Ghost Leopard, Demonic Bear, Porcupine Fish, Snake Lance, Elder Lingyan, and Elder Jiu, the 6 titled Douluo of the Spirit Hall, looked at Ning Chuan rather speechlessly. Ling Yin said, "Little brother, your 9-treasure glazed tile school wouldn't have only sent you, would it?" Chapter 270. The Night of Genocide, I am enough on my own, Ning Chuan said, waving his hand to release 5,000 spirit emperor-level devouring gold bugs and 3 red 100,000-year spirit rings. Feeling the ferocity of the devouring gold bugs, the 6 titled Douluo all shivered with fear. 300,000-year spirit rings and your spirit, Ling Yuan exclaimed in shock. They didn't know what kind of spirit these vicious bugs were, but their numbers were astonishing, and the aura they gave off was extremely dangerous. If any of them were to encounter them, they would likely perish. Ning Chuan smiled and didn't explain much. That old fellow Yu engine is yours to handle. I believe that with 6 titled Douluo working together, Yu engine will surely not escape. I will deal with the Spirit Saints and Spirit Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. As for the others, they can be left to the Spirit Masters of the lower 4 sects in Spirit Hall. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had over 1,800 disciples. Although there was only one titled Douluo, Yu engine, there were still quite a few Spirit Douluo and Spirit Saints. They possessed over 10 Spirit Douluo and dozens of Spirit Saints. Ning Chuan added, I'll set up the tactics now. I'll go first and harvest a wave of high-level Spirit Masters from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Then you can press forward, with the 6 titled Douluo elders working together to encircle and kill Yu engine. The rest of you should form a 3-sided encirclement, leaving one side open. As long as there's hope of escape, no one will fight with a suicidal mindset, which will minimize casualties. When the killing is almost done, I will appear and rescue the direct disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, whom I value. Also, and most importantly, you must not expose my identity. Just call me Insect Demon. After saying this, Ning Chuan put on the devouring gold bug black armor. Now that the devouring gold bugs had evolved into their mature form, only 3 were needed to completely cover his body. Immediately, he activated his stealth ability and vanished from his original spot. Looking at the spot where Ning Chuan disappeared, the 6 titled Douluo all showed solemn expressions. They did not object to Ning Chuan's arrangements. After all, Ning Chuan was the High Priest's grandson-in-law and had the battle record off-soloing Clear Sky Douluo, giving him the right to command them. It was just that Ning Chuan's second spirit was truly too powerful. While this filled them with dread, it also made them feel a bit fortunate that the other party was not an enemy. Tonight's night was exceptionally quiet, with the whooshing wind blowing and dark clouds obscuring the moonlight, making the land even darker. Outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan's territory, 2 patrolling disciples were strolling about. They looked sleepy, walking casually forward. A moment later, the 2 couldn't hold on any longer and decided to take a nap, reasoning that it was so late that the higher-ups in the sect wouldn't come to check on them. Just as the 2 slowly closed their eyes, they caught a glimpse of faint golden light. The light grew more and more, and at the same time it expanded. Before the word enemy could be shouted, the 2 brightest lights had already passed through their chests. Their bodies rapidly shriveled, and in the blink of an eye, only their clothes remained, falling to the ground. The people themselves seemed to have vanished into thin air. These golden lights were naturally Ning Chuan's devouring gold bugs. After evolving into their mature form and gaining 300,000-year spirit rings, their power, speed, and defense greatly increased, and their devouring ability and speed also made a leap forward. These 2 patrolling disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, with cultivation no more than Spirit Elder, how could they block the devouring gold bugs? They were completely devoured in just an instant. As the devouring gold bugs devoured more and more disciples, some Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples who were further away quickly noticed something was wrong. Enemy attack, enemy attack. As a small bamboo tube was thrown out by a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciple, a red light shot into the sky, exploding into a brilliant flower of light. What a beautiful sight. Ning Chuan, whose figure and aura were already hidden, stood on the roof of a building in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, watching the chaotic scene below, his arms crossed and tusk-tusking. In a short while, 700 or 800 Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples had been devoured by these devouring gold bugs. Among them, 7 or 8 spirit Douluo elders, as soon as they showed their heads, were pierced through the chest by a devouring gold bug spear formed by dozens of devouring gold bugs, and then completely devoured by even more devouring gold bugs. "Who's there? Get out here." Just as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples were decreasing at a visible rate, a giant blue lightning dragon, over 100 meters long, shot out from the main building. It spewed a dragon's roar mixed with thunder, directly scattering the devouring gold bugs that were about to devour the remaining Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples. Seeing this, Ning Chuan secretly nodded. This Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon spirit indeed had its merits. Once it ascended to title Douluo, its strength would gain an all-round increase under full dragon transformation. "Let me test how strong you are." Ning Chuan urged his mental force, and the scattered devouring gold bugs reassembled, forming dozens of devouring gold bug spears that covered Yu Yuanjin, courting death. 8th spirit ability, Dragon Soaring Thunderstorm. The huge blue lightning dragon spoke human words, and the 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black spirit rings surrounding its dragon head rose up, with the 8th spirit ring lighting up. A large expanse of blue-black clouds appeared above the giant blue dragon's head, unleashing countless dragon-shaped lightning attacks towards the devouring gold bug spears. Rumble. Under the continuous attacks of the dragon-shaped lightning, the devouring gold bug spears were blasted away. However, all of that lightning was also devoured by the devouring gold bugs. Under full dragon transformation, he already possesses strength comparable to a 96th level peak Douluo. Not bad again. Ning Chuan intended to test the current strength of the devouring gold bugs. With a wave of his right hand, the scattered devouring gold bugs reconverged, turning into golden insect clouds that swept towards Yu Yuanjin. At this moment, Yu Yuanjin also showed a solemn expression, an off-body spirit just like Zio Gang's, yet infinitely more powerful. Under the dragon transformation just now, I almost used all my strength, but I didn't cause the slightest damage to these strange bugs. Who exactly is this person? There was no time for him to think too much. The devouring gold bugs had already arrived, and Yu Yuanjin raised his dragon head and charged over. For a time, a bizarre scene appeared in the sky. A golden cloud and a blue lightning dragon chased each other. Sometimes the cloud gained the upper hand, and sometimes the blue lightning dragon gained the upper hand, but everyone quickly noticed something was wrong. No matter how the lightning dragon dispersed these golden clouds, they would always recondense. In contrast, the blue lightning dragon was already starting to be covered in wounds. In a short while, Yu Yuanjin was forced to withdraw from his spirit avatar state, revealing an aged figure. This was the first time Ning Chuan had seen Yu Yuanjin. He looked 70 or 80 years old, with white hair and beard. Although his physique was not imposing, he exuded an inherent majesty. His golden battle armor was already stained with blood, but even when facing the layers of golden insect swarm surrounding him, he showed no fear. Sect Master. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples below cried out in unison, their faces as ugly as if they had eaten excrement. Chapter 271. The insect demon reappears their clan leader, Lightning Douluo Yu Yuanjin, the esteemed possessor of the world's #1 beast spirit. A level 95 titled Douluo was actually beaten so miserably. Under Ning Chuan's control, those devouring gold bugs combined to form a giant devouring gold bug, dozens of feet in size. Although its size was much smaller than Yu Yuanjin's spirit avatar in terms of ferocity, it was even superior to the former. Seeing this scene, no matter how arrogant Yu Yuanjin was, a look of determination to die appeared in his eyes. "Big brother," Yu Luomian shouted in horror at Yu Yuanjin, "take the clansmen and leave quickly. Go to Heaven Dew City and I will handle the rest." Yu Yuanjin roared, slapped the spirit tool at his waist, and 9 golden spirit bone fragments flew out. 8 of them merged into his body. The remaining one was thrown towards Yu Luomian. However, before Yu Luomian could catch it, Ning Chuan intercepted it using his teleportation skill. In the eyes of outsiders, it seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Is this the spirit bone fragment of the ancient dragon king? It's quite interesting. Teleporting back to his original position, Ning Chuan looked at the spirit bone fragment with great interest. Big brother this. Yu Luomian saw the spirit bone fragment suddenly disappear and knew it had been intercepted by the hidden person controlling the swarm of bugs, and his face instantly turned ashen. Go. Because he had just merged with 8 spirit bone fragments, Yu Yuanjin's face became ferocious, and veins popped out on his forehead. The next moment, a large group of black figures surrounded them, completely encircling the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples, leaving only one path through the back mountain. Go where? Immediately after, Ghost Leopard, Demonic Bear, Spirit Vulture, Snake Lance, Porcupine Fish, and the 9th Elder surrounded them. They completely encircled Yu Yuanjin. The one who just spoke was Spirit Vulture Douluo. She chuckled and said to the giant devouring gold bug beside her in a charming voice, "Insect demon, this old fellow is ours to handle." Be careful. This Yu Yuanjin has already used the ancient bone dragon king spirit bone fragments. The process of using True Dragon 9 crowns is irreversible. True Dragon 9 crowns not only consumes a spirit master's spirit power, but also consumes flesh and blood. Do not confront him head-on. Fight a war of attrition. Also, be careful that he might drag one of you down with him. Ning Chuan transmitted his spirit power with a sentence and then stopped attacking. He put away his devouring gold bug spirit hall, so it's you. Seeing 6 titled Douluo and tens of thousands of spirit masters mobilized at once, Yu Yuanjin immediately knew that Spirit Hall was behind it. Only Spirit Hall could have such a large-scale operation. It seems you're not stupid, old fellow. Die, Spirit Vulture sneered, and 2 level 95 titled Douluo and 4 level 92 and above titled Douluo attacked simultaneously. Ning Chuan glanced at them and then lost all interest because the outcome was already determined. His gaze turned to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples who were being hunted by the combined forces of the lower 4 sects and Spirit Hall. He couldn't help but shake his head. In a situation where the troop ratio was 10-1, although the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples fell one by one, the Spirit Hall side clearly suffered more deaths. The spirits of these people were of varying quality, and their strength was even worse. For every Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciple killed, often 1 or 2 people would fall. Finally, Ning Chuan couldn't bear to watch any longer and directly took action, controlling the devouring gold bugs to silently kill all spirit masters above spirit, saint rank in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, except for Yu Luomian. Some elderly individuals were also not spared. Only some female direct disciples were left. Ning Rongrong has so many brothers, so they need wives. Right. It is worth mentioning that Yu Tianheng and Jade Heavenheart, as well as a few disciples who were outside, were not among them. This was also the reason Ning Chuan left Yu Luomian alive. He was perfect for gathering these people. The next morning, these Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples fled to a place 20 li away from Heaven Dew City. They were pursued by the lower 4 sects pursuers, led by Hu Yanzhen. Who dares to act so viciously within my Heaven Dew Empire's territory? Ning Chuan felt it was about time and stepped forward to block the lower 4 sects pursuers, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was left with only a dozen disciples. Besides Yu Luomian, all the rest were women. They were all the most outstanding direct disciples of the younger generation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Prince Ning Chuan, save me. Yu Luomian, leading these Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples, had been pursued all night and was already exhausted. Seeing Ning Chuan, he immediately felt as if he had seen a savior. Don't worry, with this king here, no one can harm you. Ning Chuan directly confronted the pursuers led by the sect masters of the lower 4 sects. The 4 looked at each other, and Hu Yanzhen, acting dramatically, said, "Ning Chuan, do you really want to meddle in this?" Ning Chuan did not speak, but slowly raised his left hand, and a miniature black mountain peak quietly appeared. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a 100-jang giant peak, suspended above the pursuers. The three characters' 1,000 heavy peaks at the base of the giant peak were particularly striking after being enlarged, seeming as if they could press down at any moment and crush all these people. Facing this giant mountain peak, Hu Yanzhen and the others were also greatly startled. If such a large mountain peak were to press down, perhaps no one would survive except Hu Yanzhen, an 89-level defense-type spirit Douluo. Even if Hu Yanzhen could survive, he would most likely be severely crippled. They had not expected that Ning Chuan, in addition to his twin spirits, also possessed such terrifying spirit bone skills. It truly was a huge bargain for that old fellow Ning Fengzhai. Hu Yanzhen sighed in his heart, deliberately feigning anger, and said coldly, "HMPH, Ning Chuan, sooner or later you will regret this. Let's go." After leaving a harsh remark, the people of the lower four sects retreated one after another. "Thank you, Prince Ning Chuan, for saving our lives." Yu Luomian bowed to Ning Chuan. The other female direct disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, who had escaped death, also followed, bowing deeply to Ning Chuan. "No problem. As a prince of the Heaven Dew Empire, it is naturally my responsibility to protect the citizens of the Heaven Dew Empire. However, I see that all of you are seriously injured. My 9-treasure glazed tile school's castle is nearby, so it's better to return to the sect with me for recuperation. I'll have Yi Lingling treat your injuries. As for other matters, we can discuss them after we return," Ning Chuan said. Yu Luomian did not refuse. Although his big brother told them to go to Heaven Dew City, they were all seriously injured now. Ning Chuan had just saved them, so it was naturally not good to refuse. Seeing them agree, Ning Chuan stopped talking nonsense. He put away the 1,000 heavy peaks, and both his left arm and right leg exerted force simultaneously. A yellowish-brown light shield enveloped everyone. The light shield rose into the air, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a yellowish-brown streak of light and disappeared into the horizon. This was the result of Ning Chuan's 100,000-year red rock tortoise left arm spirit bone skill, Chuan Guang shield, and the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor right leg bone flying skill being activated simultaneously, allowing him to carry many people in flight. In a short while, Ning Chuan landed with them. This scene quickly alerted the sword and bone Douluo of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. They came to greet them with Ning Fengzhai. They learned that Spirit Hall had dispatched 7 titled Douluo and tens of thousands of spirit masters to attack the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan yesterday. Among them, the spirit master who controlled the swarm of bugs had single-handedly slaughtered most of their Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples and severely wounded Yu Yuanjin. They were all greatly startled. 7 titled Douluo. It was simply insane. Immediately after, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, Little Cat, Yi Lingling, and Ning Chuan's teacher Louise also arrived. As Ning Chuan's women, they already knew the truth about these matters. After Yi Lingling healed Yu Luomian and the others, Ning Rongrong arranged accommodation for them, and everyone came to the 9-treasure glazed tile school's main hall for discussions. By this point, if Ning Fengzhai still didn't know what Ning Chuan and his daughter were hiding from him, he would truly be a fool. Ning Chuan was the insect demon who attacked the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan last night. In Ning Fengzhai's perception, besides Ning Chuan, no one else possessed the stealth ability to hide from such a powerful titled Douluo like Yu Yuanjin. A titled Douluo with such strength would also not hide his identity. That's right. Ning Chuan admitted it directly and frankly. Even if the other party didn't ask, he would have said it. As soon as these words were spoken, the sword and bone Douluo immediately became vigilant, fearing that Ning Chuan would make some unfavorable move towards Ning Fengzhai. Ning Rongrong immediately stood beside Ning Chuan and said, "Grandpa Sword, Bone Grandfather and Father, please don't blame Ning Chuan. He did all of this for our 9-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Fengzhai glanced at his daughter, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, and the others, and a self-mocking smile appeared on his aged face. It seems you all already knew about this. Ning Chuan was non-committal. If we didn't do this, then it wouldn't just be the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan that was attacked last night. Father-in-law should know that, besides Bibai Dong, Spirit Hall also has a level 99 Super Douluo. But do you know the consequences of doing this? Once we surrender, then our 9-treasure glazed tile school's thousands of years of foundation will be destroyed in an instant. Everything will become someone else's wedding dress. Ning Fengzhai said unwillingly. To put it bluntly, he just didn't want the 9-treasure glazed tile school to become anyone's subordinate. Also, what about Zhu King? Do you know what will happen if he finds out about our connection with Spirit Hall? Ning Chuan interrupted him. She already knows. And you don't have to worry about the 9-treasure glazed tile school becoming anyone's subordinate. These words stunned Ning Fengzhai, as well as the sword and bone Douluo. Ning Rongrong smiled slightly and said to them, "Father, do you still remember that a few days ago, Ning Chuan, Zhuqing, and I left the sect for a trip?" As she spoke, Ning Rongrong recounted the details of their negotiation at Spirit Hall a few days ago. Upon learning that Crown Prince Zhu King was actually Qian Rengsu, the daughter of Spirit Hall's former Supreme Pontiff, and the granddaughter of Spirit Hall's High Priest Qian Dalu, Ning Fengzhai felt a wave of lingering fear, but also a hint of relief. He had not expected that Ning Chuan had already colluded with Qian Rengsu during the Soul Master competition. Fortunately, his daughter had followed Ning Chuan at Shrek back then. Otherwise, the current 9-treasure glazed tile school would probably be no better off than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Chapter 272, Showdown. He looked at Ning Chuan and asked, "Since that's the case, why didn't you tell us earlier?" "Because from the first moment I met my father-in-law, I knew what kind of person you were," Ning Chuan said. Hearing this, Ning Fengzhai's face showed a relieved smile. Indeed, if Ning Chuan had told him earlier, he would have immediately informed Emperor Zhu Yi and then brought Elder Sword to capture Qian Rengsu. "I am old now. Unable to break through to title Douluo, I don't have many years left to live, Rongrong. From now on, I will no longer interfere in any matters of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Everything will be up to you. Uncle Sword, Uncle Bone, and everyone else, I entrust Rongrong to you." After speaking, Ning Fengzhai leaned on his cane and walked away silently. "Farewell, old sect master." Everyone bowed to him. Gu Rong looked at Ning Rongrong and said, "Sect master, how should we arrange those disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan? Should I send them to accompany that kid Oscar?" "Not yet. Wait until Yu Luomian gathers the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples who are outside. Then we'll make a decision," Ning Rongrong said. After resolving Yu Luomian's matter, Ning Chuan took Ning Rongrong and Yu Luomian to the Heaven Dew City Imperial Palace. The battle results had already been released. Facing the combined efforts of 6 titled Douluo, Yu Yuanjin still couldn't escape the fate of dying in battle. However, Spirit Hall's 9th elder, thanks to Ning Chuan's reminder, was spared from falling. Upon learning that his elder brother had died, and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was completely annihilated, Yu Luomian was so angry he nearly fainted. He immediately declared an irreconcilable enmity with Spirit Hall. P.S. The original work did not mention whether Yu Luomian betrayed them, so I won't adopt the manga's setting. Yu Yuanjin's ancient dragon king spirit bone fragments are quite reasonable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to fight 4 opponents and still take down a titled Douluo. Vice Sect Master Yu, rest assured, Spirit Hall has committed such evil deeds, the Empire will absolutely not stand idly by. You should first gather the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples and settle them with Schoolmaster Ning. Once you've gathered your forces, I will allocate a piece of land in Heaven Dew City to help you rebuild your sect." Qian Rengsu said. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Yu Luomian said, deeply moved and confused. After Yu Luomian left, Qian Rengsu directly took out the spirit bone fragments dug from Yu Yuanjin's body. "These are what you wanted. Thank you." Ning Chuan took the spirit bone fragments, then took out the piece he had intercepted from Yu Luomian earlier from his spirit tool. He was surprised to find that when these 9 spirit bone fragments were combined, they formed a head spirit bone. This also seems to be a divine spirit bone, but it's a pity it's broken. Otherwise, if it were fused, it would be an excellent choice for a head spirit bone. After thinking for a moment, Ning Chuan felt that it shouldn't be wasted like this, so he simply released the devouring gold bugs to devour the 9 spirit bone fragments. Kaiyan Renksu didn't speak, just watched from the side. She was surprised to find that after these devouring gold bugs devoured the spirit bone fragments, their overall aura grew at a visible speed, rising from the spirit emperor level to spirit saint. They can even evolve, Kaiyan Renksu couldn't help but exclaim. It was expected, Ning Chuan smiled. I really don't know how strong these devouring gold bugs will become when you cultivate to title Douluo and complete the remaining 6 spirit rings, Kaiyan Renksu sighed, then suddenly said, Oh, by the way, there's something you might not know. Yu Xiaogang is dead. When did that happen? Ning Chuan asked with some surprise. Kaiyan Renksu said gloatingly, Just 3 days ago, when I returned to the Heaven Dew Imperial Palace, Liu Erlong, the Dean of Blue Tyrant Academy, found me and asked me to find out the murderer. I had someone investigate and found that Yu Xiaogang had 2 fatal wounds, one in his abdomen, where his intestines were pulled out, and one on his head, where half of his head was caved in. But these were not his true cause of death. He was suffocated by a piece of excrement blocking his respiratory tract. At this point, the murderer was self-evident. Chapter 273, Tang San is anxious. Tang San. Ning Chuan directly called out the murderer's name. Looking at the entire Douluo Continent, no one else could have thought of using feces to suffocate Yu Xiaogang except Tang San. And Yu Xiaogang became the first person in the Douluo Continent to be truly suffocated by feces. Kaiyan Renksu nodded. It's highly likely. That feckle man finally did something humane. I just wonder how my mother-in-law will react if she learns that Yu Xiaogang met his tragic end by Tang San's hand. Ning Chuan and Kaiyan Renksu exchanged glances, and both, by unspoken agreement, revealed an uncharitable smile. 3 days later, the news spread like wildfire. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan, all 1,800 members from the sect master down, were completely annihilated. Only the second-in-command, Yu Luomian, and a dozen direct disciples, as well as a few sect disciples who were away, managed to escape. Within a few days, one of the upper 3 sects, formerly ranked among the 7 great sects, was thus destroyed. This immediately caused a huge uproar in the Spirit Masters' world, and for a time, Spirit Masters everywhere felt insecure. Anyone with discerning eyes knew who the culprit was. As a result, a large number of Spirit Master sects, harboring a sense of lucky, fearing they would follow in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan's footsteps, defected to Spirit Hall. Of course, some also defected to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Heaven Dew Empire. After all, the scene of the 4th Prince Zhu Beng conspiring with Prince Zhu Xing to rebel, and Ning Chuan easily breaking through Heaven Dew City, was still vivid in everyone's minds. At the same time, a piece of news that made people both laugh and cry also spread. That was, 3 days before the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan was annihilated, the second son of the late Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan sect master Yu Yuanjin, Yu Xiaogang. The very Yu Xiaogang who had turned Clear Sky Douluo's son, Tang San, into a cripple, had died. Initially, some speculated he was killed by Spirit Hall, but to everyone's surprise, he was actually suffocated to death by excrement. This made it easy to guess who the murderer was. It was Tang San. The feckle boy who had astonished everyone with his outburst 5 years ago at the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament. A spirit master, suffocated to death by his own disciple with excrement. This made everyone both laugh and feel a chill down their spines. Indeed, like teacher, like student. And while the world was discussing this master and disciple, Tang San had already arrived at the Stardew Great Forest. After continuously devouring dozens of spirit beasts in the outer perimeter, using dark blue-silver grass. Tang San's spirit power finally reached level 60. Without any hesitation, he directly ventured deep into the Stardew Great Forest, eventually finding a great strength demon bear that was 30,000 years old. After absorbing its spirit ring, his spirit power increased to level 62, and his own strength also grew to a certain extent. But he still couldn't be happy, because compared to Ning Chuan, he was too far behind. Only by eliminating Ning Chuan could Xiao Wu possibly return to his side. Although devouring spirit beasts has significantly increased my cultivation speed, when spirit beasts die, most of their energy is converted into spirit rings. It's not as fast as devouring those fallen ones back in Slaughter City. It seems I'll have to focus on devouring human spirit masters from now on. Also, the Tang sect can start being established. Father once said that Spirit Hall is the greatest enemy, and relying on me alone is far from enough to achieve revenge. In this life, let the Tang sect regain its glory in my hands. Having made up his mind, Tang San headed towards his father's secluded residence. His father had once told him to find him after he had washed away his impurities, but after what happened with Xiao Wu, he could no longer calm his mind. If his father, the Clear Sky Douluo, were here, the people from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School would not dare to show such ugly faces to him. And Xiao Wu, she must have been forced by that scoundrel Ning Chuan. Otherwise, she would never have attacked her own brother. After all, back at Shrek, during the time he had diarrhea when everyone else avoided him, only Xiao Wu had not disliked him. While traveling, Tang San's buttocks occasionally let out a farting sound, and fecal water flowed from his pant legs, but he no longer cared. Compared to losing Xiao Wu, this small discomfort was already insignificant to him. Soon, Tang San had returned to Tang Hao's secluded residence, which was Ah Yin's former cave. However, no matter how Tang San searched, he could not find Tang Hao. This made him panic. Where did father go? Did something happen to him? No, impossible. Even the 99th level Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong couldn't hold father back then. Who else could possibly capture his father? He must have gone out for something. Thinking this, Tang San's heart inexplicably lightened a lot. Since father had gone out for something, then he would go and establish the Tang sect first. With this thought, Tang San headed towards Heaven Dew City. His first stop, naturally, was the Strength Clan in Heaven Dew City. However, when he proposed to create the Tang sect and invited the other 3 single-attribute sects to join, Old Titan showed a strange look. Young master, before I answer your question, I have a question that I don't know if you are convenient to answer. Elder Tai Tan, please speak freely. Tang San said with a calm demeanor. Was you, Xia Agang, killed by the young master? Old Titan asked. Tang San frowned. What does this have to do with me creating the Tang sect? Old Titan said. To be frank, just 3 days ago, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan was annihilated. As for the culprit, I believe you can already guess. Now, the Spirit Master's world is in a state of panic, and many have defected to Spirit Hall, a very small portion to the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but very few will defect to the young master, and it's even unlikely they would accept you. Because it's rumored that Yu Xiaogang was suffocated to death by excrement, and all fingers point to the young master. Many believe that the young master holds grudges and seeks revenge, and since you could even lay hands on your own teacher, let alone others. Upon hearing this, Tang San's brows furrowed even tighter, forming a Sichuan character. What, Elder Tai Tan, do even you not believe me? Of course I believe the young master, but under such public opinion, I'm afraid besides my Strength clan and your maternal grandfather's Speed clan, there's little hope of anyone joining. Furthermore, there's something else you might not know. Not long ago, the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School extended an olive branch to my Strength clan, and I imagine it's the same for the other 3 clans. Old Titan said. Tang San bit his lip. Damn it. Let's go, Elder Tai Tan. We absolutely cannot let those hypocrites from the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School succeed. As he spoke, Tang San, due to continuously taking laxatives from Ning Chuan's side, suddenly let out a poof and couldn't help but defecate. Everyone from the Strength clan, except Old Titan, showed expressions of disgust. Although Old Titan didn't show disgust, he did raise an eyebrow. After all, pledging allegiance to Tang-san was equivalent to gambling the lives of their entire clan. If they lost this gamble, it could lead to the annihilation of their clan. Then he thought of his master, Tang Hao, and gritted his teeth. In the end, he agreed. He went with Tang-san to the defense clan, which was relatively close to Heaven Dew City, Chapter 274, Hayashin Sect Destruction, while Tang-san was heading to the Strength clan. The Spirit Hall forces had already annihilated the villages surrounding the Clear Sky sect, and they guarded all the exits down the mountain. At this moment, Ghost Leopard, Demon Bear, Porcupine Fish, Snake Lance, Spirit Kite, and Elder Jew, the 6 titled Douluo who had previously annihilated the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, had fully recovered from their injuries under Yilingling's Sacred Heart Begonia healing. And they gathered together. In front of them were Ning Chuan and Bone Douluo. Are you going to annihilate the Clear Sky sect by yourself? The 6 titled Douluo of Spirit Hall looked at Ning Chuan with considerable surprise. Not just them, even Bone Douluo was utterly astonished. One must know that the Clear Sky sect had 6 titled Douluo. Among them, Tang Zio's spirit power had reached rank 96. Even if Ning Chuan's combat strength was unparalleled, and he could defeat Sword Douluo at rank 96, facing 6 titled Douluo working together was no laughing matter. Ning Chuan nodded and said, "Yes, I have something I want to test. You just guard the perimeter, make sure not to let a single fish slip through the net. You can rest assured about that." The Clear Sky sect's only hidden operative outside, Tang Yuehua, has already been brought under control by the young master's orders. Snake Lance Douluo said. Ning Chuan exerted force with his right leg bone, said no more, and directly transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the Clear Sky sect's mountain peak. Soon, he arrived above the Clear Sky sect's main architectural complex. He looked down at the Clear Sky sect's main architectural complex, which was winding along the mountainside, backed by steep and majestic peaks and fronted by sheer cliffs. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Chuan gently waved his left arm, and the 100-jang tall 1,000 heavy peaks was conjured by him, then slammed down fiercely. Boom! Amidst a heaven-shattering roar, the Clear Sky sect's architectural complex was struck. The Clear Sky sect disciples living in the main complex didn't even have time to scream before they were crushed into a pulp. Immediately after, 6 streaks of gray light flew out from the ruins and rubble. One of them said to the leading middle-aged man, "Sect Master, with that one strike just now, nearly half of the direct disciples perished, and even your stepson, Tang Long, Tang Long, that scoundrel, how dare he kill my Clear Sky sect disciples? He's seeking death." The leader was none other than Tang Zio. 9 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black, flashed forth, and he swung his massive Clear Sky hammer, smashing it fiercely towards Ning Chuan. A corner of Ning Chuan's mouth curled. The 1,000 heavy peaks he had just slammed down instantly teleported above Tang Zio, encompassing the Clear Sky sect's 5 elders as well. Before it could get close to Ning Chuan, it slammed down fiercely. At the same time, Ning Chuan released the devouring gold bugs. 5,000 spirit saint-level devouring gold bugs transformed into streaks of light, shooting over. 7th spirit ability, Clear Sky Avatar. Times 5, the sudden turn of events caught Tang Zio and the 5 Clear Sky sect elders off guard. However, they were titled Douluo after all. They immediately released their weapon spirit avatars. With the combined efforts of the 6 titled Douluo, even if 1,000 heavy peaks was a 100,000-year spirit ability, it was directly sent flying. You do have some ability, but how will you resist this next move? As Ning Chuan spoke, the devouring gold bugs he had just released had already surrounded Tang Zio and the other 5. The Clear Sky sect's 5 elders had just combined forces with Tang Zio to blast away the 1,000 heavy peaks. In their haste, they had no time to use their spirit ring skills and could only instinctively swing their Clear Sky hammers. But what was strange was that, when these Clear Sky hammers struck the bugs, They were directly gnawed into one hole after another. Then these bugs passed through the holes, burrowing into their bodies, and in the blink of an eye, they devoured these 5 clear sky sect elders, along with their hammers, completely. They didn't even have time to scream. However, Tang Xiao, a rank 96 peak Douluo, relying on his powerful cultivation and the more precise clear sky 9 absolutes, actually blasted out an opening and escaped the encirclement of the devouring gold bugs. Even so, his clear sky hammer still had several holes gnawed into it. Did he manage to escape? It must be because Tang Xiao's spirit power reached rank 96, and his spirit had evolved once. Ning Chuan thought to himself. The damaged spirit caused Tang Xiao to suffer a backlash, and blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. He was both shocked and enraged, rapidly swinging his hammer to create gusts of hammer wind, slowing the pace of the devouring gold bugs. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. He reached the ground. And at this moment, the surviving Clear Sky Sect disciples had already formed a formation and stood together. Clear Sky Sect disciples, heed my command. Activate the Clear Sky Formation. Under this Clear Sky Formation, Tang Xiao felt as if he were in an energy-gathering array. His aura surged rapidly. Villain, return my Clear Sky Sect disciples' lives. With a furious roar, he unleashed his strongest hammer strike towards Ning Chuan. 100-meter-long hammerhead blasted out. The hammerhead instantly erupted with an unparalleled suction force, as if possessing some peculiar magnetic field, making it impossible for Ning Chuan to evade. Ning Chuan tried to activate his right leg bone's teleportation skill, but found that he couldn't teleport away at all. However, there was no trace of panic on his face. The god-level 8 spider lances extended from his back. As Ning Chuan's figure swayed, these 8 spider lances actually transformed into 8 wings similar to those of the dark demonic evil god tiger. After refining the dark demonic evil god tiger's core into a spirit core, Ning Chuan obtained the evil god wings and evil god hook external spirit bone of the dark demonic evil god tiger. However, because Ning Chuan already had the 8 spider lances on his back, the two conflicted and began to devour each other. The result was undoubtedly that the god-level 8 spider lances gained the upper hand, devouring the evil god wings. This allowed Ning Chuan to gain the ability to transform the 8 spider lances into 8 evil god wings, possessing greater mobility than the teleportation skill. Golden lightning arcs flickered. With one flap of these 8 black wings, he actually forcibly broke free from the Clear Sky Hammer's magnetic field, then transformed into a streak of electricity and vanished. Tang Xiao's Clear Sky Hammer swung into empty air. He released his mental force, about to search, when a sudden pain struck his chest. The Clear Sky Hammer in his hand flew out, then rapidly shrunk, returning to its original appearance. Tang Xiao violently spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, looked down, and found that his chest had been pierced by a hand with black claws at some unknown point. The hand was still holding his torso bone. Following that was Ning Chuan's indifferent voice. 6th Spirit Ability, Sword Blade Storm. The next moment, with Ning Chuan as the center, countless 100-meter-long blades shot out from the ground, then spun rapidly, like a meat grinder. Under Tang Xiao's furious gaze, the remaining hundreds of Clear Sky Sect disciples were thus ground into a bloody mist. What grudge do my Clear Sky Sect disciples have with you? Why do you want to harm us? Tang Xiao's eyes were bloodshot, and he gasped for breath like an ox. You can only blame your good younger brother and that good nephew he gave you. Ning Chuan grabbed Tang Xiao's head with his right hand, and his left hand suddenly pulled out from Tang Xiao's chest. In his hand was a high-quality torso bone, at least 70,000 years old. Brother Hao. Tang Xiao's heart was like dead ash. As soon as he uttered 2 words, Ning Chuan's right hand suddenly squeezed hard, and with a bang, Tang Xiao's body exploded into a bloody mist. 3 golden spirit bones then burst forth from his body. They were a head spirit bone, a left arm bone, and a right leg bone. Like the torso bone, their quality all exceeded 70,000 years. Ning Chuan clicked his tongue and said, "No wonder Tang Xiao in the original story was able to advance to title Douluo not long after returning to the Clear Sky sect. It turns out this old fellow inherited the remaining Clear Sky sect, inherited spirit bones. They must have been left to him by his father, who was angered to death by Tang Hao." Chapter 275, Meeting Putting away the 4 spirit bones from Tang Xiao, Ning Chuan, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, released the devouring gold bugs. They devoured all the flesh and blood of the Clear Sky sect disciples, leaving not even a trace of their aura. With that, the Clear Sky sect disciples were completely wiped out. Of course, some Clear Sky sect disciples certainly survived. The moment Ning Chuan attacked the Clear Sky sect, a group of disciples had already begun to leave in an orderly fashion through the escape routes. This was also why Ning Chuan had boned Douluo, and the Spirit Hall members guard all the passages. When Ning Chuan arrived, Gu Rong had already captured these people. These were the most outstanding disciples of the Clear Sky sect, numbering over 20, including Tang Hu, whose strength was not inferior to Tang Long. He was the one in the original story whom the Clear Sky sect 7th elder instructed to fight Tang San when Tang San faced the Clear Sky sects make things difficult. Bone Douluo stepped forward and asked, "How's the situation?" "Besides these people in front of us, everyone else has been dealt with." Hearing Ning Chuan's words, Tang Hu and the others immediately turned ashen. When they tried to escape the sect, most of the sect disciples had already died or were wounded, and now they had all been annihilated by this person. Is heaven truly trying to destroy our Clear Sky sect? The Spirit Hall members looked at Ning Chuan as if he were a monster. To annihilate the entire Clear Sky sect by himself. This level of strength, perhaps even the High Priest and the Your Majesty the Pope could not surpass it. Bone Douluo laughed heartily and said, "Good, now, our operation is a complete success. What do you plan to do with these people?" He used spirit power to transmit the latter part of his sentence. After all, Ning Chuan had said that the matter of breeding could not be known by Spirit Hall. The old rule, kill the men, cripple the women's spirit power, and make them wives for my big brothers-in-law, Ning Chuan replied expressionlessly. Won't this be a bit wasteful? Gu Rong hesitated. It's not really a waste. After all, the Clear Sky hammer is different from a sausage. It's an offensive spirit. Without a bloodline connection to maintain it, it's difficult to completely bind this spirit to the 9 treasure glazed tile school. We can't possibly let the direct female disciples of the 9 treasure glazed tile school bear children for the Clear Sky sect, can we? Ning Chuan said. Gu Rong naturally looked down on these broken-backed dogs of the Clear Sky sect. After greeting the Spirit Hall members, Ning Chuan released his Xuan Guang shield and left with Gu Rong and these direct disciples of the Clear Sky sect. Meanwhile, the 6-titled Douluo of Spirit Hall entered the Clear Sky sect to investigate. Upon seeing the Clear Sky sect's buildings reduced to rubble and ruins, they couldn't help but gasp again. The Clear Sky sect was truly thoroughly destroyed. The Clear Sky sect disciples didn't even leave behind corpses. It was no surprise that they had been completely devoured by those fierce bugs. 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Upon returning here, Ning Chuan immediately began distributing spirit bones to the girls. First was Xiao Wu. He currently had 2 spirit bones on him, the Ghost Charm Demon Fox head spirit bone and her innate soft bones rabbit left arm bone. Ning Chuan gave her Tang Xiao's left leg bone. After absorbing this spirit bone, which was over 70,000 years old, Xiao Wu's spirit power increased to 74th level. Then, for Louise, Ning Chuan gave her Tang Xiao's right arm bone. As for the head spirit bone and torso bone, they were given to Huo Wu and Shui Yuir, who didn't have any spirit bones yet. This was considered fair. Of course, in return, Ning Chuan experienced firsthand what it meant to be in a state of ice and fire, what sisters meant, and what sleeping under the same covers meant that night. No one would have expected that the usually fiery Huo Wu would be so weak in that regard. If not for Ning Rongrong's 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, and Yilingling's 9-heart begonia's amplification. That girl definitely wouldn't have lasted even a stick of incense. She was the type who was terrible but loved to play. On the other hand, Shui Yuir, this rather inconspicuous girl, had exceptionally strong combat power. She was even stronger than her older sister, Waterbinger. Plus, with the help of Yilingling, Ning Rongrong, Louise, Xiao Wu, and a completely uninhibited Zhu Zhuking, if not for that unfortunate soul, Tang Chen, Ning Chuan might not have been able to endure it. After a night of revelry, the girls all left the pavilion looking radiant and arrived at the 9-treasure glazed tile school's main hall. Ning Rongrong, as the sect master, sat at the head of the main table, with the sword-bone Douluo and the high-ranking spirit saints of the 9-treasure glazed tile school on her left. On the right was Ning Chuan's large family. After the usual pleasantries, Bone Douluo stood up to report to Ning Rongrong. Bone Douluo directly reported. Sect Master, those direct female disciples of the Clear Sky sect who were brought back yesterday have already been assigned to Ning Feng, Ning Yun, Ning Shuang, and Ning Tao, the 4 most outstanding disciples below the sect master of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. I believe that within 20 years, the 9-treasure glazed tile school will see a large number of Ning surname Clear Sky Hammer Spirit Masters emerge. Ning Rongrong instructed. Remember, after the children are born, absolutely do not let them see those Clear Sky sect disciples again, lest they be swayed and become disloyal to our 9-treasure glazed tile school. Furthermore, this matter will be the highest secret of our 9-treasure glazed tile school. No one is allowed to leak it. Sect Master can rest assured. Gu Rong nodded, then heard Ning Rongrong say, "How are those Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciples?" Bone Douluo sneered. "Including Yu Tianheng and Jade Heavenheart. All the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciples outside have been brought under my control, and even Liu Erlong from Blue Tyrant Academy has been captured by me. Now, His Majesty Zhu King has allocated Blue Tyrant Academy to our 9-treasure glazed tile school. According to Elder Ning Chuan's wishes, Blue Tyrant Academy will be transformed into an elemental academy for our disciples to study. As for those direct female disciples, I once tried to have Ning Feng and the others pursue these direct female Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon disciples, but they are still immersed in their past glory and unwilling to intermarry with outsiders. They simply look down on our 9-treasure glazed tile school. However, this Yu Luomian seems to have an intention to pledge allegiance to our 9-treasure glazed tile school, and he is confident he can persuade most of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciples." Ning Rongrong frowned and asked, "What did Yu Luomian say?" "He only has one condition." Yu Luomian glanced at Ning Chuan, a half-smile playing on his lips. He is willing to pledge allegiance only if Ning Chuan marries his illegitimate daughter. As soon as these words were spoken, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Yilingling, Zhu Zhuking, Louise, Waterbinger, Shui Yuir, and Huo Wu, every single one of them, looked at Ning Chuan with strange expressions. Ning Chuan inwardly cried foul, clearing his throat and saying, "I never provoked that tigress." The girls all rolled their eyes at him. They naturally knew he hadn't provoked her. But this fellow, besides being famous throughout the Douluo Continent for his strength, was also notoriously philandering. From Yu Luomian's escape from the Dragon Tomb without staying behind to cover the retreat of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan disciples, it was not difficult to see that he was a coward. He wanted to buy himself an insurance policy. Ultimately, after a secret discussion through voice transmission, these 8 beauties, Ning Rongrong, surprisingly agreed. All right. Chapter 276, Yu Luomian's Cruelty. This left Ning Chuan speechless. He had originally wanted to refuse, but then he thought of how Erlong was not bad-looking, and he had the grand ambition of collecting 99 beauties of the Douluo Continent. So, the words that were about to come out of his mouth were swallowed back. It was just that she was destined not to occupy too important a place in his heart. The only women Ning Chuan truly cared about were 7. Louise, Little Cat, Ning Rongrong, Yilingling, Waterbinger, Qian Renksu, and Xiao Wu. Any others were mostly due to greed. Even for Bibai Dong, after having tasted so many beauties, Ning Chuan no longer had such a deep obsession with her subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share infinite novel audio. If he couldn't get her, he would only feel a little regret. After all, that mother-daughter pair was truly too tempting. After dealing with the matters of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, Ning Rongrong began to inquire about the lower 4 sects. Gu Rong answered without hesitation. Under pressure from Spirit Hall, the Defense Clan and the Breaking Clan have shown willingness to pledge allegiance in recent days. The Speed Clan is wavering, but Old Orangutan of the Strength Clan directly refused. However, according to reports from our people monitoring the Strength Clan, Tang San went to the Strength Clan yesterday, and immediately after, Old Titan took Tang San and left. That Old Orangutan is a loyal follower of Tang Hao. It's highly probable he has already pledged allegiance to Tang San. No matter. If they are determined to be buried with Tang San, then let them die, Ning Chuan said indifferently. They were just 4 small clans with only a few hundred spirit masters and not even a single titled Douluo. If they wanted to follow Tang San and establish the so-called Tang sect, then he wouldn't mind wielding the butcher's knife again. Ning Rongrong nodded in deep agreement, then turned to another clan uncle who was responsible for supervising the forging of the godly huge crossbow. How is the forging of the godly huge crossbow coming along? They were about to unify the Douluo Continent. Although the godly huge crossbow was not very useful against high-level spirit masters, it was still very useful for ordinary soldiers. After that person gave a satisfactory answer, the meeting finally dispersed. Next, they only needed to wait for the Star Luo Empire to launch the war. After the meeting, Ning Chuan kept all the girls, as well as Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo. At this moment, his mysterious heaven skill had already reached the highest realm of 3 flowers converging at the summit ahead of schedule. He could now unblock the meridians for others. After first unblocking the meridians for Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo, both of them showed excited expressions, especially Gu Rong. After his meridians were unblocked, the bottleneck that had troubled him for decades showed signs of loosening. If he didn't still need to deal with the matters of the Clear Sky sect and the disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, he would have been eager to go into seclusion. Sword Douluo also benefited greatly. He originally thought he could only stop at level 97, but now that his meridians were unblocked, he might be able to attempt to reach level 98 in his lifetime. You two each drop a drop of your blood onto it and try, Ning Chuan said, taking out the vast sea cosmic shroud. The girls tried one by one, but Huo Wu, Shui Yuir, and Louise had no reaction. This was within Ning Chuan's expectations. After all, even if the 3 of them had consumed immortal herbs, their talent was only so-so. Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and Rongrong, however, had strong reactions. However, because one of them was a spirit beast, one had an extremely evil spirit, which went against the sea god's divinity attribute, and one was a support system. They did not gain the recognition of the vast sea cosmic shroud. Waterbinger, on the other hand, because her spirit was an ice phoenix, and she was only 21 years old, her spirit power had already reached level 65. Furthermore, her meridians were unblocked. She actually gained the recognition of the vast sea cosmic shroud. This meant that she had hope of inheriting the sea god's divinity. How do you feel? Ning Chuan asked with a smile. Waterbinger nodded. I have now gained the recognition of the vast sea cosmic shroud. Ning Chuan said, since that's the case, come with me to a place. Now, it was time to go to the ice and fire Yin-Yang well to retrieve those 2 divine spirit bones. On the other side, upon learning that Ning Chuan had agreed to take in Liu Erlong, Yu Luomian breathed a sigh of relief. His life was saved now. Immediately, he gathered Yu Tianheng, Jade Heavenheart, and other direct disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. This was the first sentence Yu Luomian spoke after everyone saw him. After days of careful consideration, I have decided to lead the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan to join the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. As soon as these words were spoken, they undoubtedly drew the resentment of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciples. Especially Yu Tianheng and Jade Heavenheart, who vehemently refused. Second grandfather, are you crazy? Grandfather, have you forgotten great-grandfather's last wish? He wanted us to restore the former glory of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. If you lead the clan to join the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School, wouldn't that be? Before Jade Heavenheart could finish speaking, Yu Luomian glared at him, and the latter immediately shut his mouth. Yu Luomian looked at Yu Tianheng and said, "Now that Big Brother is gone, I am in charge of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. My decision on this matter is final. If anyone is unwilling to join with me, you can leave now. But from now on, you will no longer be a disciple of my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan." Hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment. In the end, only Yu Tianheng and a few others from Yu Yuanjin's lineage left. Although Jade Heavenheart was unwilling in his heart, he did not dare to disobey his grandfather's command, so he stayed behind. Yu Luomian watched Yu Tianheng and the others' retreating figures, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Jade Heavenheart couldn't help but ask from the side, "Grandfather, why are you doing this? Don't ask anything. Don't meddle in anything. From now on, you only need to cultivate diligently and strive to advance to title Douluo in your lifetime." As he spoke, he looked at the arrogant female disciples of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, and his spirit Douluo aura suddenly erupted, making them gasp for breath. "In a few days, I will arrange for you to marry direct disciples of the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Prepare yourselves mentally. Remember, times have changed. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan no longer exists. To preserve our legacy, you must make the necessary sacrifices." After saying this, Yu Luomian turned and strode away amidst their terrified gazes. Arriving at a side hall, Bone Douluo was already waiting there. "Elder Gu Rong, I have not failed you," Yu Luomian said respectfully. "There are still a few fish that slipped through the net." Gu Rong said, pointing at Yu Tianheng and the others who had already left. A ruthless glint flashed in Yu Luomian's eyes. "Leave this matter to me. I will give the sect a satisfactory answer." Yu Luomian left quickly and returned just as fast. Half an hour later, Yu Luomian returned, bringing with him the heads of Yu Tianheng and the others. Gu Rong patted Yu Luomian's shoulder and said, "Well done. Congratulations, Elder Yu Luomian. From today onwards, you are an elder of my 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School." Yu Luomian nodded, his gaze particularly complex. After all, who would have thought that the 9 Treasure Glazed Tile School had long colluded with Spirit Hall? Even the Heaven Dew Empire had fallen into their hands. If not for this, how could he have been so resolute? Chapter 277, Ice and Fire Dragon King returning to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. As time passed, it had once again become full of vitality. After Ning Chuan took out the Coxcomb Phoenix Sunflower for Huo Wu, he selected a few non-conflicting immortal herbs for Shui Yuir to refine. Only then did he bring Waterbinger to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well. "This is the place. Release your vast sea cosmic shroud." Ning Chuan said to Waterbinger. Waterbinger nodded, releasing a triangular light barrier that enveloped them both. Ning Chuan jumped down, holding the triangular light barrier. After diving for about 2 or 3 hours, they finally saw the Ice and Fire Dragon King spirit bones buried at the bottom, the skeletons of 2 giant dragons, each over 1,000 meters long, coiled in a Teiji shape. At the top of the dragon skeletons, 2 clusters of flame-like energy also hovered. One cluster was scarlet red, and the other was milky white. Through these 2 energy clusters, Ning Chuan could vaguely see 2 spirit bones. They were surprisingly a left arm bone and a right arm bone. "To be able to find this place, human, I must say, you have some skill." As soon as the 2 arrived, the 2 clusters of flame-like energy transformed into pillars of light that rose, and from them emerged young women wearing red and white dresses. The 2 looked similar, but their personalities were polar opposites. The woman in white was gentle and virtuous, while the woman in red was fiery and bold. This voice was from the woman in red, and as soon as she appeared, she unleashed a scorching dragon-shaped punch. 7 red spirit rings flashed out, the second spirit ring lit up, and a sword shield mixed with evil-warding divine lightning appeared around Ning Chuan and Water Binger. This dragon-shaped punch landed on the sword shield, yet it only caused ripples before disappearing without a trace. The woman in red wanted to attack again, but the woman in white stopped her. Don't waste your effort. His golden electric arc seems to have the ability to restrain soul bodies. We have long lost our bodies and only have remnant souls left, so we can't do anything to him. She looked at Ning Chuan and said, "Human, state your purpose. You two are the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King, right? I, Ning Chuan, am not talented and have specifically come here to seek treasure." Ning Chuan said frankly. "It's clearly a forceful grab, yet you say you're seeking treasure. You humans are truly hypocritical." The woman in red said indignantly from the side, but unexpectedly the woman in white agreed. "The spirit bones can be given to you, but I have a condition. Please state it." Ning Chuan said calmly. The woman in white glanced at the 7 spirit rings on him. "You should be a twin spirits user, right?" His spirit power was clearly at level 87, yet he only had 7 spirit rings. The only explanation for this was twin spirits. That's correct. Ning Chuan nodded. "Is there still a spirit beast's soul body in your sea of consciousness?" The Ice Dragon King asked again. After all, she was once a peak-level expert. He was not surprised that she could see through Ah Yin. It was just that ever since she merged with the spirit ring, Ah Yin had not reappeared. Ning Chuan knew that she had most likely recovered her memories. Perhaps it was because he had convinced her to kill her husband, causing him to feel guilty. Even though Tang Hao truly deserved to die, a rift had formed between them in their hearts. Therefore, until now, Ning Chuan had not actively sought her out again. The Ice Dragon King said, "That makes things easier. With your talent, even those false gods in the god realm might not compare. I want you to revive me and the Fire Dragon King after you become a divinity. In return, we can not only give you the spirit bones, but our origin can also merge into your body and act as your spirit rings. Such a good thing." Ning Chuan agreed without hesitation. "All right." But the Fire Dragon King was somewhat reluctant. "Hey, are you serious?" The Ice Dragon King said with a calm expression. "Even if he doesn't take the spirit bones, in not many years, we will die because our origin is depleted. This is our only chance. Since that's the case, why don't we choose her? I find this little girl much more pleasing to the eye than those stinky men. Moreover, her spirit is a pure ice phoenix." The Fire Dragon King pointed at Water Binger, saying indignantly, "She has the aura of a divinity on her. It's likely she has been favored by a certain divinity in the god realm. With this person already having a divinity's inheritance, do you think we can hide from that person?" The Ice Dragon King's simple words directly made the Fire Dragon King shut her mouth. Finally, the Fire Dragon King, unwillingly and reluctantly, sacrificed herself to Ning Chuan along with the Ice Dragon King. As 2 surges of vast energy poured into Ning Chuan's body, Ning Chuan's aura rapidly soared. And during this ascent, the Ice and Fire Dragon King's spirit bones also began to merge into Ning Chuan's body. The Ice Dragon King bestowed Ning Chuan with the right arm bone, and there were no issues when merging this spirit bone. But when merging the left arm bone, it became impossible because Ning Chuan had already merged with the red rock turtle left arm spirit bone. Ning Chuan simply went all the way, directly crushing his left arm and taking out the spirit bone. This action left Water Binger utterly stunned. However, under the Fire Dragon King's sacrifice, his left arm quickly recovered and merged with her spirit bone. At the moment the spirit bones merged, 2 golden spirit rings, one red and one white, subsequently appeared, appearing outside Ning Chuan's 7 spirit rings. Red, 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 scarlet, gold, platinum. This was the current spirit ring configuration for Ning Chuan's Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Sword. And after obtaining the sacrifice of 2 peak-level experts, Ning Chuan's spirit power also directly increased from level 87 to level 99. This rapid increase in speed was simply like riding a rocket. At this moment, within the mental space, the soul bodies of the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King had also appeared. So you are the sole body living in this kid's mental space. I didn't expect you to be such a great beauty. As soon as she entered the mental space, the fiery fire dragon king couldn't help but start teasing Ah Yin. This made Ah Yin feel quite awkward and flustered for a while. Ning Chuan appeared in his own mental space after a long absence, glanced at Ah Yin with a complicated look, and said directly to them, "Normally, I won't interfere with your freedom. You can go out and travel the world as you please, as long as you don't stay away from me for too long. After all, maintaining your forms outside requires consuming my mental force and spirit power." After saying this, Ning Chuan left the mental space. From beginning to end, he did not say another word to Ah Yin. The Ice Dragon King seemed to sense something, looked at Ah Yin in surprise, and said, "Did something happen between you two?" Ah Yin lowered her head in silence. The Ice and Fire Dragon Kings exchanged glances. Although the other party didn't say anything, seeing her and Ning Chuan acting like a couple who had just argued, something must have happened between them. Outside, ever since absorbing the Ice and Fire Dragon King's spirit rings and spirit bones, Ning Chuan had maintained a posture of closing his eyes and sitting cross-legged. Originally, he could have woken up immediately. But after transforming the dark, demonic, evil god Tiger Bead into a soul core, he had a preliminary concept of condensing a soul core. Taking advantage of the precedent set by that unfortunate guy, Tang Chen, he simply went all the way, directly using the Ice and Fire Dragon King's origin energy here to condense a second soul core. Waves of astonishing spirit power fluctuations spread out from around him. Chapter 278, War Breaks Out. Evil Spirit Master Tang San only Ning Chuan left the coverage of the vast sea barrier in advance. Plus, he deliberately avoided Waterbinger. Otherwise, even if Waterbinger had the vast sea barrier, she would definitely not have been spared. 3 months passed quickly. After continuous attempts and failures, Ning Chuan finally condensed the second soul core and completed the yin-yang complementarity. Ning Chuan finally opened his eyes, meeting Waterbinger's shocked and horrified gaze. "Ning Chuan, your cultivation and this golden spirit ring." Ning Chuan smiled and darted into the vast sea barrier. "My spirit power has now broken through level 99. As for this spirit ring, the Ice Dragon King and Fire Dragon King were both god-level powerhouses during their lives, so it's naturally a god-level spirit ring." "Oh right, this is the spirit bone I replaced. You don't have a left arm bone right now, so I'll give it to you." Waterbinger didn't refuse. After putting away the spirit bone, she nestled into Ning Chuan's embrace. She raised her head, revealing her exquisite face and graceful curves. "Want to try how it feels here? How do you plan to do it?" Ning Chuan instantly became interested. "Just lie down and leave everything else to me." A sly smile appeared on Waterbinger's face. Ning Chuan lay down as instructed, letting Waterbinger untie his clothes. He had to admit, Waterbinger's technique had indeed improved greatly. Ning Chuan quickly entered a dreamlike state. While enjoying it, he also felt the gains from breaking through level 99. First, his 8th and 9th spirit rings each granted him 4 extremely powerful spirit abilities. Then, the sword domain evolved to its final stage. Now, Ning Chuan could release 72 Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud swords. Furthermore, it also granted Ning Chuan a new skill called the Great Zheng Sword Array. The upper limit of this skill was closely related to the Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud sword itself. With the enhancement of 700,000-year spirit rings and 2 god-level spirit rings, the power of the Great Zheng Sword Array had surpassed all of Ning Chuan's other means. In addition, with the advancement to title Douluo, the Devouring Domain also evolved. Now, it could increase his own strength by 30% and weaken the enemy's strength by 30%. Similarly, it also granted him an extremely powerful skill, named Black Hole. This was not a real black hole, of course, but it could create a small devouring space and then compress the enemy by sucking them into it, finally, converting them into nourishment for the devouring gold bugs. When Ning Chuan returned to the surface with Waterbinger, Ning Rongrong and the others had already been waiting for a long time. Upon learning that Ning Chuan had advanced to Super Douluo, The girls were all very happy. After offering their congratulations, Ning Rongrong said, Ning Chuan, during your seclusion, the Star Luo Empire has launched a war against the Heaven Du Empire. Because Sister Zuer purged too many nobles, after the Star Luo Empire launched the war, with the defection of those nobles, it was like a hot knife through butter. In just 3 months, they occupied more than half of the Heaven Du Empire's territory. Also, Tang San has led the 4 single-attribute sects to establish the Tang sect and has received the support of the Star Luo Empire's imperial family. Now, his so-called Tang sect has joined the war. Has it finally come to this time? Let's go. It's time to complete the great task of unifying the Douluo Continent. Ning Chuan said, Tianshui Pass. This was the last barrier of the Heaven Du Empire. Once breached, Heaven Du City would have no natural defenses. At this moment, outside Tianshui Pass, a 1,000,000-strong Star Luo Empire army was gathered. On the city gate tower, Sword Douluo was guarding the place. As for Bone Douluo, he was currently in the 9-treasure glazed tile school, in seclusion attempting to break through to level 96. It was precisely because Sword Douluo, a peak Douluo at level 97, was stationed here that Tianshui Pass had been unable to be breached for so long, on the main general's platform of the Star Luo Empire's central army. Star Luo Empire Emperor Dai Tianfeng and Empress Zhu Keyun were seated on the highest main seats. Crown Prince Dai Weisi and the nominal Crown Princess Zhu Jian stood behind them. On the left stood the forces of the Star Luo Empire's court, led by the Hell Dukshu family. On the right stood the Tang sect, led by Tang San and the 4 single-attribute clan leaders. Everyone, the Sword Douluo of the 9-treasure glazed tile school is indeed difficult to deal with. With him here, our hope of breaching Tianshui Pass is almost a luxury. Does anyone have a good plan? Dai Tianfeng asked. They had already fought against Sword Douluo before. Relying on his level 91, titled Douluo Cultivation, and the Spirit Master Fusion skill Hell White Tiger, performed with the Spirit Douluo level Empress Zhu Keyun. Along with the leaders of the 4 single-attribute families and 9 Spirit Douluo worships of the Star Luo Empire, they could only barely resist Sword Douluo. For this, they even lost 3 Spirit Douluo worships. If that Bone Douluo also came to participate in the battle, there would be no need to fight at all. Your Majesty, in terms of high-end combat power, our Star Luo Empire is inferior to the Heaven Du Empire. The current plan may be to ask the Clear Sky Douluo to come out of seclusion. Hell Duke Zhu Tianhao, who was Zhu Zhuking's father, stepped forward. Dai Tianfeng had the same idea. Sect Master Tang, when will your esteemed father be able to take action? The reason Dai Tianfeng was so decisive in launching the war against the Heaven Du Empire in the first place was due to multiple considerations. Firstly, after Zhu King took the throne, he vigorously reformed the nobility, causing popular resentment. Many nobles secretly pledged allegiance to him. Secondly, when Tang San approached him and asked him to support the Tang sect, he displayed the godly Zhuge crossbow and proposed that the Clear Sky Douluo would help the Star Luo Empire at a critical moment. As a result, damn it, after all that, the godly Zhuge crossbow was already widespread, and the Heaven Du Empire army inside Tianshui Pass almost had 1 per person, not to mention, this Clear Sky Douluo had never appeared from beginning to end. Now that the war had reached a stalemate, they were truly stuck, unable to advance or retreat. Your Majesty, you should also know the enmity between the Spirit Hall and our family. If my father takes action, it will inevitably give the Spirit Hall an excuse to intervene in this war. However, rest assured, at the critical moment, my father will definitely take action, just like in the last Soul Master competition. Tang San sneered in his heart. In reality, he hadn't notified his father at all. The reason he participated in this war was firstly to develop the Tang sect, and secondly to obtain more flesh and blood to devour. It was precisely because of this 3-month-long war, during which he devoured a large amount of flesh and blood, that he advanced to the Spirit Saint level in a short period of time. A month ago, He obtained the 7th spirit ring from the dark blue-silver grass and hunted 5 soul beasts of over 50,000 years for the clear sky hammer. He obtained several spirit bones, allowing his spirit power to break through the level 80 bottleneck. After hunting for the 8th spirit ring for both the dark blue-silver grass and the clear sky hammer, his spirit power had now reached level 84, extremely close to Ning Chuan, plus the Tang sect's unique techniques. Even if his spirit power was a few levels lower than the opponent, he believed that he was no longer inferior to Ning Chuan. Now he just needed to let this war continue, so that he could advance to title Douluo in a short time, thereby killing Ning Chuan and taking back Xiao Wu. If he could devour this sword Douluo and that bone Douluo of the 9 treasure glazed tile school, that would be even better. At that time, it would be time to settle the score with the Spirit Hall. Chapter 279, Ning Chuan's Deterrence. I hope so. Dai Tianfeng had already noticed Tang San's little actions. It's just that, while the other party is using the Star Luo Empire, how is their Star Luo Empire not using Tang San? Now, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan has been destroyed by the Spirit Hall. The Clear Sky sect is also likely the same. Now, their Star Luo Empire is only one step away from unifying the continent and must not give up halfway. Tang San's eyes darted around, asking the doubt in his heart. Your Majesty, the Heaven Dew Empire now relies on nothing more than the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Since the Spirit Hall could eliminate the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan for your Majesty back then, why can't they eliminate the 9 treasure glazed tile school? Dai Tianfeng sighed. The Spirit Hall isn't that foolish. Unless we give half of the Heaven Dew Empire territory that the Star Luo Empire has already conquered to the Spirit Hall, they won't make another move. Hearing this, Tang San didn't speak anymore. Anyway, for him, the longer this war lasted, the better. Only then could he devour more flesh and blood. At night, the 4 single-attribute sects gathered together. As for Tang San, he went to devour the corpses of the soldiers who died during the daytime siege. At first, he might have been somewhat restrained, but now, with his strength continuously improving, he has gradually become fearless. Look, old orangutan, this is the good sect master you found for us. The dissatisfaction of Yang Wudi, the head of the Breaking Clan, with Tang San was not a matter of just 1 or 2 days. If it weren't for coinciding with the Star Luo Empire launching the war and the Spirit Hall continuously pressuring them. To protect his clan, he would never lead his clansmen to join the Tang sect, no matter what. After all, the alliance between the Spirit Hall and the Star Luo Empire was already an open secret. At this critical moment, it was naturally impossible for them to choose the Heaven Dew Empire, which was relatively in a clear disadvantage. So they directly rejected the recruitment from the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Niu Gao was also the same. Who would have thought that we would actually pledge allegiance to an evil spirit master as our sect master? Old rhinoceros, old goat, calm down. This is just a temporary measure. After all, the enemies we will face next, besides the Heaven Dew Empire, include the Spirit Hall. If you talk about regret, Old Titan also had it. Back when he withdrew from Heaven Dew City, he did so to avoid being noticed by Emperor King. He directly abandoned all his clan's properties and moved all his clansmen out of Heaven Dew City overnight to the Star Luo Empire. But since he had already pledged allegiance to Tang Hao as his master, and Tang San was his crown prince, it was unavoidable to be loyal to his master and crown prince. As for Bai he was silent from beginning to end. But like Niu Gao and Yang Wudi, he had already begun to regret it in his heart. Was it really worth gambling everything the clan had for such a sect master? Just as the heads of the 4 single-attribute clans regretted joining the Tang sect. Ning Chuan had already led Xuking, Yi Lingling, Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Waterbinger, Shui Yuir, Huo Wu, Feng Xia Ocean, Fire Wushwang, and 5,000 other 9 treasure glazed tile school disciples to the battlefield. Seeing Ning Chuan and the others, Marshal Ji Long immediately breathed a sigh of relief and was the first to greet them along with Sword Douluo. Prince Ning Chuan and Schoolmaster Ning, you are finally here. Since the war began, the Star Luo Empire had advanced like a hot knife through butter. If Sword Douluo hadn't been here, Tianshui Pass would have been breached long ago. Yes, this seclusion took quite some time, making everyone wait. Ning Chuan first nodded to Sword Douluo, then replied, "It's all right as long as you've arrived. With everyone's help, I believe our Heaven Dew Empire will definitely be able to quickly reclaim lost territory this time." Marshal Ji Long said, "Not reclaiming lost territory, but conquering the entire Star Luo Empire." Ning Chuan said, "Conquer the entire Star Luo Empire." Ah, this. Ji Long thought he had misheard. Sword Douluo, however, found that he could no longer discern Ning Chuan's aura at all. "This aura, Ning Chuan, could it be that you?" "That's right, Grandpa Sword, Ning Chuan is now a Super Douluo," Rongrong boasted from the side. "Super Douluo. Good, good, good." Sword Douluo said good 3 times in a row. What he was most worried about, it wasn't the Star Luo Empire, nor was it the so-called Tang sect. It was the Spirit Hall. He was worried that the Spirit Hall would cross the river and tear down the bridge afterward. Now that Ning Chuan had advanced to Super Douluo, there was no need to fear. During the Spirit Douluo stage, Ning Chuan could defeat him when he was level 96. Now that he was a Super Douluo, even Qian Dailiu and Bibai Dong would not be Ning Chuan's opponents. As for Ji Long, after learning that Ning Chuan had advanced to Super Douluo, his eyes widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that was ecstasy. Indeed, with Ning Chuan, this Super Douluo, counterattacking and conquering the Star Luo Empire didn't seem like a difficult task anymore. Early the next morning, Tianshui Pass unusually opened its gates to face the enemy, no longer in a defensive posture. The Star Luo Empire side hadn't figured out what was happening yet. Immediately after, a stream of azure cold air shot down from within Tianshui Pass. Ice chips scattered. The next moment, under the shocked gazes of the Star Luo Empire side, a 10-jang-tall ice dragon platform rose from the ground. When the ice chips receded, the figures of Ning Chuan, Zhuking, Xiao Wu, Yilingaling, Rongrong, as well as Waterbinger and Huo Wu were revealed. Ning Chuan slowly sat down on the central throne of the dragon platform. Zhuking stood proudly on the left side. Yilingaling stood on the right side. Rongrong and Xiao Wu rested their shoulders on his. Waterbinger and Huo Wu squatted, leaning against Ning Chuan's thighs. It was clearly a scene of a harem male winner. "Ning Chuan," Dai Tianfeng exclaimed. A Sword Douluo was already difficult to deal with, and rumor had it that Ning Chuan had even defeated Sword Douluo, although Sword Douluo was only level 96 at the time, a huge difference from his current strength. But without a doubt, Ning Chuan was definitely a difficult character to deal with. Compared to Dai Tianfeng, the expressions of the heads of the 4 single-attribute clans were equally unpleasant. After all, they had witnessed firsthand how easily the other party had taken Heaven Dew City back then. The gaze of Zhu Tianhao, the Duke of the Star Luo Empire's underworld, was complex regarding Ning Chuan, the guy who had run off with his daughter. He naturally knew about it. When he first learned that Zhuking had run off with Ning Chuan, he was absolutely furious. Therefore, when the Star Luo Imperial family issued a kill order for Ning Chuan, he had no intention of pleading for him at all. Now, the other party had actually grown so rapidly. Even his own daughter had grown into an extremely powerful spirit saint. All of this didn't seem so difficult to accept anymore. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at his younger sister, Empress Zhu Keiyun, the Empress of the Star Luo Empire. The two exchanged glances, and the latter nodded, saying to Dai Tianfeng, "Your Majesty, Ning Chuan is extremely difficult to deal with. It is rumored that he possesses a weapon-type spirit ability capable of collapsing the gate tower of Heaven Dew City. This poses too great a threat to our Star Luo Empire army. I see that Zhuking is already on good terms with him. Why not do him a favor? If we can win him over, along with the 9 treasure glazed tile school, to the Star Luo Empire's side, then we can not only capture the Heaven Dew Empire in one fell swoop, but also provide a powerful force for dealing with the Spirit Hall in the future." Chapter 280, The four single-attribute sects are completely destroyed. Dai Tianfeng knew this was the best method currently, but he still symbolically looked at Dai Weisi. Crown Prince Consort. What do you think? It all depends on the decision of Father Emperor and Mother Empress. At this time, Dai Weisi had long lost the slightest bit of his former high spirits. Ever since his lower three paths were crippled, he lived in fear all day, terrified that the secret of his castration would be leaked. He was no different from the deposed crown prince, who was reinstated after being dethroned once. Zhu Jian also followed forward wearily and echoed, "It all depends on the decision of Father Emperor and Mother Empress." Dai Tianfeng nodded and looked at Zhu Tianhao, saying, "Duke Netherworld, would you mind stepping forward to help persuade them?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Zhu Tianhao mounted his horse. Just as he was about to step out of the army formation, a short, sturdy black figure shot into the sky from the direction of the Tang sect army formation. Then, like a cannonball, it shot into the ground, kicking up dust everywhere. As the dust settled, Tang San walked out from within, carrying the clear sky hammer. 2 purple and 6 black spirit rings rose up. He looked ferociously at Ning Chuan. "Ning Chuan, I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Who let him go out?" Dai Tianfeng said with a grim expression. "Your Majesty, Sect Master Tang went out himself." Zhu Tianhao's expression was also exceptionally grim. If Tang San could win against Ning Chuan, it would be fine. If he couldn't win, then there would truly be no room for reconciliation. "Oh, so it's the little runt. What, weren't you sleeping in the cesspit? How did you end up here?" Ning Chuan said lightly and casually. "I have officially come to defeat you." 85th level spirit power fluctuations, mixed with the eruption of the slaughter god domain, transformed into a majestic wave of air that swept towards Ning Chuan. After devouring the corpses of thousands of fallen soldiers from the Star Luo Empire and Heaven Du Empire last night, his spirit power had increased by another level. Although his spirit power level was still not as high as Ning Chuan's, with the slaughter god domain, he was confident he could defeat the opponent. "What makes you think so?" Ning Chuan merely gave him a look, and the oppressive aura carrying the slaughter god domain instantly vanished like smoke. "With my disorderly wind-splitting dance." The 8 spider lances on his back stretched out, his 7th spirit ring lit up, and the clear sky hammer in Tang San's hand suddenly enlarged to over 10 meters. He swung the massive hammerhead, simultaneously performing the chaotic cloak hammer technique. He also didn't forget to use the ghost shadow perplexing track to move towards Ning Chuan. And this was his disorderly wind-splitting dance specifically developed to deal with Ning Chuan. Ever since the Soul Master competition when Ning Chuan easily broke his chaotic cloak hammer technique, he had tried every method to improve it. Ning Chuan looked at Tang San below, who was still swinging his hammer, and felt it was utterly boring. Accompanied by a roar, Zhu Zhuking, who had already completed her dark, demonic evil god tiger possession, activated her spirit avatar and released the evil god domain, without even needing him to act. The majestic evil god domain covered Tang San, who was swinging his hammer. The power of ultimate evil corroded Tang San's spirit power and body, dark demonic evil god tiger. Your spirit actually evolved into a dark demonic evil god tiger. Tang San was greatly startled, but after seeing the opponent's only 7 spirit rings, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 his expression quickly returned to normal, even if it was a dark demonic evil god tiger. What of it? In the end, she was just a spirit saint, while he was a spirit Douluo, and moreover, a spirit Douluo who had cultivated a second spirit and possessed the world's #1 tool spirit. Answering him was Zhu Zhuking's left arm, raised above her head. With a sudden swing, the left arm spirit bone ability, 1000 Jun Ant Emperor Slash, was activated. The enormous black and red slash directly broke through the blockade of the disorderly wind-splitting dance and landed on Tang San's chest. At the critical moment, Tang San held the clear sky hammer horizontally in front of his chest, barely managing to block this fatal blow. Even so, Tang San still vomited blood and was sent flying backward. The disorderly wind-splitting dance was actually broken through. Her power is actually even greater than mine. What kind of spirit bone ability is this? While flying backward, Tang Xin thought this with fear in his heart. Zhu Zhuqing, who was in the distance, flickered and had already arrived behind him. 8th spirit ability, Sky-Shattering Strike. Tang Xin decisively swung out, releasing the unavoidable Sky-Shattering Strike. Bang! Zhu Zhuqing, who had arrived behind him, shattered like a mirror. Only then did Tang Xin remember Zhu Zhuqing's clone ability from the Soul Master competition. 2 Zhu Zhuqings circled behind him, one on the left and one on the right. The sharp claws of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger mercilessly struck Tang Xin's body. During this time, Tang Xin wanted to rely on the ghost shadow perplexing track and purple demon eye to dodge, but facing Zhu Zhuqing, who was also proficient in the mysterious heaven treasure record, how could he possibly evade? He quickly fell into great danger. Facing Zhu Zhuqing, who came and went without a trace, he could only become a living target, passively using the clear sky hammer to block. He was quickly covered in wounds. Do not harm my sect master. At the critical moment, Old Titan jumped out. 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 3 black 8 spirit rings rose up. His entire body transformed into a giant ape and leaped out from the army formation. Immediately after, Bai also activated his spirit avatar. His 8th spirit ring lit up, and his body split into 5. They went to rescue Tang Xin. Tang Xin was his grandnephew after all. He couldn't just watch him die without helping. Bai He and Old Titan had gone, and although Niu Gao and Yang Wudi were unwilling in their hearts, based on the principle of the 4 single-attribute sects being united, they could only brace themselves and go forward. However, just as they shot out of the army formation, 8 streaks of azure light, about 10 feet long, shot towards them. The 4 didn't even have time to react before they were pierced through their bodies by the azure light and impaled on the ground. When the azure light dissipated, everyone could finally see that these were actually 8 swords, and everyone recognized these swords. They were Ning Chuan's spirit, the azure bamboo becloud sword. Originally, you didn't have to die. At this moment, Ning Chuan's leisurely voice finally came over. Indeed. The thick-skinned Niu Gao suddenly spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood, but it was too late for regret now. Feeling the rapid loss of his life force, he looked at Old Titan and said, "Old Titan, you've gotten us killed this time." Yang Wudi and Bai He, who had weaker defenses, directly kicked the bucket after being pierced through their bodies. "Indeed, I have let you down." Old Titan finished speaking, shedding tears of regret, and then closed his eyes forever. Did he regret it? Naturally, but what use was that? He only wanted to be loyal to his master. The only thing he couldn't let go of was his clansmen. He hoped his master could appear and save his clansmen. This was the last thing Old Titan thought about before he died. Niu Gao heard Old Titan's words of apology, and also died with relief. Everyone from the Star Luo Empire was dumbfounded seeing this scene. In a single encounter, he actually killed the patriarchs of the 4 single-attribute sects. Ning Chuan's strength was truly terrifying. In contrast, the Heaven Du Empire side was excited. Everyone shouted Ning Chuan's princely title in unison, Sword King, Sword King. Sword King was Ning Chuan's princely title in the Heaven Du Empire, Chapter 281, a one-sided war dammit. He had killed 4 spirit Douluo at once, including Bai He, who was known for his speed and possessed a life-saving divine ability. With such terrifying strength, Tang Xin knew that defeating Ning Chuan was already a pipe dream. Let alone Ning Chuan, even Zhu Zhuqing right before him could completely suppress him, despite a difference of nearly 10 spirit power levels. Could it be that in this life, he truly couldn't defeat Ning Chuan? No, he still had the Tang sect's ultimate techniques. Even if he couldn't defeat Ning Chuan in terms of spirit, as long as he advanced to title Douluo and raised the mysterious heaven skill to its highest realm, 3 flowers converging on the summit, then he could master Guanyan's Tear and Bodhi blood. The first and second ranked hidden weapons among the Tang sect's technique-based ones. By then, he could still win. Having made up his mind, Tang Xin had the idea of running away. After a head-on collision with Zhu Zhuqing's dark, demonic, evil god tiger, true form. Enduring the opponent's extremely powerful and terrifying plowing, he dove into the ground, wanting to use the underground devil spider's burrowing ability to escape underground. However, before Tang Sen could make a move, a hand reached out from behind and grabbed his back. At the same time, Ning Chuan's indifferent and playful voice rang out, "Can you get away?" How? How is that possible? When exactly? Tang Sen looked up at the ice dragon platform in disbelief. Ning Chuan was still sitting on the ice dragon platform, watching him with a playful expression. Looking again at the Ning Chuan who had grabbed his back, his expression was indifferent. What else could it be but a clone? Ning Chuan wasn't going to waste words with him. With a thought, the clone pulled fiercely, ripping off Tang Sen's external spirit bone. Ah! A mournful scream echoed throughout the field, and in less than a moment, the opponent fainted. The next moment, a bloody light enveloped Tang San, and just like last time at the 9 treasure glazed tile school, he was rescued by the Asura god. Was Tang San rescued by that person in the shadows again? Ning Rongrong frowned from the side. It doesn't matter. Now wasn't the time to flip the table. Tang San was already mostly crippled anyway. He didn't have the clear sky 9 absolutes, nor could he use ring explosion. Now even his external spirit bone had been stripped, and his clear sky hammer had 8 spirit rings. Yet not a single one was 100,000-year spirit ring. If that guy, the Asura god, still wanted to elevate Tang San to a god position, then let him. Later, after this guy inherits the god position, he would just strip the Asura god core from him. After all, it's about fleecing the wool, you have to fleece it completely. Binger, you're about to participate in the sea god's inheritance. Take this. Ning Chuan gave the underground devil spider external spirit bone he had just stripped from Tang San to Water Binger. Once she becomes the sea god, shouldn't she get the sea god's 8 wings otherwise? How could it be justified? Thank you, husband. After putting away the external spirit bone, Water Binger happily kissed Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan returned to his original position and looked towards the Star Luo Empire's people. Next, it's your turn. Old Ghost Dai Tianfeng, before, your Star Luo Empire issued a kill order against me and my companion. I won't mention that. Now, your Star Luo Empire has groundlessly invaded my Heaven Dew Empire and destroyed the homes of my Heaven Dew Empire. Now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Surrender unconditionally to my Heaven Dew Empire and incorporate the Star Luo Empire into my Heaven Dew Empire's territory. 2. I will first eliminate you and then conquer the Star Luo Empire. Ning Chuan, are you truly going to commit such an act of annihilation? Hearing this, Dai Tianfeng's face trembled with anger. From the moment you started the war, you should have expected this outcome, Ning Chuan said calmly, as if everything was supposed to be this way. Hearing this, Dai Tianfeng also knew there was no need to continue talking. He directly gave the order, Star Luo Empire soldiers, attack. In an instant, the Star Luo Empire's vast army, like a swarm of black crows, surged towards Ning Chuan's side like a tide, seeking death. Ning Chuan didn't even release his spirit rings. With just a wave of his hand, in an instant, blood-red light thorns swept across the sky. In just one encounter, tens of thousands of soldiers were pierced through their bodies. Their entire bodies were impaled by blood-red thorny crystals, dying unnatural deaths. This was none other than 10,000 swords pierce the heart, one of the 2 great spirit abilities of Ning Chuan's Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Sword's 6th spirit ring. Since condensing his 2nd spirit ring, Ning Chuan had already integrated all 9 spirit rings of the Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud sword into his spirit. He could now use spirit abilities without revealing his spirit rings. The blood-red light thorn's momentum did not decrease. In an instant, they harvested the lives of another 70 to 80,000 soldiers, seeing the heavy casualties among the frontline soldiers and the army on the verge of collapse. Dai Tianfeng and the high-ranking officials of the Star Luo Empire could no longer sit still. Empress Zhu Kaiyan said, "Your Majesty, this person is truly too terrifying. Let's retreat." Yes, retreat. Dai Tianfeng also felt his scalp tingle. However, just as he was about to make a move, 72 streams of green light flew over from a distance, completely surrounding them. These were none other than 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords. Before they could react, Dai Tianfeng and the others found they could no longer move. One by one, they were suspended in midair. Ning Chuan's voice sounded at the right time, spreading rapidly across the entire battlefield with the transmission of spirit power. All right, stop. Look who these people are. All the Star Luo Empire soldiers stopped upon hearing this. Looking up at the sky, they saw that all the high-ranking officials of the Star Luo Empire, including Emperor Dai Tianfeng, Empress Zhu Keiyun, Crown Prince Dai Weisi, Crown Princess Zhu Jian, and Duke Netherworld Zhu Tianhao, were trapped by the sword formation and captured beside Ning Chuan. For a moment, the soldiers, who were already fearful, saw their own emperor captured. They completely lost morale, and each of them showed a bewildered expression. Ning Chuan first released Zhu Jian. Zhu Zhuqing immediately went up to her. Sister. Zhu Jian showed a bitter smile. Sister, I was the one who wronged you before. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head, and her originally cold face bloomed with a warm, spring-like smile. It's okay. If it weren't for you, sister, I wouldn't be where I am today, and I also know that from beginning to end you never thought of killing me. Zhu Jian nodded, her gaze towards Ning Chuan filled with complexity. Ning Chuan looked at Zhu Tianhao. Father-in-law, are you willing to surrender? Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Jian advised, Father, surrender. Surrender, father. Hearing his two daughters say this, and having already become a prisoner, what else could Zhu Tianhao say? He gave a bitter smile. The Netherworld Legion is willing to surrender. When Ning Chuan previously unleashed that terrifying spirit ability, which was like a meat grinder, most of those killed were from the White Tiger Legion loyal to the Star Luo Imperial family's Dai clan. It was mainly for deterrence. At this moment, hearing that even Zhu Tianhao had surrendered, the Netherworld Legion within the army formation, which numbered 100,000 soldiers, also put down their weapons without hesitation. Ning Chuan nodded in satisfaction and also released Zhu Tianhao. Father-in-law, from today onwards, the Netherworld Legion will still be under your command. I hope you won't disappoint me. Chapter 282, The Emperor Many Thanks, Your Highness Prince. Hearing that he could continue to lead the Netherworld Legion, Zhu Tianhao was overjoyed. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers of the Netherworld Legion picked up their weapons again and walked out of the formation. Seeing that Zhu Tianhao had surrendered, the other Star Luo Empire dukes also shouted, Your Highness Prince, we are willing to surrender. We are also willing to surrender. Ning Chuan released these people along with Dai Tianfeng, Dai Weisi, and Empress Zhu Keiyun. He sealed their spirit power. Ning Chuan said to these dukes, Very well, have your soldiers now annihilate the White Tiger Legion. Hearing this, Star Crown Duke and the others exchanged glances, hesitated for a moment, but still issued the order to annihilate the White Tiger Legion. Although the White Tiger Legion were the most elite soldiers of the Star Luo Empire, Ning Chuan had previously wiped out nearly 100,000 of them, and now their commander-in-chief, the Emperor, had been captured. They had completely lost their will to fight. Facing the relentless advance of the other major legions, their morale quickly collapsed. Even those who wanted to resist were quickly surrounded and killed. For a time, the vast battlefield was filled with screams that shook the heavens. Ning Chuan had Star Crown Duke and the others call their subordinate officers forward and asked, Are there any who are willing to surrender? Hearing this, out of the 100+ officers, only a dozen or so were willing to surrender. The others looked towards the heads of their respective legions. These were the loyal followers of the various dukes, and they were the foundation of their control over the army. Since you are unwilling to surrender, then go die with your masters. With a wave of Ning Chuan's hand, dozens of flying swords shot out, and in the blink of an eye, they pierced through the bodies of these people. Your Highness Prince, why is this? Star Crown Duke and the others wailed and cried. Dai Tianfeng, who was already tied up by soldiers, snorted coldly. Haven't you figured it out yet? From the beginning, he never intended to let you live. Smart. Without Ning Chuan needing to act, Zhu Zhuqing's sharp claws swiped, and several claw lights shot out, directly slicing off their heads, their necks severed into several sections. HMPH, Ning Chuan, just give up. I will absolutely not surrender, Dai Tianfeng said coldly. Empress Zhu Kaiyan also did not disgrace her status as the empress of a kingdom. If you want to kill, then kill. There's no need for more nonsense. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Dai Weishi plopped down on his knees. Your Highness Prince, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to surrender. This scene made many people drop their jaws in surprise. Was this still the spirited and promising first prince of the Star Luo Empire from back then? Only Zhu Jian knew that ever since his lower body had been crippled, Dai Weishi had changed. He had become anxious about gains and losses and had become afraid of death. Weishi, are you crazy? How dare you do such a disgraceful thing to your ancestors? Dai Tianfeng said, hating that he couldn't turn iron into steel. Who knew that Dai Weishi completely ignored him, just continuously begging Ning Chuan for mercy. Seeing that he was unmoved, he finally said bluntly, If your Highness Prince is willing to spare my life, I am willing to offer my wife, Zhu Jian, to your Highness Prince. There's such a good thing. A flicker of interest flashed in Ning Chuan's eyes. Zhu Tianhao also showed a thoughtful expression. It really was a great option. This way, his Zhu family's position in the future Heaven Du Empire would be even more unshakable. Perhaps they could even be more prosperous than during the Star Luo Empire period. Dai Weishi, how could you say such a thing? Zhu Jian looked at him with disappointment. With your relationship with Zhu Zhuking, you naturally don't have to worry about being killed, but I still want to live, Dai Weishi said, seeing that Ning Chuan was somewhat moved. Your Highness Prince, don't look at Zhu Jian already being married to me. In reality, ever since the Soul Master competition more than 5 years ago, I was already crippled in my lower body by that bastard Dai Mubai. I am a eunuch. I have never touched her. Dai Weishi, you are shameless. Before Dai Weishi could finish speaking, Zhu Jian went up and kicked Dai Weishi in his lower body. He was in so much pain that he lay on the ground, clutching his lower body, rolling around. The others were already dumbfounded. Good heavens, truly good heavens, these people. It turns out that both candidates for the throne in the Star Luo Empire imperial family were eunuchs. Zhu Zhuking quickly stepped forward to support Zhu Jian and comforted her. Sister, why bother getting angry with this kind of person? Don't worry, Ning Chuan won't let him off. Ning Chuan coughed lightly and said to Dai Weishi and Dai Tianfeng, Don't worry, I won't kill you, at least not now. Marshal Ji Long, your Highness Prince. Ji Long stepped forward. You stay behind with 50,000 soldiers and my father-in-law here to reorganize the remaining troops. I also ask Sword Douluo Sr. to assist to prevent any petty individuals from causing trouble. The rest will follow me with Emperor Tianfeng and Crown Prince Weishi to retake the lost territories. Under Ning Chuan's command, the process of unifying the Douluo Continent proceeded in an orderly manner. 2 days later, everyone arrived at Lost City, a major town that had been occupied by the Star Luo Empire. Ning Chuan directly placed Dai Tianfeng at the very front, then had Dai Weishi go to call for the gate to be opened. The Star Luo Empire general guarding the city, seeing the crown prince and the emperor, knew something was up, but dared not refuse to open the gate. Just like that, wherever Ning Chuan went, he would place Dai Tianfeng at the front and have Dai Weishi go to call for the gate. For a time, stories of the gate-calling emperor and gate-calling crown prince spread throughout the Heaven Du Empire army, and the effect was significant. In less than half a month, the Heaven Du Empire had retaken all its lost territories, and then entered the Star Luo Empire's borders. During this time, Qian Rengsu was not idle either. She went directly to the battlefield, leading Sword Douluo, Marshal Ji Long, and the Heaven Du Empire Soul Master Legion, searching house by house and wiping out clans. Following behind Ning Chuan's army, they completely eradicated those noble lords who had betrayed the Heaven Du Empire. Meanwhile, Ning Chuan continued calling for gates to be opened all the way. Occasionally, for loyalists who refused to open the gates, Ning Chuan would employ thunderous methods. 2.5 months later, the army reached the city gates of the Star Luo Empire's capital. Ning Chuan was too lazy to even call for the gate. He rushed into the gate tower alone, killed all the defending soldiers, and led the Heaven Dew Empire to occupy the Star Luo Imperial Palace. At this point, the Star Luo Empire was completely history. The remaining areas surrendered upon seeing the wind. 3 months later, the Star Luo Empire was completely conquered by the Heaven Dew Empire. Now, the Douluo Continent only had the Heaven Dew Empire, the Spirit Hall, and those kingdoms left. And these kingdoms had long since pledged allegiance to the Spirit Hall. Just when the world thought a war to unify the continent was about to break out between the Spirit Hall and the Heaven Dew Empire. Ning Chuan, Qian Rengsu, Ning Rongrong, Sword Douluo, and the elders and worships of the Spirit Hall's Supreme Pontiff Palace and Elder Palace all gathered together. They began discussing matters after the unification of the continent. In the Spirit City's Supreme Pontiff Palace's deliberation hall, some were happy and some were worried. Those who were happy were naturally the people from the worships faction. After all, Qian Rengsu had taken the primary credit for this unification of the continent. Those who were worried were the people from the Supreme Pontiff faction. Without external factors, internal contradictions immediately began to show. Whether the Supreme Pontiff should be the founding emperor of the future empire, or whether Qian Rengsu should be, was the question everyone was most concerned about. Chapter 283, Bibai Dong turns against Creek. The door of the council hall was opened. Bibai Dong, wearing the 9-curved purple gold crown, draped in a Your Majesty the Pope's robe with a sacred and noble aura, gracefully walked in holding the angel scepter. Juliana followed behind her with a dejected expression. Your Majesty the Pope. Inside the council hall, the worships and elders stood up, and even Qian Dalu, who was the high priest, also stood up and nodded in greeting. Although the high priest status is above the Your Majesty the Pope's, the necessary respect is still required. Ning Chuan, Sword Douluo, as well as Ning Rongrong and Qian Rengsu also stood up. Bibai Dong glanced at everyone and said, "Since everyone is here, let's act together. All elders and worships, listen to my command. Take down Ning Chuan, Sword Douluo, and Ning Rongrong." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall was shocked. Only Ning Chuan's face did not show a surprised expression. Qian Dalu looked at Bibai Dong angrily. Your Majesty the Pope, do you know what you are doing? Of course I know. Now the two great empires have fallen into the hands of Spirit Hall. A day ago, I already sent Elder Yu Guan and Elder Gaimai to lead 50 cardinals and the lower 4 sects, a total of 10,000 spirit masters, to the 9 treasure glazed tile school. Presumably, the 9 treasure glazed tile school has already turned into ruins. Now, as long as we take down these 3 people, no one will be able to stop Spirit Hall's pace of unifying the continent. A smug expression appeared on Bibai Dong's face. When she learned that Ning Chuan had already helped Qian Rengsu capture the Star Luo Empire, she knew that relying on external forces to destroy Spirit Hall was no longer possible. Yes. Even without the influence of Rakshasa evil thoughts, she still hadn't given up the idea of destroying Spirit Hall, especially after Yu Xiaogang died. This idea became stronger than ever before. Xiaogang is dead, so there is nothing left in this world that is worth her lingering attachment. So it's better to destroy it together with her. Destroying the world is definitely unrealistic, but destroying the culprit is still possible. Bibai Dong attributed all of this to her teacher Qian Zunji and to Spirit Hall. If not for Spirit Hall, Xiaogang would have been with her and wouldn't have become that waste, that liar, mocked by the world. And to destroy Spirit Hall, a sufficiently powerful enemy must be created for Spirit Hall. Originally, this enemy was Tang San. Unexpectedly, that brat was so useless. With spirit Douluo cultivation and twin spirits, yet unable to defeat the Zhu family girl who only had spirit saint cultivation, he was simply not fit for great use. So she placed this choice on Ning Chuan. Hearing this, Qian Dalu's heart instantly sank to the bottom. If what Bibai Dong said was true, then everything was truly irreversible. One must know that everything Ning Chuan cherished was in the 9 treasure glazed tile school. How dare this woman? And the eyes of the previously wavering elders became sharp. If what the Your Majesty, the Pope, said was true, then Spirit Hall and Ning Chuan would truly be in a life-and-death struggle. They must be eradicated completely. The worships looked at Kyan Dailiu. High Priest this. I'll see who dares. Whoever dares to touch them, I will kill them. Kyan Renksu stood in front of Ning Chuan, her gaze vigilantly sweeping over the worships and elders, finally landing on Bibai Dong, the killing intent in her eyes completely unconcealed. Ning Chuan gave Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong a reassuring look and just watched them quietly, without saying a word, seemingly waiting for the high priest. Kyan Dailiu was in a dilemma. On one hand was Spirit Hall. If he stopped Bibai Dong, Spirit Hall would inevitably fall into internal strife. On the other hand was his own granddaughter, thinking of his granddaughter, who was only 29 years old and whose cultivation was already closed to titled Douluo, thinking of the relationship between his granddaughter and Ning Chuan. Finally, Kyan Dailiu made a different choice from back then. Everyone, stop. Back then, for the sake of Spirit Hall, he chose to push Bibai Dong onto the Your Majesty the Pope's throne, giving up on avenging his son. Now, for the sake of his granddaughter, he wouldn't hesitate even if it meant Spirit Hall falling into internal strife. That's not up to you. I am the Your Majesty the Pope. Elders, act. Bibai Dong had never relied on these worships, nor could she. Anyway, her ultimate goal wasn't to kill Ning Chuan, but to make Ning Chuan an enemy of Spirit Hall. Apologies, Your Majesty the Pope, this subordinate cannot do it. But to Bibai Dong's surprise, Spirit Kite Douluo, who had always been loyal to the Your Majesty the Pope, directly refused. She stood behind Kyan Dailiu. Immediately after, Snake Lance and Porcupinefish also stepped over. Your Majesty the Pope, we are originally the Crown Prince's guards, and it is impossible for us to do anything that would harm the Crown Prince's husband. Demon Bear and Ghost Leopard were originally from the Worships faction, highly valued by the High Priest Kyan Dailiu. In addition, they had witnessed how Ning Chuan single-handedly wiped out the Clear Sky sect, and they knew well that, with Ning Chuan and the High Priest joining forces, the Your Majesty the Pope could not possibly be their opponent, so they also followed and stood over. Suddenly, 5 titled Douluo left. Now Bibai Dong was left with just a few stragglers. Seeing that Bibai Dong's momentum was gone, they also followed and walked over for a moment. Only Huliena was left by Bibai Dong's side. Good, very good. It seems you have all made up your minds to side with this outsider. But do you think you can defeat me like this? The elders being forced to choose made Bibai Dong furious, but her expression quickly returned to calm. Instead, she looked as if she had found an unexpected pleasant surprise. Seeing Bibai Dong's expression, how could Ning Chuan not know what the other party was thinking? It was nothing more than wanting to take this opportunity to settle accounts with these elders. He smiled faintly and finally spoke. Of course, it's not just that. Your Majesty the Pope, you might want to look outside. Elder Yu Guan, Elder Gaimai, and the 4 sect masters, please come in. As he finished speaking, Chrysanthemum and Ghost brought Hu Yanzhen and others in. It is worth mentioning that, at this moment, the spirit power fluctuations on Hu Yanzhen were no longer at level 89, but level 90. Why are you here? Didn't I order you to lead people to wipe out the 9-treasure glazed tile school? Bibai Dong said angrily. The 6 people didn't speak, but just stood behind the worships. Ning Chuan smiled and said, "Can't you tell? The moment you gave the order, I went and found them. On the condition of helping them break through their bottlenecks, I had them stay outside Spirit City for a night and then come back. Didn't you see that sect master Hu Yanzhen has already broken through to level 90? Impossible. I didn't tell anyone about this. How could you know unless?" Bibai Dong seemed to realize something and turned to look at Huliena. Huliena lowered her head and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, teacher." Since Huliena in the original work could betray Spirit Hall and betray Bibai Dong for Tangsan, this time was naturally no exception. Of course, even without Bibai Dong, they wouldn't have succeeded anyway. After all, Ning Chuan was constantly guarding against Bibai Dong. With his mental force, if a large number of spirit masters really left Spirit City, it would be impossible to hide it from his perception. Chapter 284, Crazy Woman, White-Eyed Wolf Traders, you are all traitors. This time, Bibai Dong finally broke down completely. Betrayed by the people closest to her, Bibai Dong was so enraged her voice broke. Her originally peerless face also began to contort hideously. She casually tossed away the angel's scepter in her hand, and a strong, evil black-purple aura emanated from her entire body. The next moment, a giant Rakshasa Dharma form appeared, and at the same time, a massive black-purple scythe appeared in Bibai Dong's hand. The moment the scythe and the Dharma form appeared, Bibai Dong's aura surged dramatically, directly suppressing everyone except Qian Dailiu and Ning Chuan, making them unable to even stand steadily, subconsciously raising their hands to cover their eyes. "Rakshasa God," Qian Dailiu exclaimed. "Rakshasa God, High Priest, has Bibai Dong already become a god?" Second Worship Golden Crocodile asked with difficulty. "No, she should be a demigod, but with this Rakshasa demonic scythe, I am no longer her match," Qian Dailiu shook his head and said. "Without the influence of the Rakshasa god's divine sense, has she already completed the first 8 trials of the Rakshasa god in advance?" Ning Chuan didn't show too surprised an expression. "All of you, go to hell." In the end, Bibai Dong still couldn't bring herself to attack Huliena. She swung the Rakshasa demonic scythe directly towards the worships and the elders who had just betrayed her. Clang. The Rakshasa demonic scythe was blocked. It was blocked by Ning Chuan's 8 spider lances. To block a divine artifact, it was naturally safest to use a divine artifact. After blocking the Rakshasa demonic scythe, Ning Chuan puffed out his chest, and a giant spider god Dharma form appeared. While countering the Rakshasa Dharma form, Ning Chuan used teleportation to appear in front of Bibai Dong, grabbed her head, directly smashed through the Supreme Pontiff Palace ceiling, turned into a streak of light, and shot towards outside Spirit City. Now that Ning Rongrong and Qian Renksu and the others were here, he didn't want to involve his women. As soon as the two left the Supreme Pontiff Palace, the people in the council hall who possessed flying ability couldn't wait to follow them. The 7 worships and Sword Douluo, who was with Ning Rongrong, flew at the very front. Second Worship Golden Crocodile voiced the doubt in his heart. "High Priest, that Dharma form just now, could it be that Ning Chuan is also a god position inheritor?" Qian Dailiu shook his head and said, "No, he is not. That should be a skill granted to him by a divine-level spirit bone. However, there is no doubt that he already possesses the potential to become a god at level 100. Becoming a god at level 100. Hearing these 4 words, everyone revealed shocked expressions. Of course, more than that, they felt fortunate that they had made the right choice and hadn't chosen to stand on the Supreme Pontiff's side just now. Otherwise, they would have become enemies with both the High Priest and Ning Chuan at the same time. On the other side, Ning Chuan had already brought Bibai Dong outside Spirit City to an extremely open area. When they were several hundred meters from the ground, Ning Chuan showed no pity or tenderness as he threw her down. Bibai Dong's back hit the ground first. Everywhere she passed, large areas of forest were blown away by the impact, finally creating a large crater several hundred meters in diameter and kicking up dust into the sky. "Now no one will disturb us. Your Majesty, the Pope." Ning Chuan lightly landed on the ground and said, looking at Bibai Dong's disheveled figure 100 meters away. "You've actually cultivated to Super Douluo." Bibai Dong looked at Ning Chuan in surprise. Then, as if she had thought of something, she burst into hideous laughter. Her laughter was filled with madness and eeriness, vastly different from her usual saintly, sacred, and noble appearance. Perhaps this was Bibai Dong's true appearance deep down. She was already insane. Even without the influence of the Rakshasa evil thoughts, she was still a lunatic. Rather than saying the Rakshasa evil thoughts influenced her, it would be better to say that she attracted the Rakshasa evil thoughts. Ning Chuan muttered this in his heart and said, looking at the madwoman Bibai Dong, "Is there something funny?" Bibai Dong answered irrelevantly. "Level 99 Super Douluo cultivation, even surpassing the thickness of my spirit power, and you've cultivated a complete body. And this external spirit bone that has evolved into a divine level. So that's it. It seems you knew I would attack you long ago." Ning Chuan. "Rather than saying I knew you would attack me long ago, it's better to say I saw through the darkness buried deep within your heart. You are someone extremely fragile inside, yet also arrogant and sensitive. People like you are either innocent and romantic or malicious and ruthless, stopping at nothing to achieve your goals. But I didn't see clarity or foolishness in your eyes. Perhaps you were like that once, but at least not now. So from the first time I saw you, I knew you were already insane. Bibai Dong did not deny it. No wonder you can attract the attention of so many excellent girls. They flock to you as if mesmerized. Even my precious daughter and the disciple I placed great hopes on have either turned against me or betrayed me because of you. You are right, I am indeed insane. From that night on, I was already insane. Ning Chuan said, regarding your past, I also have some understanding, and I deeply regret what happened to you. But while that person was certainly detestable, do you really think you are some kind of good person? As the former Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall, the next Supreme Pontiff's successor, you didn't prioritize the interests of Spirit Hall. Instead, for an outsider, you betrayed the interests of Spirit Hall, and that outsider was even from the hostile Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Although that Yu Xiaogang's theories were full of flaws, his knowledge was quite extraordinary. He even knew about the angel-set spirit bones, which are Spirit Hall's highest secrets. You must have told him or gotten him the information, right? That would have been one thing, but in the end, you even said such foolish words as being willing to leave Spirit Hall just to be with a mere piece of trash who was so inferior due to spirit mutation, and who looked down on low-level spirit masters because he was born into the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Didn't you ever think, if it weren't for Spirit Hall awakening your spirit, giving you food and clothes, could you have what you have now? Could that piece of trash have taken a liking to you? At most, you would have just been a commoner girl. If you were lucky, you could have married and had children normally. If you were unlucky, you would have been a plaything for those so-called noble lords, instead of becoming a holy maiden admired by 10,000 people, playing love games here with a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan disciple with impure motives. Even raising a dog knows to be affectionate and obedient to its owner, but you are worse than a dog. In the end, you are nothing more than an ungrateful wretch who picks up the bowl to eat and puts it down to curse your mother. Ning Chuan's words directly caused Bibai Dong's mind to freeze. For a moment, she actually felt that he made sense. However, thinking of everything she had experienced in the secret room, those darkest and most helpless days of her life, Bibai Dong's face once again became hideous. So what if I'm an ungrateful wretch? As long as I kill you, no one can stop me from destroying Spirit Hall and destroying everything in this world. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red, 9 spirit rings rose up. Bibai Dong held the Rakshasa demonic scythe. Her figure slowly ascended into the sky, her 7th spirit ring lit up, and the Rakshasa Dharma form reappeared. Chapter 285. The end of the secret room. This Rakshasa Dharma form was different from before. The previous one was merely an illusion, but this Rakshasa Dharma form, after merging with Bibai Dong's Death Spider Emperor true body, was completely materialized, becoming a true Dharma form. In other words, Bibai Dong's first spirit was no longer the Death Spider Emperor. It was the Rakshasa God. Death Domain activate. After releasing the Rakshasa true body, Bibai Dong unleashed her Death Domain, and intense purple light carrying highly corrosive poison rapidly spread. Stubborn and unyielding, Ning Chuan snorted coldly. The Spider God Dharma form reappeared, and after merging with the Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Sword true body, its aura was in no way inferior to Bibai Dong's Rakshasa true body, and even surpassed it. The sword domain was activated, and a strong green light burst forth. As soon as it appeared, it overshadowed Bibai Dong's death domain. Ning Chuan took advantage of the momentum to pursue, his right hand grasping empty air, and an Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud sword fell into his hand. The first spirit ability was released, and a sword manifestation hundreds of meters long thus slashed down towards Bibai Dong. Bibai Dong's face showed a look of mockery. Divine ability Nether Rakshasa. The Rakshasa demonic scythe in her hand quietly swung, and a giant scythe appeared in the hand of the Rakshasa true body. Purple light swept down with the swing of the giant scythe, condensing into a massive purple scythe light blade hundreds of meters long. Not only did it block the sword manifestation, which had evolved into a 100,000-year spirit ability, but it also counter-corroded Ning Chuan's spirit power. Divine ability. Ning Chuan frowned, decisively cutting off the connection between the sword manifestation and himself. Without Ning Chuan's spirit power maintaining it, the purple scythe light blade, hundreds of meters long, directly cut through the sword manifestation, and the giant Rakshasa scythe also fell. Ning Chuan exerted force with his left leg, a teleportation, dodging Bibai Dong's attack, and used an invisibility skill to make his entire body and aura completely disappear, undetectable by mental force. This scene, while surprising Bibai Dong, did not cause her to show excessive panic. With her beautiful eyes slightly closed, a special fluctuation, different from mental force, spread out. I found you. The Rakshasa demonic scythe in Bibai Dong's hand flew out, spinning in a circle, sweeping past from the side and slashing directly at Ning Chuan. That should have been divine sense just now. Yes, Bibai Dong is now infinitely close to a god, having not only passed the Rakshasa 8 trials and being able to utilize a small portion of Rakshasa divine force, but also having obtained the divine tool, the Rakshasa demonic scythe. Her mental force should have reached the god level by now, and I still don't have a head spirit bone. In this regard, compared to Bibai Dong, I am still somewhat lacking. Another teleportation, Ning Chuan dodged the Rakshasa demonic scythe slash. Although Bibai Dong couldn't see Ning Chuan, she could sense him through her divine sense. She used one hand to deploy Rakshasa divine force, sweeping it towards the direction Ning Chuan had dodged, and a purplish-black light went towards him. But it was again dodged by Ning Chuan's teleportation. "Do you really think you can hide?" Bibai Dong sneered. Under her control, the Rakshasa demonic scythe quickly caught up to Ning Chuan, then split into 9, instantly exploding and strangling towards Ning Chuan. But it was again dodged by Ning Chuan's teleportation, which had no time limit. Next, Ning Chuan circled around Bibai Dong for a while, and seeing that she had no new divine abilities to use, he knew her 3 main moves had been used up. Immediately, he no longer entangled, revealing his figure and unleashing his 5th spirit ability, Thunder Devour. A pale golden lightning ball formed out of nothing in Ning Chuan's palm. As soon as it appeared, it erupted with pale golden lightning arcs dozens or even hundreds of meters long. Then it transformed into a golden ray of light and disappeared from Ning Chuan's hand. Not good. As soon as the lightning ball disappeared, Bibai Dong felt a huge threat. Her 9th spirit ring lit up, and almost instinctively, she activated her undying body. She also held up the Rakshasa demonic scythe to block. The next moment, the lightning ball suddenly appeared in front of her. With a crackling sound, her Rakshasa true body, on which she relied, simply vanished. As for herself, she was completely annihilated, leaving no bones. At this moment, Kyan Douluo and the others finally arrived, just in time to see Ning Chuan killing Bibai Dong. Everyone's heart was in their throat. Kyan Renksu hesitated for a moment, not speaking words of concern. From the moment, Bibai Dong disregarded her as a daughter, intending to brutally attack the 9-treasure glazed tile school and turn her man against her. The mother-daughter relationship had ceased to exist. Ning Chuan knew that Bibai Dong wouldn't die so easily. Although the evil-warding divine lightning restrained all evil, the attack just now had not reached the god level. After all, subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. It could injure, even severely injure Bibai Dong, but kill it definitely couldn't. However, Ning Chuan didn't plan to give her any more chances. With a wave of his hand, 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords sizzled with rising evil-warding divine lightning, completely surrounding the spot where Bibai Dong's body had been destroyed. The next moment, Bibai Dong recovered her original appearance, but her face was pale at this moment. She couldn't even maintain her Rakshasa Dharma form, holding the Rakshasa demonic scythe in her hand, covering her chest with her right hand, with traces of blood overflowing from the corner of her mouth. Looking severely wounded, Ning Chuan laughed mockingly. Is this the divine ability you currently possess? It seems it's not that great. If you don't have any other more powerful moves, then it's time for this fight to end. Bibai Dong, surrounded by the 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords, had a somewhat green face, and her eyes held an expression of disbelief. 3 consecutive divine abilities, which she considered her trump cards, were so easily dodged by Ning Chuan. This was truly unbelievable. Even if the teleportation skill had no time limit, she admitted that she couldn't match his precise timing. Moreover, the opponent's innate domain was exceptionally powerful. Her death domain, enhanced by the Rakshasa god form, had already evolved to an extremely powerful level, and she believed it could easily suppress even Qian Dailiu's angelic domain, but it was easily annihilated by the innate domain of Ning Chuan's sword spirit. And the pale golden lightning arcs unleashed by the opponent were extremely strange. With just a mere lightning ball, he broke her Rakshasa Dharma form, and that unknown Dharma form, it also shouldn't be underestimated. It could actually subtly suppress the Rakshasa Dharma form. Thinking of this, her heart sank further. How could this be? The opponent is at most a super Douluo who only advanced in the past few months. How could he possess such incredible strength, even if all the spirit rings he hunted were 100,000-year ones? Even if all the spirit bones he obtained were 100,000-year ones, he shouldn't be this powerful. Although she had never fought against a god-level expert, based on the strength the opponent displayed, he would likely not be far off. Now, hearing Ning Chuan's words, a chill went down Bibai Dong's spine, her pupils suddenly contracted, and she abruptly puffed out her chest. 6 purplish-gold transparent wings surprisingly unfurled behind her. She wanted to escape towards the ground. Using the Rakshasa demonic scythe to dig and escape underground, this was her only means of escape now. However, how could Ning Chuan let her have her way? The 5th spirit ability, Blue-Silver Sword Array, was unleashed. Before Bibai Dong could make a move, the 72 azure bamboo bee cloud swords surrounding her simultaneously burst forth with an unparalleled power of confinement. Chapter 286, a world where only Bibai Dong was hurt. Sword circle rapidly contracted, and Bibai Dong was thus unable to move anymore. Ning Chuan suddenly let out a light A, only to see that, after Bibai Dong was restrained by the blue-silver sword array, the Rakshasa demonic scythe actually turned into a streak of purple light and drilled into a purple vortex that appeared out of thin air and disappeared. At the same time, the Rakshasa god aura on Bibai Dong's body also disappeared. That is to say, the current Bibai Dong has become an ordinary super Douluo, no longer a god position inheritor. Has Bibai Dong been abandoned by the Rakshasa god? Ning Chuan muttered inwardly, but did not actually kill Bibai Dong. Instead, he used the sword array to wrap around her, brought her before him, and sealed her spirit power. Without spirit power, Bibai Dong was thus held by Ning Chuan by the back of her neck collar with one hand. This person, who was the supreme pope of Spirit Hall Bibai Dong not long ago, was thus easily subdued by Ning Chuan. At this moment, Qian Renksu, as well as Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong, along with the Spirit Hall worships and elders, flew over. Seeing Bibai Dong in this state, everyone couldn't help but feel a little sigh of regret. Ning Chuan looked at Qian Renksu and said, "Zuer, how do you want to deal with her? From the moment she decided to attack you, she is no longer my mother. You can dispose of her as you see fit." Qian Renksu said mercilessly. Qian Dailiu sighed upon hearing this, opened his mouth but ultimately said nothing more. Bibai Dong felt annoyed inwardly but did not speak again, because she knew she had become a prisoner, deserted by all. Speaking further would only bring humiliation upon herself. Perhaps dying like this isn't bad either. It would be good for her to be free sooner. Anyway, there is nothing left in this world that she is attached to. All right. Ning Chuan wasn't polite either and directly put Bibai Dong into the Qian Kun pouch at his waist. Since the other party wanted to kill him and even dared to touch his wives, then don't blame him for being ruthless. When he puts her in the secret room later, there will be plenty of opportunities to discipline her. After settling Bibai Dong, everyone returned to the Supreme Pontiff Palace's council hall. Kaiyan Rengsu, without hesitation, sat in the Supreme Pontiff's position. Then she looked at Ning Chuan and said, "Tell me your plan." Ning Chuan said, "Now the two empires are unified, and most other kingdoms are also affiliated with the Spirit Hall. It just so happens that Bibai Dong attacked me this time, so the matter will likely spread throughout the entire continent soon. My suggestion is to regard this as a wager battle between Heaven Du Empire's Prince Ning Chuan and Pope of Spirit Hall Bibai Dong. If I win, the Spirit Hall will submit to the Heaven Du Empire. Conversely, the Heaven Du Empire will submit to the Spirit Hall. After the Spirit Hall submits to the Heaven Du Empire, the Douluo Continent will be formally unified. Of course, the name Heaven Du Empire is clearly no longer suitable and is not conducive to unifying people's hearts. This newly unified empire will be named the Douluo Empire. The Spirit Hall will be preserved. To hold office in the empire, one must first join the Spirit Hall. The Pope of Spirit Hall and the Douluo Empire Emperor will both be held by Kaiyan Rengsu. In the Spirit Hall, she is the new Your Majesty the Pope, and in the Douluo Empire, she is the first emperor of the Douluo Empire, Zhu King. When Zhuer and I have a child in the future, both the position of Your Majesty, the Pope, and the position of Emperor of the Douluo Empire will be passed down to him. Ning Chuan's plan, undoubtedly, received the approval of most people. This way, there is no need to worry about instability caused by Zhu King's identity after unification, and it can also ensure the interests of the Spirit Hall. After saying this, Ning Chuan gave the opportunity to win people's hearts to Kaiyan Rengsu. After nodding to Ning Chuan, Kaiyan Rengsu said, "Furthermore, the unification of the Douluo Continent is inseparable from everyone's collective efforts. As a reward, after the continent is unified, I will have my husband Ning Chuan help everyone clear their 8 extraordinary meridians." Perhaps you still don't know what clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians means, but the Elephant Armored Academy's sect master Hu Yanzhen, last night, after my husband helped him clear his 8 extraordinary meridians, directly broke through the level 90 bottleneck that had troubled him for over a decade. Also, the 9 treasure glazed tile school's Bone Douluo, after my husband helped him clear his 8 extraordinary meridians, has already touched the threshold of level 96 and is currently in secluded cultivation in the 9 treasure glazed tile school to break through. Hearing this, the already good-humored crowd's spirits became even higher, especially those worships who had been stuck at their current cultivation level for decades. Their eyes seemed to light up. "Crown Prince, oh no, Your Majesty the Pope, can we old fellows also break through?" The 5th worship, Guangling Douluo, whose appearance and voice resembled a young man, asked urgently. Kaiyan Rengsu didn't answer but looked at Ning Chuan. Before Ning Chuan even needed to speak, Sword Douluo directly stood up and said, "I only broke through to level 97 a few months ago, and originally thought I would stop there in this life. But after clearing the 8 extraordinary meridians throughout my body, according to my estimation, as long as I accumulate enough spirit power, I can hope to break through to level 98 in, at most, 20 years." As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the Supreme Pontiff Palace's council hall became even more enthusiastic. Of course, after giving a sweet date, a stick is still needed. Ning Chuan gave Kaiyan Rengsu a look, and Kaiyan Rengsu said, "Let me say the unpleasant words first. If anyone dares to engage in corruption, violate laws, or disregard human lives during the process of unifying the continent, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes, Your Majesty the Pope." The elders, worships, and the sect masters of the lower 4 sects all stood up in unison. After all, what are the so-called power and interests compared to being able to take a step further? Kaiyan Dalu nodded with satisfaction upon seeing this scene. Now, he could finally rest assured and entrust this heavy burden to his granddaughter. After the meeting was dismissed, Kaiyan Dalu, Kaiyan Rengsu, and Ning Chuan remained. Ning Rongrong returned to the sect with Sword Douluo. "Little Zhu, after completing the great task of unifying the continent, you should begin the Angel God trial." Kaiyan Dalu looked at Kaiyan Rengsu and said, Kayan Renksu did not know that inheriting the god position required sacrificing her grandfather's life. She nodded heavily, as she had already planned this from the beginning. After becoming a god, she could fly together with Ning Chuan. This was also the main reason she allowed Ning Chuan to have a harem. Immediately after, Kayan Dalu looked at Ning Chuan again. As for Ning Chuan, you are the person most likely to become a god on the current continent besides Zur. I suggest you can try your luck at Sea God Island. Speaking of this, he hesitated for a moment and then said, also, if you meet the great priestess of Sea God Island, please send her my regards. I will. Ning Chuan knew the relationship between Kayan Dalu and Bo Saixi, but the latter was destined not to have any entanglement with him. Because Ning Chuan would give her a happy home, Slaughter City. Ever since Tang San almost died at Xiao Wu's hands in the 9-treasure glazed tile school, the Asura god had planted a restriction on him. As long as he is in life-threatening danger, he will be teleported away by the Asura god's contingency hidden within his body. 3 months have passed since he was last stripped of his spirit bone by Ning Chuan and almost died, being teleported away. After Tang San searched for his father Tang Rishan without success, he came here again, chapter 287, chapter 285, 286, hey-ha, it was still that dim and murky tavern. Only the mechanism entrance inside, after being destroyed by Ning Chuan and Tang San successively, had been restored. Without any unnecessary words, Tang San waved his hand, and hundreds of black vines instantly pierced through the room. At the same time, they pierced through all the degenerates inside the tavern, instantly devouring them. Then he destroyed the entrance again and resolutely walked in. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a faint, almost imperceptible force pulling him. Simultaneously, his first spirit, dark blue-silver grass, also began to throb. How should I describe this feeling? It felt somewhat like the first time he met Dai Mubai. But it was also different. That indescribable pull caused Tang San to subconsciously walk in the direction of the attraction. Unbeknownst to him, he walked in front of a purple vortex. Looking at the bizarre vortex before him, a hesitant expression appeared on Tang San's face. What? Didn't you come here for power? Power is right in front of you, why don't you go in? A seductive voice suddenly echoed in Tang San's mind. Tang San did indeed want power, but he hadn't completely lost his mind yet. After hesitating for a moment, he cautiously asked, Senior is. The answer he received was 4 words, Rakshasa God. God, are there really gods in this world? Tang San said this to himself in his heart and then asked, Senior, why do you want to help me? It's simple, because you are evil enough and the resentment in your heart is strong enough. The Rakshasa god's power comes from the resentment in humans' hearts and the darkest wrong thoughts. You are a special existence. From the first time you entered Slaughter City, I noticed you. After that, I observed you for a long time. Whether it's the dark blue-silver grass that is extremely compatible with my Rakshasa god position, or using feces to kill your teacher, or devouring humans and spirit beasts to improve your cultivation. I know everything about you like the back of my hand. You really want to kill that guy named Ning Chuan, right? The Rakshasa god's seductive voice echoed in Tang San's mind. Yes, I really want to kill him. Recalling how Ning Chuan brought the snake woman over when he was having diarrhea, causing him social death, and recalling how Xiao Wu confessed to Ning Chuan for the first time and eventually ended up with Ning Chuan, Tang San's eyes split with rage. His pitch-black face suddenly turned gloomy, and chilling words were spat out with difficulty. You really want to destroy Spirit Hall, destroy the Heaven Dew Empire, and even the Star Luo Empire, and kill everyone who knows you had diarrhea, right? The Rakshasa god continued to tempt him. She was surprised to find that Tang San's body actually possessed a Rakshasa evil thoughts with 100% affinity to her Rakshasa divine force. This Rakshasa evil thoughts was extremely special, as if it was a successor naturally prepared for her Rakshasa god position. She had found a treasure. Although Bibai Dong was no longer of much use, this young man who possessed the same Rakshasa evil thoughts as her was clearly more suitable for her Rakshasa god position than that woman. Yes, I really want to destroy them and kill everyone who mocked me and knows I had diarrhea. The Rakshasa god's evil aura and the Rakshasa evil thoughts within Tang Sen attracted each other. Tang Sen suddenly jumped up, his pitch-black face covered in a ferocious expression. All the past events flashed through his mind. He had twin spirits, Tang Sek's unique skills, and should have been the favored son of this world, but because of diarrhea, he became a feces man mocked by the world. Even Xiao Wu left him because of this. All of this was because of Yu Xiaogang, because of Spirit Hall, because of Ning Chuan, and because of those who mocked him. It wasn't his fault, but the fault of this world. Do you want my power? If you want it, go in. In the Rakshasa secret realm, I have placed all my power. Those who believe in Rakshasa will gain eternal life. The excited and fanatical voice of the Yandir echoed in Tang Sen's mind, a large amount of evil aura almost condensed into substance, enveloping Tang Sen. At this moment, Tang Sen was completely corroded by the Rakshasa evil thoughts. In terms of the depth of Rakshasa evil thoughts alone, he was even more so than Bibai Dong back then. He took a step and resolutely walked into the purple vortex. Welcome to the Rakshasa secret realm. As soon as Tang Sen stepped into the Rakshasa secret realm, a strange voice suddenly came from all directions. Immediately after, the deep purple vortex behind him disappeared. What came into view was a blood-red world. There was no land, no rivers, lakes, or seas, only scattered rocks suspended in the air, presenting a desolate scene after the end of the world. Tang Sen stood on a floating giant stone and looked intently. A tall and majestic palace came into view. And on top of that huge palace, an altar stood, with the Rakshasa demonic scythe that had disappeared earlier inserted upside down on it. The Rakshasa demonic scythe seemed to possess some kind of magic. Tang Sen stepped on Ghost Shadow perplexing track and quickly rushed towards the altar. At the same time, two words appeared in his mind: artifact. Without even needing the Rakshasa god to tempt him, carrying the hatred for Ning Chuan and for this world, Tang Sen resolutely ascended the altar, reached out to grab the Rakshasa demonic scythe and held it in his hand. The moment Tang Sen grasped the Rakshasa demonic scythe, the first 8 trials of the Rakshasa god completed by Bibai Dong instantly surged into Tang Sen's body. Of course, besides the Rakshasa god affinity, there were no rewards. After all, the Rakshasa god was famously a divinity without possessions. Besides a god position, it wouldn't leave anything behind. Under the affinity of the first 8 trials, Tang Sen pulled out the Rakshasa demonic scythe without any hindrance. Purple Rakshasa and terrifying ghostly green light erupted, instantly engulfing Tang Sen. The demonic light broke through the sky, coloring the entire blood-red world, creating a strange and soul-stirring scene. God realm, see God palace. Damn it. The Asura god, who was playing chess with the sea god, stopped his move, suddenly stood up and walked out of the sea god palace. What's wrong? Sea god Poseidon was puzzled. The Asura god didn't answer him. His figure flickered back to the Asura god palace, opened the Asura demonic mirror, and happened to see the scene of Tang Sen pulling out the Rakshasa demonic scythe. The sea god had long been bored. Seeing the Asura god's expression wasn't right, he also followed. Seeing the scene in the mirror, his expression was quite solemn, such evil aura. It seems that the Rakshasa god has found a good successor. But I don't understand, wasn't her successor the young girl from Spirit Hall with twin spirits? How did it become this boy? The Asura god didn't answer, but his brows were tightly furrowed, and his face was terrifyingly gloomy. Rakshasa and Asura were 2 god positions naturally opposite to each other. Since Tang Sen chose the Rakshasa god position, it was destined that he would have no connection with the Asura god position, and all his hard work had been in vain. Subsequently, the Asura god thought of Tang Sen's past actions, whether it was being defeated by that boy named Ning Chuan repeatedly, to the point where he couldn't even defeat a young girl beside Ning Chuan, or his repeated bouts of diarrhea, leading to infamy on the Douluo Continent. He was no longer worthy of inheriting the Asura god position. At this point, the Asura god, on the contrary, felt much better inside. Fine, this feces man is already useless. It's fine to not have him. However, This Rakshasa god actually dared to openly snatch the god-positioned successor he had set his eyes on, which was truly despicable. Just as the Asura god was thinking about how to retaliate against the Rakshasa god, Ning Chuan and Kyan Renksu had already walked out of the Supreme Pontiff Palace's council hall. Huliena had been waiting at the entrance of the council hall for a long time. I will return to Heaven Dew City, first to confirm the matter of establishing the empire. Seeing Huliena, Kyan Renksu thought that the other party had rendered a great service by providing information this time, preventing Spirit Hall and Ning Chuan from developing a rift. So after glancing at her, she greeted Ning Chuan and left. Seeing Kyan Renksu leave, Huliena cautiously approached, hesitating to speak. "That, my teacher." Ning Chuan extended his right hand, interrupting her. "From now on, you will return to the 9-treasure glazed tile school with me. Don't stay in this spirit hall anymore." This made Huliena overjoyed. Even the words she had just been about to say were swallowed back. She held Ning Chuan's outstretched hand and nodded heavily, saying, "Okay." As for her teacher, Bibai Dong, how could she be more important than her love? He returned to the 9-treasure glazed tile school with Huliena. At this time, Sword Douluo and Ning Rongrong had already informed everyone about the news of Ning Chuan defeating the Spirit Hall Pope Bibai Dong. Everyone knew that Spirit Hall had submitted to the Heaven Dew Empire, which had been renamed the Douluo Empire. Therefore, when Ning Chuan returned, he was warmly welcomed by everyone in the 9-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Chuan wasn't very interested in this aspect. After giving a few symbolic words of encouragement to everyone, he took Huliena and his wives back to his residence. The girls learned that it was Huliena who had reported the information, which saved the 9-treasure glazed tile school from disaster. So they didn't reject her much and accepted her. That night, Ning Chuan fought alone against Louise, Yilingling, Zhu Zhuking, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, Water Binger, Shui Yuir, and Huo Wu. One dragon against 8 phoenixes, and he didn't let Huliena off either. He casually ate this seductive fox. The next morning, the girls were fast asleep. Ning Chuan came to the secret chamber alone. This secret chamber was a place Ning Chuan had specially built underground for cultivation. There were 3 rooms inside, fully equipped with various facilities. After entering, Ning Chuan released Bibai Dong from his Kyan Kun bag. What a prince, Ning Chuan. You truly had a night of pleasure and debauchery. Even my disciple, whom I painstakingly nurtured for over 20 years, is willing to be your slave beneath you. My good daughter truly found a good husband. As soon as Bibai Dong was released, she spoke mockingly. Although the Kyan Kun bag could store living beings, the internal space was not completely isolated from the outside world. Through the opening of the bag, she could still hear the sounds from outside. Bibai Dong had heard Ning Chuan's debauchery last night very clearly. Of course, what she felt more was disdain and disgust. As soon as Bibai Dong finished speaking, Ning Chuan slapped her hard across the face, leaving 5 bright red finger marks on Bibai Dong's fair and beautiful cheek. You know that whether it's Tang Hao or anyone else, anyone who has harbored killing intent towards me has basically gone to hell. It's only because you are Zuer's mother that I spared your life, and even tried to reconcile you and Zuer, allowing you mother and daughter to reunite. But do you really think I will give you face just because you are Zuer's mother? Ning Chuan grabbed Bibai Dong by the collar with his left hand, lifting her up. I wondered why that bastard child suddenly became so affected, so it was your doing. I suppose you put in a lot of effort to pursue that bastard child back then. It was truly difficult for you. Since that's the case, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill me, so I can go see you Xiaogang earlier. Sometimes death is not the best punishment. Ning Chuan sneered, looking at her with burning eyes. What do you want to do? Bibai Dong's heart tensed. From Ning Chuan's expression and tone, she saw the shadow of Kyan Zunji from the past. What do you think? Ning Chuan didn't say any more unnecessary words. Accompanied by the sound of ripping cloth, Ning Chuan became the 2nd secret chamber Douluo. After staying in the secret chamber for 3 consecutive days, Ning Chuan finally dressed neatly again. And Bibai Dong had long since lost the will to live. Towards this woman who wanted to kill him, Ning Chuan would not show any be kind to women, pity, or cherish beauty. He was as rough as could be. However, this crazy woman was quite stubborn. She didn't make a sound from beginning to end. After getting dressed, Ning Chuan turned his back to Bibai Dong and said, "You can end your life, but after you end your life, I will dig up Yu Xiaogang's corpse and feed it to the dogs, so that he cannot rest in peace even after death. This is all your own doing. If you want to blame anyone, blame yourself for having thoughts you shouldn't have." After speaking, Ning Chuan walked out of the secret chamber. He felt inexplicably complex, to be honest. For things to develop to this point, he hadn't expected it initially. But either don't do it, or if you do it completely. From the moment Bibai Dong attacked him, it was destined that she could only be a collection item. And besides this collection item, Ning Chuan had 2 more collection items. Indeed, after leaving this secret chamber room, he came to the 2 adjacent rooms. One of them held Liu Erlong, and the other held Tang Yueshua. The former was naturally sent by Yu Luomian, Liu Erlong's good father. The latter was sent by a spirit saint from the 9 treasure glazed tile school to curry favor with him. The 3 rooms in the secret chamber were not locked. Only the entrance prevented them from entering and exiting freely. Ning Chuan walked to the 2nd room and saw Tang Yueshua and Liu Erlong visiting each other. "It's you. Give up on that idea. No matter what, I won't marry you. If someone is to marry, let that bastard, Yu Luomian, marry himself." Seeing Ning Chuan, Liu Erlong was instantly furious. When she learned that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan had been annihilated, she rushed to the 9 treasure glazed tile school to find her father, who knew that upon arrival, the other party said he would marry her to Ning Chuan. When she refused, he sealed her spirit power and sent her to this secret chamber. Not long after, Tang Yueshua was also sent here. From Tang Yueshua, she learned that the other party was also kidnapped and then sent here. That's not up to you. Ning Chuan didn't have much affection for the woman Liu Erlong. He only valued her character Halo. After all, in the same era, besides Bibai Dong, only this woman and Tang Yueshua were well known. After saying this, Ning Chuan walked over directly. A moment later, Tang Yueshua was directly stunned. Immediately after, before she could react, Ning Chuan also pulled her over. Perhaps because their physiques were far inferior to Bibai Dong's, they quickly became severely weakened and fainted. Ning Chuan simply brought Bibai Dong over, 1 dragon against 3 phoenixes. It wasn't until 7 days later that he walked out of the secret chamber, feeling satisfied. Chapter 288, Bibai Dong is pregnant after Ning Chuan left. Tang Yueshua and Liu Erlong could no longer hold back and burst into tears. One of them loved her 2nd brother Tang Hao, and the other loved her cousin Yu Xiaogang. Facing Ning Chuan's possession, they should have resisted to the death. But with 1 sentence, Ning Chuan said, "Tang Yueshua, you wouldn't want all your Clear Sky sect disciples to be wiped out, would you? Liu Erlong, you wouldn't want Yu Xiaogang's grave to be dug up, would you?" This immediately made them comply. As for Bibai Dong, she still didn't make a sound. Only the hatred in her eyes was hard to conceal. After Ning Chuan left, she picked up the clothes Ning Chuan had prepared for them from the ground and returned to her room dejectedly. In the following days, besides dealing with the unification of the continent, Ning Chuan basically spent time with them. After all, at his realm, making further progress could no longer be achieved solely through cultivation, and regarding this, Ning Chuan had already made arrangements. One day, after spending time with Bibai Dong, Liu Erlong, and Tang Yueshua as usual, Ning Chuan was about to leave when Bibai Dong suddenly started vomiting. What's wrong? It was rare for Ning Chuan to say something caring to the other party. After all, during this period, he had truly enjoyed a taste of Kyan Zunji's happiness. "Can't you tell? She's already pregnant with your child," Liu Erlong said through gritted teeth. "This woman's luck with pregnancy is truly as good as ever." Ning Chuan sighed inwardly, stood up, and said, "Since that's the case, you should rest well during this time. The 2 of you take good care of her. If anything happens to her or the child in her belly, I will dig up Yu Xiaogang's grave and wipe out all the Clear Sky sect disciples." After speaking, Ning Chuan turned to leave. Liu Erlong shouted after him, You bastard, are you even human? I only treat the women I love well, like Xiuqing and Xiao Wu. As for the last person who did something like this to Bibai Dong and then let her go, the grass on his grave is already several feet high. So don't expect me to let her leave. Some things, once done, require a corresponding price. Ning Chuan glanced sideways with a cold smile and left the secret room without looking back. After Ning Chuan left, Bibai Dong could no longer hold back, curled up in the corner of the bed, and wept bitterly. Liu Erlong looked at this woman who had also loved Xiao Gang, but had destroyed the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, feeling both hatred and pity. After hesitating, perhaps due to being fellow sufferers, she finally chose to step forward and comfort her. Tang Yuehua watched from the side, opened her mouth but swallowed the words back. She just touched her lower abdomen, looking pensive. Time flew by and several more months passed. Half a year had passed since the Star Luo Empire launched the war. During this half a year, many things happened on the Douluo Continent. First, facing the invasion from the Star Luo Empire, the Heaven Du Empire, under the leadership of Sword King Ning Chuan, not only turned defeat into victory, but also captured the Star Luo Empire's capital, Star Luo City, unifying the two great empires in one fell swoop. Immediately after, the Pope of Spirit Hall and Sword King Ning Chuan had a decisive battle. This decisive battle ended with Sword King Ning Chuan's victory and Supreme Pontiff Bibai Dong of the Spirit Hall missing. After the Supreme Pontiff's defeat, Qian Rengsu, the daughter of the former Supreme Pontiff Qian Zunji, succeeded to the position of Pope of Spirit Hall, and the Spirit Hall officially surrendered to the Heaven Du Empire. Immediately after, the various kingdoms affiliated with the Spirit Hall also surrendered to the Heaven Du Empire simultaneously. Emperor King of the Heaven Du Empire accepted the surrender of the Spirit Hall and its affiliated forces. The Heaven Du Empire was renamed the Douluo Empire, officially unifying the Douluo Continent. At the same time, the Spirit Hall also became the official spirit master organization of the Douluo Empire. Except for the current Supreme Pontiff and the first Emperor of the Douluo Empire, from now on, the position of Pope of Spirit Hall and the first Emperor of the Douluo Empire will be held by the same person. After completing the unification of the Douluo Continent, Qian Rengsu handed over the work to her subordinates and then went to calmly accept the Angel God trial. And Ning Chuan was finally about to begin the important task of completing his spirit rings. 9 Treasure Glazed Tall School Plaza. Zhu Xiuqing, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong Louise, Yilingaling Waterbinger, Hua Wu, Shui Yuir, and Huliena gathered together. Their current cultivation levels are Zhu Xiuqing Spirit, Dark Demonic Evil God Tiger, Level 77 Attack System Battle Spirit Saint, Spirit Ring Configuration. Yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Xiao Wu Spirit, Soft Bones Rabbit, Level 75 Attack System Battle Spirit Saint, Spirit Ring Configuration. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, red, black. Ning Rongrong Spirit, 9 Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda, Level 75 Support System Tool Spirit Saint, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Louise Spirit, Dark Fragrance Sword, Level 76 Agility Attack System Battle Spirit Saint, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Yilingaling Spirit, Sacred Heart Begonia, Level 76 Support System Tool Spirit Saint, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black. Waterbinger Spirit, Ice Phoenix, Level 76 Ring Control System Battle Spirit Emperor, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. Hua Wu Spirit, Hua Ying, Level 65 Ring Control System Battle Spirit King, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 1 black. Shui Yuir Spirit, Dolphin, Level 54 Ring Control System Battle Spirit Ancestor, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple. Huliena Spirit, Charming Fox, Level 76 Ring Control System Battle Spirit Emperor, Spirit Ring Configuration. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 2 black. These last 4 had reached the time to obtain spirit rings. Among them, Huo Wu, Shui Yuir, and Huliena only reached level 60, level 50, and level 70 respectively after Ning Chuan bestowed immortal herbs and cleared their meridians. Otherwise, with their talents, they wouldn't have been so fast. However, Ning Chuan didn't expect them to achieve anything significant in the future. He was just keeping them as vases. They were also happy to be Ning Chuan's vases. Besides these people, there were two more present. One of them was Zhu Jian, Spirit, Hell White Tiger, level 76 Ring Attack System Battle Spirit Emperor, Spirit Ring Configuration. Yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The other was Spirit Vulture Douluo Spirit, Fire Spirit Vulture, level 94 Attack System titled Douluo. Zhu Jian's Hell White Tiger evolved after Zhu Zhuqing used her Black Widow external soul bone to absorb Dai Weisi and transferred this energy to her. It wasn't just her. It was the same for Zhu Tianhao. After Zhu Zhuqing absorbed Dai Tianfeng, she transferred this energy to him. Now, Zhu Tianhao was already a level 91 attack system titled Douluo, with a spirit ring configuration of yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. Because he was only a spirit Douluo before and didn't have a 9th spirit ring, the age of his 9th spirit ring was Dai Tianfeng's. Even so, he was already very satisfied. After all, becoming a titled Douluo not only greatly increased his lifespan, but also allowed him to enter the Spirit Hall Elder Palace, holding a high position and power. This was something countless people could only dream of. As for the other Dai family members, they weren't so lucky. All of them were absorbed by Zhu Zhuqing and converted into energy for herself. After all, there weren't many spirit masters who could be compatible with the dark, demonic, evil god Tiger Spirit. As for Empress Zhu Keiyun, Ning Chuan spared her because she was Little Cat's paternal aunt. As for Spirit Vulture, originally, Ning Chuan didn't plan to bring her. Chapter 289, Collaboration with the United States, however, while helping her open her meridians, this woman actively seduced him. Ning Chuan went with the flow and took her into his room. Of course, on the surface, she was here to serve as Huliena's guard. Those who know, know. Azure Bamboo Bee Cloud Sword's second spirit ability, Sword Shield, was activated. Ning Chuan released a layer of green light shield, enveloping everyone. A total of 11 beauties, led by Ning Chuan, turned into a streak of green light and flew towards Sea God Island. Along the way, when passing by a certain spirit beast forest, he specifically helped Shui Yuir and Huo Wu obtain their 5th and 6th spirit rings. Water Binger, Huliena, and Zhu Jian, on the other hand, planned to wait until they reached Sea God Island to obtain the 7th spirit ring most suitable for them using a god-bestowed spirit ring. After all, this spirit ring, which is related to the spirit avatar, is exceptionally important. Then he went to Slaughter City again, used violent means to blow up the devouring gold bug's 3 spirit rings, transferred the irreversible side effect of blowing up the spirit rings to Tang-san. While the damage from blowing up the spirit rings was entirely transferred to that old fellow Tang Chen. Originally, Ning Chuan just wanted to try it out, but unexpectedly, this kid, Tang-san, was actually staying in Slaughter City. Most likely, he was relying on devouring fallen individuals to improve his strength. Before the group even landed on Sea God Island, their path was blocked by a massive school of Devil Spirit Great White Sharks. Standing in front of the Devil Spirit Great White Sharks was the 7 holy pillars of the sea god, as well as Bo Seixi. After all, Ning Chuan had never concealed his aura from beginning to end. Level 99 Super Douluo, with this cultivation level, the others on Sea God Island were no longer sufficient. Only Bo Seixi could control the situation. After sensing the auras of Bo Seixi and the others, Ning Chuan also slowed down, as after all, besides Bo Seixi, Sea God Island couldn't find a second Super Douluo. Getting closer, Ning Chuan finally saw what Bo Seixi looked like. A vibrant red robe with a built-in white long dress, sea blue long hair flowing behind her, holding a sea god scepter about 3 meters long. Her gentle and beautiful face looked to be at most around 30 years old. What attracted Ning Chuan the most was her temperament, noble, elegant, and gently warm. when 30 meters away from Bo Seixi, Ning Chuan stopped. He deactivated Sword Shield, revealing the appearance of everyone. I never expected that after several decades, another Super Douluo would emerge in this world. Moreover, I haven't sensed any divine aura from you, so it seems you haven't undergone divine trials and rose through your own efforts. I am the High Priest of Sea God Island, Sea God Douluo Bo Seixi. Are you people from the Spirit Hall? This was the first sentence Bo Seixi said after seeing Ning Chuan, given that the other party was a Super Douluo. Otherwise, if it were someone else, she would have directly struck them away and wouldn't have wasted words with these people attempting to trespass on Sea God Island. Ning Chuan said calmly, "That's not wrong to say, but the Spirit Hall is no longer the Spirit Hall of the past. It is now just a department of the Douluo Empire. It has been reclaimed by my Douluo Empire. Now the Douluo Continent is unified, and I am Ning Chuan, the Prince of the Douluo Empire, and these people behind me are all my wives." When he mentioned wives, the expressions of the women varied. And arguably, the most exaggerated reaction belonged to Zhu Jian, including her own sister. It was true that these women were Ning Chuan's wives, but when did she and Spirit Vulture Douluo become his wives? Could it be, thinking of the various rumors about Ning Chuan in the past, then recalling the sisters Waterbinger and Shui Yuir, and also what her father had once hinted at, could it be that this guy intends to? At this moment, a brainstorm erupted in Zhu Jian's mind, Douluo Empire. Bo Seixi was a little surprised. Could it be that Qian Dailiu had been killed, other than death? She couldn't think of a reason why the Spirit Hall would fall into the hands of an empire. It seems many things have happened on the Douluo continent over the years. But what did that have to do with her? Her gaze cautiously swept over the women behind Ning Chuan, then she looked at him and said, "So, you're here to conquer my Sea God Island." Ning Chuan smiled and said, "I have no interest in conquering such an isolated island overseas. I came this time just to bring my wives here for training. Is that not allowed?" These words somewhat surprised Bo Seixi. This person looks to be no more than 20 years old. He must have advanced to title Douluo very early. Indeed, new talents emerge in every generation. She looked Ning Chuan up and down again. Seeing that his appearance was only around 20 years old, while feeling amazed, she couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. With his talent, it is highly possible that he will gain the favor of Lord Sea God, thus initiating the Sea God 9 trials. If he were to inherit the position of Sea God, then I would have to. For a moment, Bo Seixi fell into a state of conflict, but in the end, her loyalty to the Sea God triumphed over her personal feelings. She was silent for a moment, then gestured and said, "Please follow me." A moment later, everyone followed Bo Seixi to a nearby holy pillar. She said to them, "You just need to place your hand on the holy pillar to begin the trials bestowed upon you by Lord Sea God. I'll go first." Xiao Wu, with the most lively personality, stepped forward. She raised her hand and pressed it onto the holy pillar. The next moment, the holy pillar turned completely a brilliant crystal red, and a red light shot up into the sky. Sea Horse Douluo, who was responsible for guarding this holy pillar, directly exclaimed, "Top-tier 8th trial." Immediately after, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuking, and Yilingling also stepped forward. They were just as exaggerated, top-tier 8th trial. This scene directly left everyone on Sea God Island dumbfounded. Ning Chuan chuckled inwardly. If the Sea God 9 trials didn't require obtaining the recognition of the vast sea cosmic shroud, they wouldn't have stopped here. Next, Louise stepped up. Her talent wasn't particularly outstanding. Even after Ning Chuan helped her open her meridians, cultivated mysterious heaven skill, fused 3 spirit bones, and consumed the 2 great immortal herbs, 10,000-year Ginseng King and Crystal Blood Dragon Ginseng, according to Ning Chuan's estimation. Her lifelong limit would be similar to the original Sword Douluo, at most level 97. Even so, she obtained the black level 4th trial. Huo Wu got the black level 5th trial, Shui Yuir the black level 4th trial, Huliena the black level 6th trial. Spirit Kite was the worst, with the black level 3rd trial. After all, these trials are not closely related to cultivation level, but are more about testing aptitude. Spirit Kite's age is a factor, and her potential seems almost capped. Even if Ning Chuan helped her open her meridians, she would at most reach level 95. Whether she could break through to level 96 is a question. Achieving the Black Level 3rd trial is already quite good. Finally, only Waterbinger remained, seeing that Ning Chuan's wives had basically finished their tests, but Ning Chuan still showed no intention of stepping forward. Boseixi couldn't help but feel a little surprised and asked, "Aren't you going to try?" Ning Chuan shook his head. "My path is not here." Upon hearing this, while surprised, Boseixi also couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This way, she wouldn't have to worry about sacrificing herself and thus being unable to wait for Tang Chen. However, before she could feel happy, Waterbinger had already gone up to test, and the result was no surprise. Top-tier 9th trial, or rather, Sea God 9 trials would be more accurate. Chapter 290, Ningchuan vs. Boseixi looking at the Sea God trident mark on Waterbinger's forehead. Boseixi's mood was indescribably complex. Regret, unwillingness, killing intent, melancholy, finally turned into a resigned sigh. She stepped forward and asked Waterbinger's name. "Child, what is your name?" Waterbinger. Waterbinger replied. Looking at the spiritual girl in front of her, Poseidon smiled bitterly in her heart and said no more. She just gave her a few instructions and asked for the names of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and the others who had obtained top-level assessments. She instructed the people of Sea God Island to treat them with courtesy and finally returned to Ning Chuan. She asked the doubt in her heart, "Although this child is outstanding, she is far inferior to you and the others are the same. Can you tell me why you chose to give this opportunity to become a god at level 100 to others? They are all my wives, that's all." Ning Chuan's answer was simple and unadorned, but it made Boseixi silent. She sighed and said, "I originally thought you were just a guy who liked to play with women's feelings. Now it seems I was wrong. It is their luck to be able to meet you." "I am also very lucky to be able to meet them," Ning Chuan smiled. "Next, I plan to go to the Demon Whale Domain. Can you tell me which direction it is in?" "You plan to challenge the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King." Poseidon raised her eyebrows. "It's not a challenge, it should be called hunting. I still lack a satisfactory head spirit bone," Ning Chuan said. Boseixi shook her head. "I advise you not to fantasize. This Deep-Sea Demon Whale King's cultivation has reached 1,000,000 years. Even I would not be his opponent in this ocean. Although you are also a super Douluo and have defeated Qian Dailiu, you will definitely not be the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King's opponent. Wouldn't you know whether it is or not by trying? I heard that the sea god Douluo once defeated Clear Sky Douluo Tang Chen and the Spirit Hall High Priest Qian Dailiu separately back then. I, Ning, have long wanted to experience it," Ning Chuan said. Hearing this, Poseidon also had the intention to test the strength of this rising star. She did not refuse. "Come with me." Saying this, Poseidon flew straight out of Sea God Island. Ning Chuan turned into a green stream of light and followed closely behind. As for the others, including Ning Chuan's wives, they all found high ground to watch. After all, battles of this level are not common. Ning Chuan and Poseidon flew until they were more than 10 li away from Sea God Island before stopping. "This will do." Boseixi appeared from the blue stream of light, turned around, and looked at Ning Chuan. "Then please excuse me." Without seeing Ning Chuan release his spirit rings, he quietly held a azure bamboo becloud sword in his hand. With a wave of his hand, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of bloody light thorns descended from the sky, locking onto and attacking Boseixi. Have the spirit rings been completely integrated into the spirit? Seeing Ning Chuan use such a powerful spirit ability without using spirit rings, Poseidon was immediately greatly surprised. However, despite her shock, her speed was not slow at all. Facing Ning Chuan's 10,000 swords pierced the heart, which could be called a group-killing weapon. She just slowly raised her right hand, and her 5th spirit ability was already activated, stirring up the seawater below and condensing a huge seawater barrier in front of her. Sea God Spirit 5th spirit ability Sea God Summon, 10,000 beasts accompany. The bloody light thorns were all blocked by the seawater barrier, but Poseidon's expression quickly changed. because the sea god barrier only blocked for an instant before shattering like a mirror. As a result, her subsequent skill was interrupted, and she was unable to summon the phantom of a sea spirit beast to attack the opponent. His move can actually ignore defense. Crack, Poseidon frowned slightly. Seeing that the seawater barrier was about to be breached, Bo-Saxi decisively mobilized the power of the ocean, and immediately more seawater surged from the surface. Although 10,000 swords pierce, the heart can ignore physical defense. It can only ignore 50% of spirit power defense, and this seawater mixed with Poseidon's spirit power is endless. Soon the power of 10,000 swords pierce. The heart was exhausted by the seawater. Bo-Saxi waved her hand, and countless phantom sea spirit beasts bit towards Ning Chuan. Ning Chuan had read the original work thoroughly, so he naturally had some understanding of Poseidon's spirit abilities. With a clap, he suddenly clasped his hands together. Hundreds of meters long sword blades shot out from the seawater, enveloping Poseidon, and then rapidly rotated, forming a terrifying sword blade storm like a natural disaster. The people on Sea God Island in the distance were already stunned. Is this a battle at the Super Douluo level? It was even more terrifying than imagined, and some old people from Sea God Island, who had witnessed Bo-Saxi's battles with Qian Dailiu and Tang Chen, all frowned in unison. Because the battle between Poseidon and these two back then was not as terrifying as the young man in front of them. Qian Dailiu and Tang Chen could at most contend with the high priest and would be defeated after a long time, and Ning Chuan was clearly already suppressing their high priest. Poseidon, who was at the center of the sword blade storm, had a particularly solemn expression, because at this moment, she had been completely surrounded by Ning Chuan's 6 clones. These 6 clones were all Super Douluo in cultivation. If taken out individually, Poseidon would naturally not be afraid. Even if 2 joined forces, she was confident she could handle it, but 6 people were extremely terrifying. Moreover, Ning Chuan's main body was watching from a distance like a tiger eyeing its prey. Each of the 6 Ning Chuans held an azure bamboo be-cloud sword in their hands, blocking all her paths above, below, left, right, front, and back. With a thought from Ning Chuan, the 6 clones simultaneously swung their swords. With one sword strike, 18 kill characters in the shape of sword energy flew out and stacked together, which was the 7-kill sword technique. Originally, the 7-kill sword technique could only unleash a maximum of 9 kill characters. But after Ning Chuan raised his cultivation to Super Douluo and condensed the yin-yang complementary spirit core, he could unleash 18. Each of the 6 clones unleashed 18 stacked kill characters. Such a terrifying attack was no different from a god-level one. 7th spirit ability See God True Body. Facing this move, Poseidon immediately felt the threat of death and decisively activated her spirit true body. In this state, Poseidon's own spirit power instantly increased by 200%, her mental force increased by 100%, and the power of her first 6 spirit abilities all increased by 150%. She could also use part of the sea god's light. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio. The nearly 1,000-meter-tall sea god phantom instantly enveloped Poseidon. Poseidon waved the scepter in her hand, and the sea god phantom's hand gained an additional scepter phantom. As they swung, they spun into a circle, and the sword blade storm, which was like a natural disaster, instantly vanished, looking at Bo-Saxi again. At this moment, her whole body was being pressed from front, back, left, right, up, and down by attacks with 18 stacked kill characters. Although she had an endless supply of ocean power to call upon, but this level of attack had clearly exceeded her tolerance range. At the critical moment, she unleashed her strongest spirit ability, the 9th spirit ability, See God Summon. The spirit true body completely materialized, and the sea god's main body was summoned. Chapter 291, Another Wife. This physical body can unleash 2/10 of the sea god's strength. The cost is that the spirit rings will be sealed for 1 month. As soon as the sea god's physical body appeared, it dispersed all of Ning Chuan's kill character attacks. Along with that, the 6 clones equivalent to Super Douluo also vanished into thin air. Is this the sea god? Ning Chuan had quietly activated his sword shield at some point, appearing calm and unhurried within it. 9 spirit rings, red, 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 crimson gold, platinum, rose up, and a strange pattern appeared. After these 9 spirit rings appeared, they unexpectedly stacked together, forming a brilliant gold ring. What is this? Bo Seixi, who was within the sea god's physical body, revealed a look of shock. At this moment, she thought of Tang Chen's ring explosion, but it was different from ring explosion. Under the stacking of the 9 spirit rings, Ning Chuan's aura unexpectedly instantly overshadowed Bo Seixi, who had summoned the sea god's physical body. Stacking ring. Yes, stacking ring. This was created by Ning Chuan based on ring explosion and spirit ring fusion. During these past 6 months of conquering the Star Luo Empire and assisting Qian Rengsu in handling the affairs of the Douluo Empire, Ning Chuan wasn't completely idle either. Using Tang Chen as a power bank and taking advantage of the powerful recovery ability of the blue-silver Emperor right leg bone, he experimented recklessly. Finally, he really did figure it out. In terms of instantaneous burst power, it might be inferior to 9 rings exploding simultaneously, but it excels in duration. It can be used for sustained combat, no longer a one-time deal. Go. As the word go was shouted out, Ning Chuan then swung a sword towards the sea god's physical body. There was only one kill character, but its might was several times more terrifying than the kill characters swung by the previous 6 clones. The attack range was even terrifyingly large, unexpectedly comparable to the 1,000-meter-long sea god's physical body. The sea god's physical body collided with it, monstrous waves were stirred up, and the originally cloudless sky became covered in dark clouds. Lightning flashed wildly. Boom, after an earth-shattering explosion, the storm dispersed. Ning Chuan's trace was already gone. On the other hand, Bo Seixi's face was already pale, blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, her figure was quite disheveled, and her body uncontrollably fell towards the sea surface. Am I going to die? Now her mental force and spirit power have been exhausted by the 9th spirit ability just now, and she herself is severely injured. If she falls from this height, it is absolutely certain death. I just don't know how that amazingly talented and brilliant young man from just now is. But this doesn't concern her anymore. I'm going to die anyway. Maybe this isn't bad either, to be released sooner. The only thing she couldn't let go of was feeling guilty towards Lord Sea God. And Tang Chen, why hasn't he come to find her yet? If I had known earlier, I should have asked this young man clearly, forget it, forget it. I'm also tired. Even if I asked clearly, what difference would it make? Even Spirit Hall has been breached. What good ending could the Clear Sky sect have, either destruction or being subdued? If it were Qian Dalu, in order to preserve the inheritance of the angel god, he might choose to surrender. But Tang Chen is 80% likely to rather die than submit. That's true. Even the sea god's physical body that I summoned wasn't Ning Chuan's opponent. How could he possibly be? Unless he can become a god. Thinking like this, after Tang Chen broke through to level 99 relying on himself, but then had his halo broken by another young man who also broke through to level 99 relying on himself. Bo Seixi suddenly felt that she didn't seem to love Tang Chen so much anymore. Perhaps she just wanted to find a man whose strength could surpass hers and conquer her. These thoughts flashed through Bo Seixi's mind, only for an instant. Just as she thought she was going to be buried in the sea, she instead fell into a warm embrace. A head of waterfall-like black long hair, a black robe with silver patterns, a perfect handsome face and slender figure, and 8 black wings with faint golden lightning arcs gently flapped behind his back. At this instant, the man in front of her who had suddenly saved and held her was like a painting. Are you all right? The man was naturally Ning Chuan. At the instant the storm was stirred up just now, he used the evil god 8 wings, transformed from the god-level 8 spider lances, and hid in the area outside the shockwave at a speed close to teleportation, so he did not suffer any injuries. I'm all right. Although Bo Seixi's face was still the same, her ears had quietly taken on a hint of redness. Can you still move? Ning Chuan asked, while also not forgetting to look Bo Seixi up and down. She really is a great beauty. It would be a pity if he didn't win over a great beauty like this. Bo Seixi tried, but found she couldn't exert any strength. She shook her head, but her cheeks became increasingly hot. Then I'll take you back. With Lingling's sacred heart begonia, you should be able to recover quickly, Ning Chuan said. Bo Seixi lightly hummed in agreement, and was then held by Ning Chuan as he flew towards Sea God Island. Although it was only a little over 10 li, Ning Chuan used the excuse that he was also injured and insisted on flying for half an hour. When they saw Ning Chuan holding Bo Seixi, Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, Louise, Ning Rongrong, and Yi Lingling, who were the first to follow Ning Chuan, knew in their hearts that Ning Chuan was about to add a new sister for them. His other wives then gave a thumbs up, thinking to themselves, as expected of my man, he can even win over this high priest of Sea God Island. As for Zhu Jian, she showed a bitter smile, thinking secretly in her heart, it seems I can't escape. Instead, the people of Sea God Island didn't think too much. While marveling in their hearts that Ning Chuan could defeat their high priest, they gathered around with worried looks. Don't worry, she's all right. Before Ning Chuan even spoke, Yi Lingling had already released her sacred heart begonia spirit. In an instant, Bo Seixi's injuries healed. Ning Chuan gently put her down. Because of the excessive consumption of her spirit power and mental force, Bo Seixi stood a little unsteadily. Just like that, she had just stood up when she fell back into Ning Chuan's embrace. I'll take you back to recover. Where is your residence? Ning Chuan said. Bo Seixi hesitated for a moment, then pointed to the palace on top of Sea God Mountain. Zhuqing, Rongrong, Teacher, Lingling, Xiao Wu, you go complete the God trials. I will come find you again after I complete the spirit rings on my body. Ning Chuan directly took Bo Seixi and flew over. Along the way, he encountered the Sea God's light, but it couldn't affect him at all. After Ning Chuan left with Bo Seixi, the girls immediately started discussing. Ning Rongrong said laughingly, it seems we're getting another sister. Counting Sister Zhu Yun, Sister Spirit Kite, and Sister Zuer, that's already 12. This Sister Bo Seixi is the 13th. These words directly made Zhu Jian blush, but she didn't refute either. Meanwhile, in the God realm, the Sea God's palace. The Sea God Poseidon, who had just witnessed the whole process of Ning Chuan defeating Bo Seixi, looked eagerly. What a formidable young man. If I had known this young man was so formidable, I wouldn't have chosen that girl. The Sea God's heart, which is also the vast sea cosmic shroud, had restrictions placed on it by him. He knew when Waterbinger obtained the Sea God's heart's recognition. With Waterbinger's talent, in her early 20s, she already had the strength of a spirit emperor, possessed a top-grade beast spirit, the Ice Phoenix, and also activated her talent domain. Indeed, she was enough to be worthy of his Sea God position. Ice attribute and water attribute are related, and they are also very compatible in terms of attributes. He just didn't expect there was still a monster like Ning Chuan. If he had known about him, no matter what, he wouldn't have chosen Waterbinger. Chapter 292 Finale, 10,000 words. On the other side, Ning Chuan had already taken Bo Seixi back to Sea God Island. With Ning Chuan's help, although Bo Seixi's mental force couldn't fully recover in a short time, her spirit power had returned to its peak. As the High Priest of Sea God Island and the High Priest of the Sea God, she needed to constantly pay attention to her image. Fighting with Ning Chuan earlier, although it wasn't exactly revealing, her clothes were inevitably damaged. After recovering her mobility, Bo Seixi left. Ning Chuan was bored with nothing to do, so he simply sat down on the edge of the plaza in front of Sea God Island, his legs dangling, enjoying the sea breeze, gazing at the beautiful sunset, and listening to the ebb and flow of the tide. Not long after, Bo Seixi, who had changed into a plain dress, walked over elegantly, carrying a wine pot and cups. Ning Chuan patted the marble-paved ground. Bo Seixi hesitated for a moment, put down the wine set, and sat beside Ning Chuan, pouring a cup of wine for each of them. Ning Chuan picked up the cup and drained it in one gulp. It was surprisingly good, with a unique flavor. Boseixi held her cup beside him, a touch of sadness in her expression, saying, Tang Chen and I used to be like this, enjoying the sea breeze, drinking wine, and quietly admiring the beautiful sunset. It seems you didn't just simply defeat Caiyan Dailiu and Tang Chen back then. Ning Chuan pretended not to know. Boseixi nodded and recounted everything that happened that year, from Caiyan Dailiu and Tang Chen arriving at Sea God Island together, to their respective battles and defeats against her. And finally, both Caiyan Dailiu and Tang Chen expressing their love for her simultaneously. Boseixi told him everything that had happened that year. Ning Chuan asked knowingly, "So, what was your answer?" "I told them that whoever could reach level 100 and become a divinity, I would accept their pursuit." After Caiyan Dailiu heard this, he left dejectedly. Tang Chen, on the other hand, promised me that he would not return unless he became a divinity. Boseixi said with a sigh. Ning Chuan said, "Caiyan Dailiu is a high priest of a god just like you. A so-called high priest of a god cannot become a divinity unless they break free from the god's control or find a god willing to pass on their god position. Tang Chen, however, has some hope. So you liked him. Perhaps, Boseixi sighed. Perhaps. Ning Chuan was a little surprised. Boseixi said without hesitation, "From the moment I was born, I lived on Sea God Island. I was trained to be the next high priest of the sea god from a young age, and I became a super Douluo in my 50s. Since then, I've lived a life of guarding Sea God Island and waiting for the sea god's next successor. For me, Sea God Island is everything. It wasn't until Caiyan Dailiu and Tang Chen, two people at my level, appeared that my state of mind fluctuated. Tell me, when an outstanding individual of the opposite sex who broke through to level 99 Super Douluo through their own efforts and has the potential to become a divinity appears before me, how could I not be moved in the slightest? I imagine your wives must have felt the same way I did back then. Most of them did, but there were exceptions. I was just a commoner. When I awakened my spirit, it was just a flashy but impractical ordinary bamboo sword, and my innate spirit power was only half a level. But there was a girl who liked me from the very beginning. She didn't care about my talent, nor did she care about my background. As Ning Chuan spoke, Boseixi was already dumbfounded. Innate spirit power of half a level. Spirit bamboo sword, how is that possible? Ning Chuan's spirit certainly looked like a bamboo sword, but that bamboo sword was sharper than any tool spirit. It was more powerful. It was more magnificent. Moreover, it had 7 100,000-year spirit rings and 2 spirit rings that were suspected to be 1 million years old. Even Tang Chen's clear sky hammer back then was far inferior. She asked in disbelief, "Then how did you cultivate to your current realm, hardships and obstacles?" Ning Chuan's answer was just 4 short words. After saying this, Ning Chuan himself felt utterly ashamed, but to impress the girl, he still put on a profound and mysterious air, as if he had truly experienced unimaginable hardships that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. After listening to Ning Chuan, Boseixi took a deep breath and looked at Ning Chuan again, her eyes seemingly filled with light. She felt that he was incredibly dazzling, a man even more brilliant and exceptionally talented than Tang Chen was back then. "You've grown up, you probably haven't left Sea God Island much, have you?" Ning Chuan suddenly asked. Boseixi nodded, then heard Ning Chuan say, "Let's go, I'll take you out for a look." With that, Ning Chuan didn't wait for Boseixi's agreement, but directly and forcefully took her hand and fled towards the sea. Boseixi's heart beat rapidly as Ning Chuan held her hand. As they flew, Ning Chuan asked, "How does it feel?" "It feels very special." Boseixi said, taking in everything before her. "Anything else?" Ning Chuan continued to ask. Boseixi inhaled the fresh air. "Freedom." "That's right." Ning Chuan smiled slightly and kept taking her around until the morning of the second day before returning. The two sat back down in the same spot, gazing at the morning glow on the horizon, with an indescribable happiness on their faces. It wasn't until the sun was fully risen that the two finally withdrew their gaze, stood up, and said, "If you want to find Tang Chen, I can tell you where he is." Upon hearing this, Boseixi was silent for a moment, then asked, "You've seen him?" "Yes, a few years ago I met him once," Ning Chuan said. "How is he doing now?" Boseixi hesitated before asking. "Well, how should I put it? His situation is similar to yours, I guess. He became the high priest of the Asura god and is currently in the Asura god's inheritance place, selecting a successor for the Asura god." "If you," Ning Chuan said. Boseixi interrupted him. "No need." Upon learning that Tang Chen had become the high priest of the Asura god, Boseixi didn't feel as difficult to accept as she had imagined. Instead, she felt a sense of relief, because she found that the feeling Tang Chen gave her now was the same as Kaiyan Dailiu back then. There was no difference between the two, and she herself was the same. All three were destined to sacrifice themselves for the divinity they worshipped. Facing the morning sun, Boseixi looked at Ning Chuan with a knowing smile. "Thank you for letting me know what freedom is last night. As a reward, I will try my best to take care of your wives without violating the rules of the god trial. Also, that demon whale sea is 3,000 li to the southwest. With your strength, it shouldn't be a big problem." After saying this, Boseixi had already returned to her former noble and aloof demeanor. She turned to leave. But as she turned, Ning Chuan grabbed her hand again. Slap. Their palms met, and Boseixi froze instantly. Ning Chuan's voice then sounded behind her. "Sometimes, inheriting a god position doesn't necessarily require the high priest to sacrifice themselves." Boseixi was speechless. But by the time she turned around, Ning Chuan had already vanished into a streak of light. Around noon, they finally arrived at the demon whale sea. Ning Chuan didn't plan to fight the deep-sea demon whale king for long. Cold energy surged in his right hand, and with a gentle wave, a white sphere emitting cold energy emerged from behind him. It was precisely the first skill of the Ice Dragon King's right leg bone, Ice Obstruction Quaking Star. Ning Chuan shouted "Go!" and the white sphere rapidly expanded against the wind, smashing towards the sea surface. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to several hundred meters in diameter. Such a large commotion naturally couldn't be hidden from the deep-sea demon whale king. As soon as the white sphere appeared, an incredibly massive blue light pillar 5 meters in diameter erupted from the sea with a deafening roar, without any warning. In almost the blink of an eye, it struck the white sphere. However, how powerful was Ning Chuan's Ice Obstruction Quaking Star? And it was Ice attribute, which countered Water attribute. Before the blue light pillar even touched the white sphere, the blue light pillar had already frozen at an unbelievable speed. At the same time, the surrounding seawater was also frozen. The white sphere expanded rapidly, almost instantly freezing the entire demon whale sea within 1,000 li radius. "This aura, who are you? What is your purpose?" The deep-sea demon whale king, trapped in the ice, let out a terrified sound. Ning Chuan's move was truly terrifyingly powerful and too much of a counter to him. Facing this terrifying attack, he found that unless he transformed into human form, he couldn't escape and was destined to be trapped here until death. "You can call me Ning Chuan. As for my purpose, it is naturally your spirit ring and spirit bone. Of course, I won't treat you unfairly afterwards. If you are willing to sacrifice, I can promise to resurrect you after becoming a divinity." Locking onto the deep-sea demon whale king with his mental force, Ning Chuan quietly released 72 azure bamboo B-cloud swords. Each split into 9, totaling 648, and began setting up the final evolution skill of the sword domain, Great Zheng Sword Formation. "You're courting death." The deep-sea demon whale king was startled and angered upon hearing that Ning Chuan wanted his spirit ring and spirit bone, and didn't listen to what Ning Chuan said next. He decisively transformed into human form, concentrated his power to break through the ice surface, and came onto the ice. What appeared before Ning Chuan was a one-eyed big man holding 2 hammers. Seeing Ning Chuan, he swung his hammers, scarlet light flashing around his body, and fiercely smashed towards Ning Chuan. That's truly a pity. Facing the deep-sea demon whale king's attack, Ning Chuan didn't dodge or evade, but quickly formed several hand seals. The 648 sword lights then released countless golden threads, completely surrounding the deep-sea demon whale king. These golden threads were extremely strong and sharp. The deep-sea demon empress hammered on the golden threads. Not only did it fail to damage the golden threads, but his hammer and arm were twisted into a bloody mist by the golden threads. Just as Ning Chuan was about to deliver the killing blow, the Ice Dragon King, who had been silent in his spiritual sea for a long time, spoke. "Could you let me persuade him? If he is unwilling, it's not too late to kill him then. All right." Ning Chuan gave the Ice Dragon King face and released her soul body. "Deep-sea demon whale king, do you recognize me?" The Ice Dragon King released her aura. "You are." Feeling the Ice Dragon King's aura, the deep-sea demon whale king, who had been furious, instantly froze. He looked at the Ice Dragon King in disbelief. You are Lord Ice Dragon King. He actually knows you." Ning Chuan looked at the Ice Dragon King in surprise. The Ice Dragon King nodded. "My name is Ice Dragon King, also known as Water Dragon King. Before I perished, the sea was under my jurisdiction, including the extreme north." Ning Chuan understood. The Ice Dragon King persuaded. "Sacrifice yourself. If you don't, there is only death. If you sacrifice, you can live, and even ascending to the god realm is not difficult." Ning Chuan's strength is much more formidable than you imagine. Hearing this, the deep-sea demon whale king looked at Ning Chuan, then at the deadly golden threads wrapped around him, was silent for a moment, and finally chose to agree to the Ice Dragon King's suggestion. He sacrificed himself, along with his soul, to Ning Chuan. As a golden-red halo appeared around Ning Chuan, although his spirit power was still level 99, he clearly felt his spirit power become much more profound. If he absorbed 2 or 3 more million-year spirit beasts, he should be able to break through to level 100 directly. At the same time, the deep-sea demon whale king also unexpectedly bestowed upon him a million-year head spirit bone. This head spirit bone directly caused Ning Chuan's mental force to skyrocket to the god level. His mental force completely transformed into divine sense. Before this, his body had already reached the god level when he absorbed the Ice and Fire Dragon King spirit bones. Now all he lacked was spirit power. At this moment, within the spiritual sea, the soul of the deep-sea demon whale king had appeared here. "Greetings, Lord Ice Dragon King. Greetings, Lord Fire Dragon King." Facing the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, the deep-sea demon whale king showed none of his previous brutality and arrogance, but instead prostrated before them like a junior. Ning Chuan also appeared here at the appropriate time. The Fire Dragon King said in surprise, "You actually show signs of breaking through to the god level. Logically, this shouldn't be possible without a god position inheritance or faith power. The path I walk is different from those before me. I prove the Tao with strength." Ning Chuan spun a lie and looked at the deep-sea demon whale king, saying, "I heard you have a wife. Ning, don't go too far." The previous sacrifice was undoubtedly partly forced. After all, he was living well and didn't need to worry about any lightning tribulations in the deep sea. He only needed to hide in the depths of the sea when the lightning tribulation arrived. By relying on this, he grew into a million-year spirit beast. If Ning Chuan's strength hadn't been too terrifying, and the Ice Dragon King hadn't been there to persuade him, he wouldn't have sacrificed himself even if he died. Now the other party was actually setting his sights on his wife, which was simply outrageous. Ning Chuan acted as if he hadn't heard the deep-sea demon whale king's words and said indifferently, "To be honest, I still need 2 to 3 more spirit beasts of your level to reach level 100 and become a divinity. If you don't want to grow old and die with me on the Douluo Continent in the end, then cooperate with me obediently. Furthermore, even if you don't tell me I will find your wife, it will just take a little more time. You're ruthless." The deep-sea demon whale king cursed and directed Ning Chuan to his wife's location. The deep-sea demon whale king's wife, the demon empress, was not much inferior in cultivation to the deep-sea demon whale king, and she herself was a formidable figure in Douluo Continent 3 who became a divinity at level 100 without a god position. With the deep-sea demon whale king's guidance, Ning Chuan didn't spend much effort to obtain her spirit ring. Because Ning Chuan's spirit bones were already full, and the one she dropped was another left leg bone, Ning Chuan decisively crushed his left leg bone, took out the Thorn Spider Empress spirit bone, and fused with the left leg bone dropped by the Demon Empress. Finally, their daughter, Lan Fuer, remained. Originally, the deep-sea demon whale king and the demon empress also intended for her to sacrifice herself. This way, she would be able to ascend to the god realm in the future and wouldn't have to worry about encountering powerful spirit beasts or strong individuals like Ning Chuan. However, Ning Chuan refused. He took her to Sea God Island and had her sacrifice herself to Waterbinger, serving as Waterbinger's seventh spirit ring. Seeing that Waterbinger had obtained the sea god's inheritance, the demon empress and the deep-sea demon whale king couple didn't refuse. After the sacrifice, Waterbinger's spirit power broke through to level 75, and she obtained a torso bone. To ensure she could successfully inherit the sea god position, Ning Chuan also left the Thorn Spider Empress left leg bone for her. In the following days, under the guidance of the deep-sea demon whale king couple, Ning Chuan absorbed 3 more sea spirit beasts with lifespans exceeding 700,000 years. Unknowingly, he arrived at the Sun-Moon continent. Here, Ning Chuan found the Evil Eye Tyrant Master. After absorbing his spirit ring, Ning Chuan's spirit power finally broke through to level 100. After breaking through to level 100, he decisively stayed on the Sun-Moon continent and, using the power of the Evil Eye Tyrant, condensed his 3rd spirit core. Previously, Ning Chuan's 2 spirit cores were the Space Spirit Core, condensed using the space attribute from the dark demonic evil god Tiger's Orb, and the Devouring Spirit Core, condensed using the characteristics of his 2nd spirit. Now, it was the Mental Spirit Core. According to Ning Chuan's estimation, if these 3 spirit cores were fused, he could probably condense a true god core and create his own god position. However, this would have to wait until he completed the spirit rings on his body. Now he was still short of 3 spirit rings. Simply put, after distributing the obtained spirit bones to his wives, Ning Chuan directly returned to the Douluo Continent, went to the extreme north, found the Ice Empress and Snow Empress, and finally, he came to the Stardew Great Forest. With the persuasion of the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings and the consent of the Silver Dragon King, Ning Chuan obtained Emperor Tian's sacrifice with almost no effort, and he had Emperor Tian provide him with a right leg bone for replacement. With this, Ning Chuan finally completed the spirit rings on his body. Having completed his spirit rings, he simply stayed here, fusing the 3 spirit cores and condensing the god core. The sun and moon rotated, and in the blink of an eye, several more years passed. Ning Chuan was 25 years old. On this day, the sky above the Stardew Great Forest suddenly became turbulent. Thunder and lightning struck. This caused the entire Stardew Great Forest to fall into great unease. And Ning Chuan also finally completed the fusion of his spirit cores at this time. It was centered around the Devouring Spirit Core, forming the Devouring God Core. And Ning Chuan's god position after becoming a divinity was also self-evident, the god of devouring. After becoming a god, Ning Chuan directly used the devouring gold bugs to condense bodies for the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, the Deep-Sea Demon Whale King, and the spirit beasts who had sacrificed themselves for him, allowing them to regain their freedom before ascending to the god realm. Of course, Ah Yin was no exception, speaking of which, this was the first time Ah Yin had come into close contact with him since regaining her memory. Neither side spoke, just looking at each other quietly. After a long time, Ning Chuan finally stretched out his right hand and said something conciliatory. "Come home with me." "Okay." Ah Yin responded with a choked voice, stepped forward, took Ning Chuan's hand, and returned to the 9-treasure glazed tile school. 5 years had passed since Ning Chuan left. Ning Fengzhai had already passed away. It is said that before his death, the sword Douluo sent him to Sea God Island, and after seeing his daughter, he died with a smile. Because he had personally witnessed the power of the 9-treasure glazed tile school. At the same time, he also learned that his daughter had broken through to title Douluo, and had also obtained a god position inheritance. Yes, even without Oscar, Ning Rongrong still obtained a god position inheritance. After all, she was much stronger now than in the original work. Among the fierce beast spirit bones that Ning Chuan obtained, she had one. It was just not the nine-colored goddess, but the god of goodness. Although there was no Oscar, there was a more excellent Zhu Zhuking. After advancing to title Douluo, she gained the favor of the god of evil and went to complete the god trials with Ning Rongrong. And with the help of the god of goodness, Ning Fengzhai's soul was preserved and had been led into the god realm. It could be considered a perfect resolution. Besides Zhu Zhuking and Ning Rongrong, Yilingling also obtained a god position inheritance, recommended by the god of evil and the god of goodness. They recommended Yilingling to the god of life. However, although the god of life valued Yilingling, it was impossible for her to inherit the god position alone. Finally, after some discussion with the god of destruction, as long as someone who was compatible with the god of destruction position and met the requirements was found, the god of life would pass down the god position. And this candidate was naturally none other than Ning Chuan. Xiao Wu, Huo Wu, Shui Yuir, Huliena, Louise, and Spirit Kite, Zhu Jian had already returned from Sea God Island. From their mouths, Ning Chuan learned that Water Binger had already passed the first 8 trials and was preparing for the final 9th trial. And those who were not favored by the divinity for various reasons had also advanced to title Douluo. Spirit Kite, who had already advanced to title Douluo, went even further, her spirit power increasing to level 96. At the same time, Ning Chuan also saw his pair of children here, born to Bibai Dong and Tang Yuehua. Tang Yuehua had long accepted her fate. Not long after Bibai Dong became pregnant, she told Ning Chuan that she was also pregnant. Ning Chuan had long ago ordered someone to release her. Only Liu Erlong, who was still stubborn, was left to take care of Bibai Dong. According to Tang Yuehua, after giving birth to their daughter, Bibai Dong seemed to have become a different person, completely transforming into a virtuous wife and loving mother. Inside the secret room of the 9-treasure glazed tile school, watching his Bibai Dong teaching their daughter, who was as delicate as carved jade, to read and write. Although Ning Chuan felt it was very heartwarming, having the precedent of Qian Zunji, he still wouldn't trust her. Of course, to ensure his daughter's physical and mental health, he still pretended to be deeply in love with Bibai Dong. That night, Ning Chuan took the mother and daughter out of the secret room and came to a secluded courtyard. Ning Chuan said bluntly, "I see that your spirit power seal has been removed, and you have also become a god. This aura must be from that Asura god who passed on his god position to you. Also, the Titan giant ape and sky azure bull python from the Star Du Great Forest are gone. You must have hunted them. Tell me, what is your purpose?" The Asura god asked me to do 2 things for him. First, kill Tang San. Second, destroy the Douluo Empire and the Spirit Hall, restoring the Douluo Continent to its former state of the Heaven Dew and Star Luo empires opposing each other in the north and south. The smile remained on Bibai Dong's face. And then, Ning Chuan frowned. Bibai Dong sneered, "I killed Tang San, who was receiving the Rakshasa god inheritance. Then, after inheriting the god position, while the Asura god was unprepared, I also killed him, who had just lost his god position and whose strength was damaged. As for the Titan giant ape, sky azure bull python, and even Xiao Wu's mother, their souls were already led to the god realm by the Asura god before I became a god." Bibai Dong's actions made Ning Chuan even more confused. He asked the doubts in his heart. Why? Because of her. Bibai Dong looked at her daughter, who was already asleep. "I understand, but don't expect me to believe you," Ning Chuan said. "Time will prove everything." Bibai Dong smiled slightly and then added, "But regarding Zuer, I won't speak for you. You can resolve it yourself." Ning Chuan rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. "I understand." As he spoke, he was about to turn and leave, but Bibai Dong pulled him back. "Aren't you afraid that our daughter will be sad and heartbroken if she wakes up tomorrow and doesn't see you? MMM. Without waiting for Ning Chuan to speak, Bibai Dong stepped forward and skillfully unbuttoned Ning Chuan's clothes, as if she had done this countless times to him in the secret room. It was just that before, she was often forced. This time, it felt more natural. Even though Ning Chuan was still wary of Bibai Dong, she seemed not to care at all. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Ning Chuan was dressed neatly with Bibai Dong's assistance. "Have you thought of a name for our daughter?" Bibai Dong asked gently. Nanan was naturally the nickname for the daughter born to Ning Chuan and Bibai Dong. Ning Chuan was silent for a moment, then said, "Let's call her Ning Buhui." Buhui. Bibai Dong seemed thoughtful after hearing it. After breakfast, Ning Chuan bid farewell to his wives and came to Spirit City. Kayan Rengsu had already completed the first 8 trials of the Angel's 9th trial. The reason she hadn't proceeded with the 9th trial was because Ning Chuan had instructed her to wait for his return, so that her grandfather, Kayan Dalu, wouldn't have to sacrifice himself. The same principle applied to Waterbinger. To prevent Poseidon from sacrificing herself, Waterbinger had been delaying the 9th trial. To ensure that Kayan Rengsu didn't encounter any accidents, Ning Chuan didn't tell her about his relationship with Bibai Dong. He just sent her into the Angel God Temple and watched quietly from the shadows. During this time, Poseidon attempted to cause trouble. As a result, Ning Chuan released a god-level devouring gold bugs, which swallowed her in one go, leaving not even a bone shard. Ning Chuan didn't leave until Kayan Rengsu had safely passed the 9th trial. He then went to see God Island. After initiating the 9th trial for Waterbinger, he found Bo Saixi. Looking at Ning Chuan, who had already achieved a god position through his own efforts, Bo Saixi couldn't help but be amazed. "I didn't expect you to actually succeed." Back then, when facing the pursuits of Tang Chen and Kayan Dalu, you set the condition that you would accept the pursuit of whoever reached level 100 and became a god. "I wonder if I have that honor." Ning Chuan boldly stepped forward and took Bo Saixi's hand. For a moment, Bo Saixi didn't react. After a moment of silence, her pretty face flushed red, and she squeezed out 2 words from between her teeth. "You can." 100 years passed in a flash. During these 100 years, Waterbinger, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Yilingaling also became gods one after another. Xiao Wu, Ah Yin, Huo Wu, Shui Yuir, Hu Liena, Louise, Spirit Kite, Zhu Jian, and even Kayan Dalu and Bo Saixi had all become gods. It was all because the God Realm Committee was controlled by Ning Chuan's large family. Zhu Zhuqing was the god of evil, and Ning Rongrong was the god of goodness. Yilingaling, the goddess of life. Ning Chuan had the dual god positions of devour and destruction. Bibai Dong was the Asura god. With this background, it was not difficult to find some 2nd or 3rd level divinity for them. Liu Erlong and Tang Yueshua were a bit lacking. To prevent them from dying of old age, Ning Chuan sent them to the god realm early. The same went for old Tom, the village chief who had adopted him. It was a way of repaying his kindness. It is worth mentioning that the original village was renamed Saint Spirit Village. Shortly after, it was changed to Saint Spirit Town. After 100 years of development, it has now become the first city on the Douluo Continent, the City of God. At the same time, the Douluo Continent also developed. Although it wasn't extremely wealthy, it achieved what Ning Chuan had told Kayan Rengsu back then. Everyone had food to eat and clothes to wear. Regarding spirit beasts, Ning Chuan also provided a solution. He built spirit towers in various spirit hall branch halls. Spirit masters could obtain the most suitable spirit rings for their first 4 spirit rings here. For the later ones, they would need to hunt spirit beasts. The advantage of doing this was to prevent spirit beasts from becoming a plague on the Douluo Continent. The only thing that troubled Ning Chuan was Kayan Rengsu. After Kayan Rengsu learned that Ning Chuan had taken her mother, she had been arguing with Ning Chuan. It had been 100 years, and she was still angry. No matter how Ning Chuan coaxed her, it didn't work. However, she didn't delay much in pulling radishes. This could also be considered a kind of life's pleasure. After Ning Chuan's large family became gods, they got bored of staying in the god realm and would come to the city of God to live whenever they had nothing to do. So much so that later, the Ice and Fire Dragon Kings, Ice Empress, and Snow Empress also came to live there. As they lived there, they ended up in bed with Ning Chuan, allowing Ning Chuan to truly enjoy the blessings of having multiple wives. One day, after multiple treatments from Yilingaling, the goddess of life, Moonlight finally recovered from her injuries and came to find Ning Chuan. "It's time to fulfill the promise from back then," Moonlight said. Back then, Moonlight not only had Emperor Tian sacrifice himself to Ning Chuan, but also had the fierce beasts and spirit masters over 100,000 years old sacrifice themselves to Ning Chuan's wives and children. This gave most of them the qualifications to inherit a god position. The condition was that in addition to these sacrificed spirit beasts ascending to the god realm, he also had to help her resurrect the dragon god, of course. Ning Chuan pulled out a jade box covered in restrictions from somewhere. "What is this?" Moonlight frowned. "The origin of the Gold Dragon King." Ning Chuan opened the jade box, which contained a ball of golden energy. "As long as you refine this, you will be the new dragon god." Moonlight nodded. Originally, she had planned to sacrifice herself and merge with the Gold Dragon King to resurrect the dragon god. But Ning Chuan's plan was undeniably better than she had anticipated. Not only did she not have to sacrifice herself, but she could also make the dragon god reappear. Just as she was about to take the Gold Dragon King's origin, Ning Chuan closed the jade box. "I have fulfilled my promise to you, and it's time for you to fulfill your promise to me." Back then, Ning Chuan had an additional condition for agreeing to resurrect the dragon god. That was for Moonlight to marry him. Originally, Moonlight had the intention of dying, so she casually agreed. After all, for her, it was just a shell. However, when actually faced with this matter, Moonlight found herself more shy than she had imagined. After a long time, Moonlight took a deep breath. "I understand," and slowly took off her clothes. Amidst the sound of beautiful music, Ning Chuan completed the achievement of I Want 99 Beauties on the Douluo Continent. Except for Dugu Yan, basically all the famous beauties with names had been taken into his harem over the years. Some were even taken secretly, without the knowledge of his many wives. For example, Meng Yuran. Originally, Ning Chuan intended to destroy the dragon and snake family to avenge the coercion of the Dragon Duke and Snake Woman in the Stardew Great Forest. At the critical moment, these two old things somehow connected with Yu Luomian. They sent their granddaughter to Ning Chuan's bed. Ning Chuan could only reluctantly accept her. I have to say that old fellow Yu Luomian was indeed good at pimping. Soon, Bai Chengxiang was also sent over. Ning Chuan was happy, so he let her break through to titled Douluo. Later, this old fellow still wanted to send more, but Ning Chuan wasn't very interested in those without names in the original work and basically stopped accepting them. One day, Ning Chuan was really bored staying in the god realm. He was also tired of playing on the Douluo Continent. Suddenly, a long-lost system prompt sounded in his mind. "Ding, detected that the host cannot travel through the myriad worlds. Please bind a side effect bearer." Bind Changgong Miao. Ning Chuan casually found a random passerby with an unpleasant name to bind. Anyway, the other party couldn't travel through the myriad worlds and wouldn't die because of this side effect. Ding. Binding successful. Current traversable worlds. 1. A record of a mortal's journey to immortality, human realm. 2. Perfect world, wild domain. 3. Covering the sky earth. 4. Battle through the heavens, Wooten City. Ning Chuan's eyes instantly lit up. Now he could finally continue to find fun. At the same time, below a spirit tower somewhere in the city of God, a young man who had just condensed his first spirit ring had a face full of excited smiles. "I've finally become a spirit master. My rise, Chang Gongmiao's rise, begins now." The young man named Chang Gongmiao thought this in his heart and rushed home after condensing his spirit ring. The curve of his mouth was so wide that even an AK couldn't suppress it. This was because, like Ning Chuan, he was not from this world. He was a transmigrator. At first, when he first transmigrated to the Douluo Continent, he was excited, thinking that he could finally meet his idol, his avatar, God King Tang, and enjoy the many beauties of this world. But after growing up a bit, he discovered that God King Tang had long disappeared. There was even no news of this person on the Douluo Continent. Instead, there was Ning Chuan, this unparalleled genius of the Douluo Continent. With his own strength, he unified the two great empires and the Spirit Hall. He established the Douluo Empire and was loved by the world. He also married many of the beauties he was familiar with, such as Qian Rengsu, Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing. Basically, all the beauties he knew had been taken by this fellow Ning Chuan. Only then did Chang Gongmiao realize that he had come too late. Fortunately, after awakening his spirit, he finally ushered in a counterattack. Although his innate spirit power was half a level, just like Ning Chuan's, he also activated a system. It was called the Myriad Worlds Traveling System. For every spirit ring he obtained, he could travel to a world. After 6 years of arduous cultivation, he finally broke through to level 10 and obtained a spirit ring at the Spirit Tower. Now he could finally travel, and the first choice was naturally battle through the heavens. As long as he recognized Xiao Yan, the other party would definitely not ignore him. Afterward, he could use the cultivation methods, do techniques, and elixirs from that world to become stronger. Would he still worry about not being able to snatch back those beauties? Chang Gongmiao thought this in his heart and quickened his pace. The current city of God had already covered several villages near Emperor Soul Village. Half an hour later, he finally returned to his home in the urban area, which was transformed from Saint Spirit Village. Then he couldn't wait to open the system. Use the travel attempt, current traversable worlds. 1. A record of a mortal's journey to immortality. 2. Perfect world. 3. Covering the sky. 4. Battle through the heavens. Choose battle through the heavens. Whether it was mortal, perfect world, or covering the sky, they were all too dangerous. He didn't want to die before getting any resources. Battle through the heavens was relatively safer and had a higher cost-performance ratio. Ding, during travel, detected that the host cannot travel through the myriad worlds. Travel failed. How could this happen? Chang Gongmiao's face was full of disbelief. He tried dozens more times, refusing to believe it, but the result was still that he couldn't travel. According to the system, there was nothing wrong with the system. The problem was with him. He couldn't travel. No. On this day, Chang Gongmiao's unwilling voice echoed in the urban area of Saint Spirit Village. Subscribe for more amazing novel audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, and share Infinite Novel Audio.